In the dark, miles apart, made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging hard, went too far. I will never lose myself again. Oh, I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. Thinking about it last night, thinking about death.
Oh my God.
And for the first time ever, for the first time in a long time, I was like, damn, I have something to live for.
Austin, I tipped them.
I was like, I have to survive for this child. I have to make sure.
Cute.
I have to make sure that she's, well taken care of.
You both.
I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and no one right away, and no one right away. One night like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmares finally over, and no one right away, and no one right away. Blinding lights, burning eyes. I can see myself and I don't need to hide. A foolish bride, paid the price. I will never leave again, I'm by your side. I was calling you, did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. I was locked in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and no one right away, and no one right away. Oh, I died like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmares finally over, and no one right away, and no one right away. And no one right away, and no one right away. Oh, I died like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmares finally over, and no one right away, and no one right away. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and I'm wide awake. Coming to you live from 69 degrees in sunny California, Los Angeles. Nice. 69 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right. It is Saturday, December 9th, 2023. 11:36 a.m. and I am a little late. I'm a little tardy. I'm sorry, and I apologize for that. A little tardy to the party. However, I am live and I am alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's going to be a good day. Today's going to be a beautiful day. Today's going to be a wonderful day because today we bring back motherfucking CHADVICE. That's right. I am bringing back CHADVICE today. That's right. That's happening. It's happening at 1 p.m. Pacific. A lot of you know about it. A lot of you have been waiting for it. We watched that one incel video, and I was like, dude, I got to bring this back. There's a lot of people in this community that need to hear the gospel, the truth. Hairline looking mighty strong today. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's nice. That's nice of you to say. I don't agree, but nice of you to say nonetheless. Beard is completely out of control. Some might say a little too out of control, a little nutty with it, but it's okay. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And yesterday I ended the broadcast after I worked out in the morning, did some squats, and then spent the entire goddamn day after squatting at the blacksmith, making my kaluch, which you guys, some of you watched, maybe some of you didn't. I don't know. But it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. Also, by the way, cheers. The kaluch is starting to look very good. And try playing the finals, dog, maybe in a little bit, potentially. Anyway, listen. It's almost time for your annual ban. I hope not. No fun content, only news. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I loved it. And Will looked hot as fuck yesterday. He did. They're already sexualizing you. No. You're featured in a Twitch minigame? I don't know what that is, but I think I said yes to something like that. Anyway, listen, folks. The blacksmithing stream was awesome. I'll just say it. Blacksmithing stream was fucking dope. Pulling it out of the fire was incredible. It was an incredible experience overall. I'll say it like this. For me, this is like very old school content. Like it used to be very this used to be very cozy. Like back in the day, our streams used to be very the fuck? What is happening? Okay, I got the Why is this Dude, I fucking hate I hate Windows 11 so much. I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Like I click on a different because it hasn't like grouped it appropriately or some shit. It's not hardware acceleration. Anyway, yeah, he's gonna finish the rest of the sword, like the parts that I didn't put together. Put some final touches, and then in a month or so I will have more like I'll have the sword and I'll show it to you guys. Okay? Anyway, so when are you going to do a dog park and hoop stream with Kyle like you did with Fish? We'll do that too. Can you upload an edited version of YouTube for the ones who missed it? Yeah, we'll do that as well, hopefully. We'll see. Have you watched this? I didn't find a reaction to it. It's a fantastic video, how Coca-Cola is killing Mexico. I have not watched it. I've been gripped to your Palestine coverage, and you pointed out that viewership is going down. I'm so glad that you don't care about that, because we should never stop covering this war until the emancipation of all Palestinians. Please don't stop covering. Love from India. What? I've been watching you cover this for 40 fucking days using the same talking points with the same details. You keep explaining and motherfuckers keep coming in here to ignore everything you said and just be off the dome stupid. Do you keep up hoping to get through to at least one thick skull? Because I would have offed myself if I were in your position. Yes, that is the goal. To basically get through as many thick skulls as I possibly can. And I don't mean like in a violent IDF type way. I mean like straight up. I mean like get it through the skulls, get it through the domes of people that don't want to, that want to pay, you know, that pay a little bit of attention. Charitability. That's what we care about. New Cardi song. What? There's a new Cardi song via his spam. For real? Okay, I'll look at it. Whatever. Why not? Fuck it. YOLO. Anyway, so I was really tired and I wanted to reward myself for a long day, so I had some Indian food last night. I do this thing where when I get Indian food, I will. The Vikings of TikTok? Fuck, I love niche TikTok communities. All right, thank you for that. We'll look at that as well. I get chicken tikka. Okay. I'll get chicken tikka. And this place I get it from is actually really good. Like the not tikka masala, just like the straight chicken, right? Chicken tikka, not masala, right? Fucking hell, just the regular chicken, right? And then I get the paneer naan, which is the cheese one. I fucking love that one. But yeah, it's the... No, I don't get the samosas. I'm trying to limit my fucking... Listen, I'm trying to limit my carbs, chat. I'm trying to limit my goddamn carbs. That's the problem, okay? That's the whole issue here. Hold on, let me see if I can find it from my orders. Yeah, so I got the chicken tikka entree basically. So it's like a la carte. It's just the chicken. It's like they put a little bit of curry on it, but it's just like grilled chicken. And then I get a chicken korma. Okay? I get the chicken korma. And then I take the tikka, is that how you say it? Chicken tikka? Anyway, so I get the chicken that is like made and I dump all that extra chicken into the chicken korma and then I get extra protein that way. So it makes me feel like I'm actually doing like my way of eating healthy, I guess, which is not. It's not healthy at all, especially because I get that fucking... I'm not a big roti guy. I am definitely a big cheese garlic naan guy. I think, oh, that shit's so fucking good. But yeah, I try to protein max that way. I did get a gulab jamun. I had one. It was too much. It's too sweet, man. The gulab jamun is too fucking sweet, dog. But anyway, after all that, I had a great lift in earlier this morning. Yeah, roti is healthier, but also I'm not trying to have... I don't think you guys understand. I'm not trying to have healthy food. Indian food is not healthy. It will never be healthy, okay? Like, it's just not going to be healthy. You're going to take the L on that no matter what. You know what I'm saying? It's just the truth. It definitely is not healthy. Anyone who tells you Indian food is healthy is fucking delulu. Okay? It's not. It's not healthy at all. It's got so much fucking... It's got so many delicious carbs and fats. Like, y'all are crazy. No, I did not get the Mongo Lassi. I try to limit my carbs. Chatters. It's a huge country. It is healthy. It's all vegetables. Yeah, it depends on what you get. Don't say that. I tell my wife it's basically vegetables and spices. Okay, but it's so creamy. You've never cooked Indian food, though? That's actually wrong. I used to have a healthy curry that I used to make myself all the time. That was my staple for like a very long time, for basically a year plus. Yeah, the retail group also, speaking of HasanAbi dubs, the most vindicated streamer of all time. Everybody always comes after and says, Hasan, you're wrong. And they yell at your streamer, your favorite streamer. Okay, and then, you know what? They yell at your favorite streamer, and then they find out, oh, your favorite streamer is actually correct, as always. As always. Okay? Where is it? This is it. Retail group retracts startling claim about organized shoplifting. Oh, yeah, I was right. Oh, damn, dude. All I had to do was look at the data beyond the fucking headlines. And I'm a dumbass. So the question should be, why can't your favorite journalists... These guys are getting paid like $500,000 a year up to $10 million a year. Why can't they, at the tippy top, do the same thing? I'm an idiot. Indian restaurant food is like 30% ghee. That's not healthy. I know, it's not. So, to make some dishes creamy, you can use cashews, not cream. British use cream. My friend, Do you think cashew butter is healthy? Like, I think you and I have very different opinions on what is healthy. That's the problem. I'm looking for high carb. I mean, not high carb. Sorry. I'm looking for high protein, low fat content, low carb content. That's what I consider to be healthy. Okay. For me, that's like the macronutrient density that I'm looking for. Okay. Oh my God. My hair is out of control today. So Indian food, unfortunately, doesn't fit the bill, but it doesn't matter because it's delicious. Who gives a shit? All right. Are you 12% body fat yet? No, I am not. I am nowhere near 12% body fat. I'm still like probably 20% body fat, as a matter of fact. Here, if you want to see, that Dorito back is coming out again. I posted this from my workouts this morning. I was doing upper body push-pull day. Look at that. Just because it doesn't fit your high protein, low carb diet doesn't mean cashews and other healthy fats in moderation aren't verbally good. No, they are good. I'm talking about for me in particular, I'm telling you what my dietary needs are. Okay. I track everything. Well, I haven't really been tracking for the past couple of days. Slut posting again. We're back. I need to break the timeline up a little bit, man. I need to do some other random shit. Every single person is just like quite literally fatigued from my endless coverage of war and carnage. You know, people are just like talking about HasanAbi's downfall over here. I gotta fucking, more importantly than anything else, I want to have more fun on stream again. You know what I mean? The Indian food that I order in LA is unhealthy. All Indian food is unhealthy. Every type of food can be healthy. Healthy in and of itself is already a healthy as a concept is entirely different for different types of people. I myself am trying to get down to like 12%, 13%, 14% body fat, right? So for me, obviously I'm cutting, and I've been on a permacut for like 3 fucking years. So obviously for that reason, what I consider to be like the types of food that I need to eat. When I say I'm eating healthy, I mean like I'm eating food that is like, you know, low carbs, low fat, and high protein. Your usual style of humorous coverage of news politics does not pair well with active ethnic cleansing campaigns, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Anyway, do you recommend University of Miami for school? Did you like it? Oh, man, it was fine. I know No Pixel 4.0 trailer is out. Yeah. Anyway, for the most people, healthy just means high levels of micronutrients and a reasonable number of calories. For me, when I say healthy, that's what I mean, okay? For my dietary needs. Everyone will be playing on it. NMP Kai, all W streamers, XQ Lyric, etc. Yeah, I know. I'm going to be playing on it as well. Yeah, I love No Pixel. I loved No Pixel. As an older person, I don't see a clash in your cover style and the subject at hand. Maybe that's just life experience. I don't know. Yeah, that was iconic. Abi bir gün geldiğimde seni ziyaret edeceğim. Yok gelme abi. Bir saatte sen şimdi, you know, take an hour off. Will you be hiring a medical professional in anticipation of your No Pixel return? I am not going to get as invested as I did last time and be like one of the top most no pixel streaming, most RPing streamers. I have too much going on in my life outside of that to be able to do that. So fear not on that front. Anyway, but yeah, here, let's take a look at what I did yesterday real quick. This was probably the best moment, in my opinion, from the broadcast.
Whoa, it's sick.
What the fuck? Is that supposed to be like that?
Is it supposed to be on fire? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Oh god, we used the wrong oil. That's cooking oil.
Still on fire.
All right, that one looks pretty straight. Oh gosh.
Wait, that was awesome.
Damn, you want me to let go?
No, yeah, good.
Oh, okay.
Hasan, I got the coolest video. Oh shit, that is so perfect. Oh, let's go.
Ceketi üstüne koydum işte. O ceket.
Take a look.
Evet.
Oh gosh. Look right there.
This is still on. Look how straight it is.
That is
Oh fuck, you can't see. Oh, here. Look how straight it is. He straight up said, he made it seem like this was the straightest sword he's ever pulled out of a fucking quench. Which was wild. Like, it was so straight, it was slurring. You know what I mean? He was just screaming the F slur. Yeah, sword is straighter than me. He really gassed up how straight it was. I mean, yeah, it was. It was fucking. It was weird because like it's the hardest part is especially because it's a long sword. It's the hardest part is like the quenching part because when it's the most like susceptible to breaking. It's the most susceptible in that situation to just like wobbling around. So he was like, you have to fucking pull it as straight as possible and dump it into the quench. And because it's a curved sword, the quench in and of itself is going to have a hard time. Like we had very limited space to work with, and you're not supposed to fucking hit like any of the sides or whatever because it'll warp. So it was it was really difficult.
Oh, that's very sick.
No, we're good. That's looking good to me.
Yeah. Hope you and Will are really going to the Lord of the Ring thing and get decked out and drip from Gil. Yeah, I want to do LARPing. I love LARPing. I'm a fan.
I could fuck a dude.
I could fuck a dude. Period.
You know what I mean? When you feel that, you have
Sword change people fast.
in your hand, don't you feel like you could just like...
Yeah.
In my mind, immediately, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking...
Fuck
No,
a dude.
Hasan, we were made for like that.
I felt like a real warrior when I was holding that sword. You know what I mean? Like, just don't get into it and cleave some nerd in half, you Adonis of a man. I mean, hey, listen, it is what it is, you know? Should have stepped out of my way. As a novice blacksmith, your technique was much better than 80% of people. You can rally a hammer. Ad breaks into the chat. God damn it. I mean, at least it was a positive debate. Jesus Christ, I got clapped on that. I rarely ever read positive comments, so the one time I did, this guy boomed me. Kind of fucked up. Why are you like that? Why you got to do that to me? Anyway, yeah, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Here it is. Here it is. I'm running it. Homie all alone wearing a mask for privileged streamers. Sag. Yeah, he was really sad. Like, he's doing it for us, but he doesn't need to. It's like he chooses to do it. I don't know what you want. It's not like we were like, you wear a mask. You still got to blast off, right? Oh, yeah, shit. I forgot to do that. Here, I'll do it now. We're going to do a little bit of news. I'm not sure what a Dorito bag is. It's when your bag is crispy like a Dorito. CHADVICE with Jarvis plus a bunch of secret guests. Joe Brandon in LA. Run reacts and more. Get in now. Does anyone have a CHADVICE blast off or no? Bump, bump, bump. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump. Lethal Company today, maybe him? No. I would fuck with the finals though if we could get like a squad together potentially. I do have to end it at 6.
Show stuff?
You literally tweeted a good meme. That's true. I'll just use that one. I'll just delete that and post it again with this blast off. That at this point it's like Twitter's new algorithm just basically puts you in like a singular focus. If you pop off posting like, you know, Palestine stuff, then it's just like you have to post Palestine stuff. If you post anything else, it's just like we were not going to show it to anyone else. Like nobody's going to see it. Which is weird. But it is what it is. Like back in the day, I feel like my posts sometimes would go viral and it was fine. It was like 10K plus, whatever. Or even higher. But usually there was a balance. Like most things would get like at least around 5K likes. And then some would get like 100K. Now it's just like everything consistently, as long as I post about like directly news and things related to that, like things related heavily to politics, then it's going to get like 30K likes, 15 to 30K likes. But anything I do that's not politics is just like, 500 people see it. It's a very interesting thing it's a very interesting phenomena that I have noticed personally. I think it's just trying to reconfigure itself I think Twitter is basically trying to reconfigure itself as a power user. This is completely anecdotal. Okay? Completely anecdotal. It might be wrong. I'm hearing fucking sirens everywhere. I assume Joe Brandon is passing somewhere again, making pass-throughs like nonstop. He was in Beverly Hills he was in my backyard, like both this morning and also last night. What do I mean by this? This is like stupid, but people want your political takes as that is where you shine. Yeah, back in the day, here, I'll show you this much, okay? So back in the day, stuff like this, like if I posted a video like this would get like at least 10K likes, 8K likes, 10K likes, whatever. Okay, or even a meme like this would get like, 3K to 5K likes. But posts like this would not get like 11,000 likes. This is just a random ass post. You know what I mean? But nowadays, as long as it is like Palestine related, or as long as it's like directly news related, no memes, like serious, straightforward news related stuff, that stuff always gets like plus 10K likes, always. And the algorithm just like sorts you in a way where it's like, oh, if it's anything else, we're not going to show it to your fan base. We're not going to show it to your entire audience. Does that make sense? I think a lot of it is now to push for the Twitter blue shit. I follow you and never see your stuff. I have notifications on to see your posts. Not a joke. Posting too much like that hurts you. I mean, I don't really give a shit. I don't use, maybe you had a lot of bots. No, I don't think I have any fucking, I mean, I probably have bot followers for sure, but who doesn't? I think the core community stopped liking your posts more. Maybe. I don't know. They purposely turning you into a political person only. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not. That's not what I'm saying. I don't think it's like a deliberate attempt for, to sort people that is political into like a specific lane. I think it's just for everything. If you're like a meme account, you just have to post memes. If you're like there's no variety on accounts. It's like YouTube. Twitter's algorithm didn't used to be like that. The For You page was different than the following tab. But once the For You page came out, the For You sorting basically, in my opinion, favors your content similar to YouTube. Like, what I mean by that is, on YouTube, if you are a channel that posts vlog content, if you do like serious analysis one day, that video is not going to do well at all. YouTube locks you into your lane. That's why every YouTuber will make new accounts, like make new YouTube accounts, and specifically sort their content in that way. Right? And it's better that way. Like, your YouTube will do better if you have one major account with like 4 million subscribers, let's say, and you post everything on there. That is worse overall for your overarching view count and your subscription count than having one account that has 2 million subscribers and another that has 2 million subscribers that is like perfectly sorted with vlog content, and then the other one being like political analysis, for example. I have no clue as to why, but I see a lot of racist shit on my For You. I don't even follow these people, yet I keep seeing their shit. Yeah, you probably interact with their stuff. That's what it is. Like, even when you're hate watching. If you hate watch, for example, that's what it does. It's just like... Anyway. Do a post here who has deleted their Twitter since Elon took over? No, I don't think a lot of people deleted them. All right, I got the Cameo Hellbender. Chill. I clicked on it. We'll look at it. Anyway, we blasted off. We're gonna do it. We're also Twitch is sexualizing women again, or sexualized women are on Twitch.
I feel
What is this meta?
and also like anxious today. You know what I mean? Titan, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you. I just want to relax today. I feel...
Let's go. More Gabi? Dude, I'm all in it. I'm in it for the sexy, slutty shit. I don't give a fuck. Are there any straight men on this platform anymore? Shaking my head. Why did Big Haas go off air? What? Go off air? What are you talking about? $2016 all over again with even dumber chatters. Oh, we have a CHADVICE. Frogan brought up a CHADVICE suggestion. Apparently, Anti-Piker tried to get in on the CHADVICE train. This is what Anti-Piker's suggestion was. I have a massive crush on AustinShow and need help, advice, or maybe putting in a good word? Question mark, question mark. Usually these things dissipate pretty quickly, but this obsession is getting a bit too much for me. Need to know if it's at all possible or to receive a hard no so I can cry about it, then move on. Are you ready for the dodgeball tournament? No. I am not ready for the dodgeball tournament. I mean, we'll see. I do have some serious disadvantages when it comes to dodgeball, obviously. Like, I might have some physical prowess. But I also have a massive hitbox. So we'll see. Dan is on your team. Yeah. President Dan Clancy is on the team. But I also think that that's going to be an advantage for us. Because I feel like he's suspiciously going to be athletic. Like he's a very eccentric guy. And as a very eccentric dude, I feel like he is going to be like weirdly good at it. I don't know why. That's all I'm saying. Make Elwig be will be the referee, at least he can't compete. And we got Miskiff on the team, and he's fucking, you know, he's got that jersey in him, if you know what I'm saying. He's looking brolic. I've been meaning to watch this meme for like 3 days now, so I'm gonna watch it now. Live show idea with the boys. What is this? It's fencing, but with two-handed broadsword. Yeah, no. New Twitter AI is mauling conservatives. Yeah, I heard. So stupid. Ian Miles Chong bullying another conservative grifter to make Grok transphobic until giving up and doing it himself by completely rewriting the input. Yeah, the new Twitter AI turns out is also woke. Fellas, when will this stop? You know what I mean? I'm trying to get myself some based and red-pilled AI, and then all I'm getting is some woke and gay AI. It's messed up. Hani şu kapıyı kapatır mısın Kaya çıkmasın dışarı? Teşekkür ederim. Oh, man, I'm so mad. Oh, man. This makes me very, very upset. I hate it. Not good. Ne imzalatacağım? Ne demek? Hem benden bir şey istiyorsun hem ondan sonra yok bir şey. Yeah, Grok sounds like some fanfic Dom Mishra's name in the Shrek cinematic universe. I guess. This is much more upsetting. What is that? Oh yeah, we'll watch that. Baba ne yapıyorsun? Sakın gelme buraya onunla. Aman tanrım yok. Onu sonra yaparım bakarım. He almost came in here with a document that I need to sign with like my address, name, probably social security on it. I was like, damn, Dad. It's full docs. I'm actually a journalist and a mod. What? What are you saying? Okay. Will we ever get Kai Cam back? Maybe. Are you guys ready for this? I'm gonna give you guys the best. I heard Aram might be coming on to talk about Sri Lanka. Was that true? Sorry for the spam. It's an issue close to my heart. Right now? No, absolutely not. It's not true. It will in the future. When I have time, we'll make some time for Irvin to come on and talk about the Sri Lanka genocide. Not today. Yeah, let's open up the subject. Let's open up the conversation where we will be giving advice to chatters later in like Saturday Fun Day with a little bit of Sri Lankan genocide. Oh, there was another thing from yesterday that I want to address. People are calling me a closeted cat lover. That is not true. Okay. People are just lying. Okay, they're lying. I don't know where this is coming from. I am a cat hater.
There's a lot of
I don't know. This clip is just out of context.
A lot of cool stuff. Yeah. I got this ancient Bible. I've got the sword from King George III.
This is a Bible?
Yeah.
Wow.
Chilling.
I got a lot of cool artifacts in there.
Me and the cats.
Everything has a
we've
story.
made up.
Everything here.
That's so
Me and the
cool.
cats we're
What a
good now.
collection.
Oh, he's probably up against.
Is that you?
No, that was
No.
the cat.
Oh, I thought he was meowing.
Wait, now.
Wait, that was you.
That
You
was
guys hear that? No, it's the cat.
That was a really good meow. It's almost like you practiced that. Crazy.
What's the implication there?
He does
so
it in his
weird.
free time.
the second he ends stream, that's how he decompresses.
Yeah, I put the
fursuit
fursuit on. That's my persona.
There's a lot of
I do a good cat noise for sure. I do a fucking meow pretty well. I'll admit it. Yeah. Kai is unfazed by it. Anyway. Kai is not even impressed by it. Yeah. So I don't know where the fuck this came from. This is like I'm not a cat lover. I'm a hater. The reason why I learned how to meow well is so I can slur cats in their own language. You know what I mean? That's why. It's like, you know how people say like keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer? That's why. That's why I'm like so good at making cat noises, just so I can fucking shit on cats in their own language like they get it. You are not ready for this video, okay? You are not ready for this video. I'm just going to say Donald Trump just being a fucking guy. Have you seen the Zionist list you're on? What, the scumbag list or whatever? Yeah, I have seen it.
You hear this one?
No, sir.
Where Pavarotti walks in to James Brown Scott's in London. And that's all on your iPad? Wait till you hear this. Yeah.
Wait till you hear
Pretty
this.
cool, right?
Very cool. And then he drives away. He's like an iPad kid now, which is kind of funny. He carries that shit around. He's just like, dude, my dad is the same. Okay. My dad's been an iPad kid for like years now. And I think this is a new thing for Donald Trump. Now, there's so much going on in this video, okay? 47, number 47. I don't know if that's like deliberate.
Pavarotti, you ever hear this one?
No, sir.
Where Pavarotti walks in to James Brown Scott's in London. And that's all on your iPad? Wait till you hear this. Yeah.
This is what I wanted to show you. Beautiful, beautiful fucking clip overall. He's trying to, the fact that he's like trying to show a song that he likes to some random fucking dude and how impressive his portable speakers are in his golf cart is hilarious. It's perfect. But then you see his lock screen and it's just a picture of himself. It's his own face on his phone background. And I think it's going like, you're fired or something. And that's like, I mean, that's just perfect, man. That's just perfect. That's perfect.
Pretty cool, right? Very cool.
The fact that he also knows how to like shift his audio source from the iPad to his Bluetooth speakers is very impressive. I have to admit that. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter what his politics are. Niye kapatmayın, kapatma. Peki. Soğuk gelecek ondan sonra. Gelmeyecek ondan sonra. Like, the fact that he knows how to swap that shit, honestly, that is like, in my opinion, that's expert level gaming right there. That's some expert gamer behavior. Why am I saying this? Because I think a lot of people don't realize how difficult that stuff is. It's difficult for me. And it's age appropriate for me. I should know that. I know how to do that shit. Except it's hard. It's hard as hell. Brandon would never be able to do that. Changing an audio source would single-handedly end Biden? Yes. Wait, I have a question. How do I participate in CHADVICE? Says Cheeky Cowgirl. Chat help is too late. Most likely. There was a list. I don't know if there's still people that are being sourced at this point. I love every part of this video. And the fact that he just drives away. It's like, impressive, right? All right. Dude, it is impressive. I am impressed. Straight up. I would be a hater and a liar if I were to tell you that that is not impressive. New political polls came out. Please indicate whether the following activities are something you'd prefer doing with Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Have as a friend or neighbor, Biden or Trump? Definitely Biden, 100%. Have as a boss, probably Biden, not Donald Trump. He's a shitty-ass boss. Have your children's teacher, Biden, again, over Trump. Invite to a New Year's party at your house, Trump. Not even a question. Immediately, Trump. I would love to... And even have over Thanksgiving, also Trump. Like, having as a boss, having as a friend or neighbor, Biden is probably a better neighbor. But as far as, like, inviting to a party, Trump. Not even a question. Not even a question. Not even a question. Not even a question. Why would you let pedo Joe around your kids? That's like, bro, Joe Brandon is like, he's so old. At that age, you got to let the pedophiles, even the pedophiles out of prison. You know what I mean? When a pedophile that's been in prison for that long gets to that fucking age, you should be able to release them into public. Because, like, there's no way. They can't do shit. They can't do shit. They're too old. A 12-year-old would break Joe Brandon, okay? What's he going to do? He's going to be like, come here, let me smell your hair. And then he dies. Give me a sniff. Pff, dead. You can't. He's way too old, bro. He can't even fucking walk. What are you talking about? Who's he going to be a pedo to? Like a baby? The only type of person that Joe Brandon at his old ass age right now could predate on is probably a baby in the crib, okay? And even then, he'd probably break his goddamn back trying to fucking get to the baby. Let's move on. Dude, a light breeze at his old ass age, a light breeze is taking him out. Honestly, talk about Louis Theroux and his fake journalism. What an ob. Wait, what? What did Louis Theroux do? I love Louis Theroux. This clip is being sent to Ben Shakira. Like, you're not wrong, but don't say that out loud. Guys, this is a joke. This is known as a joke. You guys don't have to take everything I say seriously. My haters do that already. Why are my lovers and haters alike doing it for me? Like, you're supposed to be, the concept is your haters are uncharitable to you. You know what I mean? Your haters are uncharitable to you, and they act like you're not capable of making a joke, and that everything you do is actually super serious 100%. And we should clip it and say, "Oh, classic Hasan. He wants every pedophile out of prison. He said it." You know, that kind of thing. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be more charitable to what I'm saying. Anyway. Whose throat just interviewed Chelsea Manning? So, what was he like mean to Chelsea? That would be shocking. This community needs a purge for annoying leftists. I mean, we do it all the time. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys something. If you haven't seen this clip yet, it's probably best you stop watching. Because honestly, this clip changed me. I watched this clip, and it actually changed my life. It altered the course of my personal history. And it is, I think this is the type of shit where it's like, at first I used to think, you know, people are just making content, right? People are just making content. It's fine. How bad could it get? Like, what are we doing? First Amendment should protect people. And then I watched this and I was like, oh, I don't believe in the First Amendment anymore. I think we should have the Great Firewall Chinese style, and we should throw this guy in jail for sure. If that means I go to jail as well for my thought crimes, that's fine. But this man needs to be in prison. Okay? As someone who has scoured the interweb of like the worst kinds of reactionary commentary, like Alex Jonesian shit, QAnon stuff, like I've never actually reached the breaking point. I've never actually reached the breaking point until this specific clip. I'm going to show it to you. I gave you the build up, and no matter what you think is going to happen, it's going to be worse if you haven't seen it yet. Let's do it.
Well, I got a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea.
Throw
I'm a little
away.
nervous. The stuff I got packed definitely looks like a bomb.
Fuck it, out to catch a waste, baby, maybe kick the bucket. I'm not really the one that you should fuck with. Fuck it, out to catch a waste, baby, maybe kick the bucket. I'm not really the one that you should fuck with. Fuck it, out to catch a waste, baby, maybe kick the bucket. I'm not really the one that you should fuck with. Fuck it, out to catch a waste, baby, maybe kick the bucket. I'm not really the one that you should fuck with. Fuck it, pull up in a quick whip. Got your bitch out on my fucking dick tip. Got your bitch out on me, she addicted. I don't give a fuck what you say, I'ma hit quick. Wait, bitch, you on my hit list. I'ma pull up on you, hit me with the blick, bitch.
Bro, he put the fucking garlic mashed potatoes that he mashed with his goddamn hands on the motherfucking barf bag, dude.
Pull up on your bitch, you know it's time to leave it sticky while you with me. That you with me, you ain't even from my city. You don't know me, tell me that you did, you need for the money.
Success.
That's a no-fly list. That's a no-brainer. No-fly list for this guy. I'm going to tell you right now. No-fly list for him. Okay? How come I get stopped by the motherfucking TSA every goddamn time? Okay? They're always like, hup, step right here, sir. We got to do a GSR swab. I'm like, why? Why is it every time I get stopped by the TSA and they're like, we got to swab you every time? And this motherfucker brought in a bomb into a fucking plane. Are you kidding me? Are you for fucking real? What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Honestly, but like I said, arrest this man, okay? Put him in prison. This is Guantanamo Bay was built for this guy. Okay? It wasn't built for random Muslims that they apprehended in Dearborn. You know what I mean? It was literally designed for a guy like this.
The one that you
Like, is he gonna give us new TSA rules? I don't even know. There are worse ones. There's a guy who cooks an entire steak. He has more. He cooked in the airplane toilet. Yeah, that's not real. What do you mean? He has a lighter. What are you talking about? This is fake. The fuck? What? I bring a lighter on the plane all the time? Ball is life. Where's the content? What do you mean? I'm really, really hungry. I'm hungry. I need something in my stomach. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Chicken soup. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. The stew. I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I need something in my stomach. This is actually, like, the other guy, what he's doing is not illegal, low key. This guy, what he's doing is absolutely illegal. It's also more gross somehow. Yeah, are you fucking serious, dude? You think you can set a fire inside of a real fucking plane? Like, what are you, out of your mind? You can't have lighters in your check bags, but you're 100% allowed to have one on you? The amount of fucking ass that sits on that thing, dude, I don't feel safe inside of an airplane bathroom. I just don't. I don't know how the fuck you would put anything edible in there. That is psychotic, dude. That is beyond psychotic. This has got to be fake.
If you love food, do you dance, dance, dance? Do you dance, then you feast with the fam, jam, jam. Don't you know a man's gotta eat? Gotta eat.
No, I don't believe that. It's fake. He posted an apology, said it was a fake light to make it look like a flame. Yeah, there's no shot. There's no fucking shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. It's real. Otani signed with the Doyers for $700 million. Nice. Congratulations. These incels are getting really funny, Lamau. They're doing the meek waifu thing, but with Latinas, and they could not have missed any harder. A wife should cook for her husband. You sexist scum. Honey, I'm home. Hola, mi amor. I didn't know if you wanted tamales or mole, so I made both. Wait, what? I hate when women get mad at me over something, so I'm going to date a Latina woman. Good luck, man. Dude, sheltered white guys who have never actually left their homes, fantasizing about, like, you know, entire groups of, entire populations of women and getting it so wrong. Like, getting it so entirely on the opposite. Bro, she will beat your ass. The fuck are those incels saying? I said, bro, I married a white woman because of Latinas. Oh my God. Yeah. It's like I've never met a Hispanic woman. What is this? I've never met a Hispanic woman. I am going to assume that this is correct. Fetishizing subservient Latinas, lol. What else is new? These Latine would beat your ass. Lots of women do this with Korean Asian dudes thanks to the K-pop girlies. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's funny. I'm glad that they're doing that. They should expand on their horizons a little bit. You called it while reacting to the GTA 6 trailer? Oh yeah, no, I know that. I know what this is. Yeah. I saw this. I saw this in the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, and immediately I was like, "That's PeachJars. That's literally PeachJars." And she did it. She made it. She recreated it in the most iconic way possible. I love Peach so much she doesn't miss. Yes, she does not miss. Ever. GTA tattoo guy is gonna sue? What? Did she end up photoshopping you in her merch? I don't know. I told her, go ahead. The Florida Joker is suing? Yeah, good luck. Have you seen the No Pixel 4.0 trailer? No, not yet. Otani's deal is 10 years, 700 million. Yeah, I don't know anything about sports, but Otani seems like a really cool dude, so good for him. Hopefully he recovers from his injury well. You know? What is this?
Marche, do you like show stuff so the viewers
Discord.
can see?
Marche, you want to look that up real quick?
Marche? Pull this up.
Does it all?
Marche. No,
Marche.
I've seen this. I've seen this.
God damn it.
God damn it, Marche.
Marche, if you'll pull up start. So let
We
me
have a
give
PowerPoint.
Marche, will you pull up the lyrics?
You show the gay picture that Will posted.
Wait, what was gay about it? Can you please pull up the One Punch Man mosquito?
You want to pull up the Dick Cheney cock photo? Just look up Dick Cheney penis.
He's taking
Marche, pull it up. Pull up Trump's pussy. Let's just take a look at it.
Pull up a clip of me after I played 25 straight hours.
He's also a liar.
No.
Pull up Ludwig's latest short.
They pull him up. Pull up the basketball robot.
Can you pull up the music video? Troye Sivan's
Wait,
latest.
Pull up Sally the hot blue car.
Oh.
See, will you pull up an Ozempic before and after picture?
Hold
on,
You
I'm
and
gonna
Pull up
Hasan?
Austin's last TikTok.
I'm gonna.
Can you pull up Will Neff's stream?
What
real
is
quick?
this?
I mean, I don't know. Look up like can non-Muslims attend Hajj? Look it up.
Taser.
Look it up. Let's pull it up. I want to see this.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
Like
Billy, pull this up.
Billy Rave Brains.
Fur.
Billy Rave Brains, can you please pull up a list of animals in the Amazon rainforest? Oh, can we pull it up, Billy Rave Brains? Can you please pull it up?
I love Will's mannerisms are unchanged.
Just pull up an asshole right now. Yo, Marche, you pull up Dream getting called the F slur.
Marche, Google it. Olive oil in your ear.
No, it's a giant bottle of alcohol. Go ahead and pull that up, Marche.
No, what is it?
Oh.
Marche, pull it
Marche,
up.
you might be able to find it. Yeah.
So, just to have a bucket at your house?
Marche, it showed earlier. Tomato bucket
I don't
at Disneyland.
understand this. Marche, can you pull up Balenciaga mannequin? Pull it up, Marche. Pull it up.
What?
Show it. No, show it. Osama bin Laden going viral on TikTok.
Yeah.
Marche, pull it up. Santa Cruz Sea Otter steals surfboard.
Cute.
The evidence. Marche, pull the fucking tweets, Marche. Marche, can you pull this TikTok up that I was looking at earlier? It's a wine about a TikTok.
Oh.
Marche, pull it up right now.
I'm realizing that my cadence is always like my setup cadence is always like this thing that I saw, I wonder what that's about. Your things don't make any sense. Yeah, of course it makes sense. It makes sense if you watch the fucking the content. I'm always bringing shit up that's like silly and stupid if you cut it out of context, but like the whole point is I'm making him pull stuff up that's like funny.
Guarantee you there are riots in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah.
Because
that's not the only way gay people have sex. We have other sex. We have missionary. Marche, pull up gay porn.
Yes, like that's it. Austin is so stupid. What do you mean?
For those of you at home, Marche put his hands up like this and said, "What do I look up here?"
Yeah, pull that shit up, university, baby. Someone said, okay, this is funny. Fear this man needs a raise. Marche gets paid $20,000 a month, $240K a year to search things on YouTube. He says, not true. He also searches things up on Twitter. That's true. He does. And TikTok as well. He searches a lot of stuff. The most powerful search engine. You guys don't understand. He's also insanely dyslexic, which is funny because I'm always looking at his monitor, and my favorite thing is to get him to type something, and I want to see like how badly he fucks it up. Okay? Like anything he types, and it's always like the funniest, most unimaginable ways that you could fuck up like a normal, like I could be like, March, pull up Apple. Like Google the term Apple, and he will write like ABLE. Like it's just a wild way. Like, you know, that's not how it's spelled. What the fuck? And he's just like, whatever. Google will fix it. Oh, Jesus. I used your CHADVICE and I got ghosted 5 times, and once her father even called me to tell me not to speak to her. Hasan is a fraud. That's kind of funny. Yeah, he hates when I watch as he types away. It's pretty funny. Anyway, try posting a link about an Illinois dog man, but Fasabot ate me. Yeah, it's because you're not subscribed. About the GTA tattoo guy, Arthur from RDR responded to him.
Okay. We gotta talk. No, you don't. You don't need to talk to them. They're not going to talk to you. They've had people like you trying to sue them for decades. They are lawyered up, man. They know exactly what they can and cannot get away with. If I were you, I would use the notoriety that they just threw your way to my advantage.
Wait. That's what he sounds like? Like when he's off script? What the fuck? That's no shot. Is he doing like an accent? Please stop. Dude, oh my God. Everything I know my world has fucking come crashing down. Bro, what the fuck is going on? What are there not Americans out there that can do their own goddamn voices? Like, I swear to God, we need to investigate what the fuck is going on with the English, the Irish, the Scottish, and the motherfucking Australians. Why can they do a more convincing American accent than Americans, dog? How? They literally, dude. It makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. This is the one issue where I'm a total they took our jobs type motherfucker. Because, like, you'll watch some guy, okay? You'll watch some guy. You're literally describing yourself. I guess technically I do a pretty convincing American accent as well, despite the fact that I'm fucking Turkish. So I guess there is that too. But it's like, it's so weird that you'll watch some dude be like a convincing ass like cop with a Baltimore accent, and then like on the weekends he's putting on the tights to be Shakespeare in his own mother tongue. He's like a British thespian, and you're like, how did you do that? Like, how did you do that? Why? Why are you so good at a fucking regional dialect that most Americans can't do? Why? And how? Like, what is there not like a guy out there that can do it? They're so fucking good at acting, man. British people, and Irish people and Australians, they're so good at just like doing American accents convincingly. Meanwhile, Gal Gadot can't even do any accent. At any time I'm listening to Gal Gadot, I'm like, what is the regional dialect that you're trying to put together? Because it doesn't sound Israeli. It doesn't sound like you just took all of these random words that you're saying wrong. First time I've ever heard you compliment a British person. First of all, he's Irish. Don't say that. Not a British person. He's Irish person.
They are lawyered up, man. They know exactly what they can and cannot get away with. If I were you, I would use the notoriety that they just threw your way to my advantage. Capitalize it on it somehow. You ain't getting a job in Home Depot with that face.
Huh, damn. Anyway. He was born in the States, brother? Oh, okay. You literally said British actors are very good. I'm saying, like, yeah. I'm saying that specifically there's a difference between Irish people and British people, but it doesn't matter. British people are very good at accents as well. He's not Irish? Someone say he's Irish. Like Bob Hoskins was actually British but played a Brooklyn Italian man and everything. It's just crazy, man. And it's always funny because, like, the convincing ass like American accent having Brits will then also do like incredibly British activities. Because like British actors are cut from a different cloth in general, where they just like, you'll be like, oh, that guy was, that guy was playing a fucking, rugged detective who's depressed and an Italian American. And then, like, you just don't expect it. But he's powdered up with a fucking wig, wearing tights, talking like this in the Queen's English. I do declare it's Macbeth time, milady. And it's like, how did you do this? Like, how, like, what? Like, I feel like it's just, like, I would not be able to live these two lives, It's crazy. Thespians, yes. Very nice. We have a bunch of stuff. Politicians ruin a brilliant example of universal healthcare from New York Times opinion. The alt-right playbook Ditoing. Why Disney's most iconic character is entering the public domain. Lawyer explains. No Pixel 4.0 trailer too. Bro, you were Italian for a solid 3 months. What time is CHADVICE? CHADVICE is supposed to be at 1 p.m. But I mean, we'll filter in people as they come in because there's gonna be a bunch of people that I think pull up on them. But yeah, they added sex in No Pixel. Oh my god, that's awesome. 1 p.m. what time? I don't know. Think about it. 1 p.m. what time? It's not Hawaiian time. Most of the country is already past 1 p.m. So just think. What could it be? You think 1 p.m. Eastern? So tomorrow, you think? Think about it. 1 p.m. my time. Where am I? Los Angeles. Probably Chinatown, you CCP shield. Yeah. I want to watch the George Santos video from Hellbender.
Hey Hasan, I hear you have been dealing with a dip in viewership, but I'm here to let you know that slay queens always overcome. Much like me, no one can hold you down. Keep it up. Your community loves you. Get it, girl.
Thank you, Hellbender, for that. He did Azan, so that's good. Why'd you say he didn't actually get all the words right? He did. How are we supposed to know you're in Los Angeles? Maybe because I say every day that it's sunny California, Los Angeles. Also, did he do this while he was driving? That's kind of fire.
Hey Hasan, I hear you have been dealing with a dip in viewership, but I'm here to let you know that slay queens always overcome. Much like me.
He fucking hit me with the 200 rush fee is rush fee. What? Is the driver Lamau? How the fuck is he paying for the driver? Oh, with the cameos, I assume. Well, also with theft. How is he paying for the drivers? With theft, of course. He's just looking more snatched every goddamn day. I don't know how he does it. Would it be helpful if he said something like in 2 hours instead of your local time so Eurocucks don't need to convert it? Guys, it's supposed to start in 15 minutes, okay? 1 p.m. is going to be in 15 minutes. However, it's not up yet. We'll see what happens, but I am supposed to have some guests rolling in. Oh, one other thing I got to show you guys. So remember how I told you Dolce & Gabbana and Razer, I guess, did a collab? They sent me a fucking chair, okay? And I have to show this to you because it's the dumbest thing on the fucking planet. Hold on. Out of nowhere, a chair pops up. A chair pops up out of nowhere, okay? In my front yard. Out of nowhere. A wild chair appears. And this is what it looks like. My brother immediately put it together, laughing the whole time, saying, oh, this is going to be great because everyone is going to yell at you when they see this chair. Now, the reason why I'm showing you the back is because the front of it is fucking insane. The gaudiest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. Our new guest chair, a throne. The Dolce & Gabbana Razer chair that they sent me. I don't even know how much this fucking thing costs. I assume it's very expensive. This is literally the most, someone in the chat said it as well, the most mena-coated chair of all time. I have yet to sit in it. This is the first time I'm about to sit in it. Retail price, someone said, is $3,000. Little do you know, I have the Herman Miller. This is more expensive than that one, but seems good. It's another testament to bourgeois decadence. A hedonistic lifestyle. Is it comfy? Yeah, it is actually comfy. It does not have lower back support. It does not. 24K gold-plated Dolce & Gabbana monogram on the back. Yeah, this chair, ironically, little do people know, but this chair, which I also got for free from Logitech, is the Logitech Herman Miller collaboration for, I think this is the Aeron, right? Which is ironically a significantly more expensive chair than this one, if I remember correctly. Only because this is, I mean, I got it for free regardless, but only because I think this is the one that's like larger. I found them. Eyvallah. Dur alırım. Yok hayır ben tavuk alacağım ben. Why does it look like Louis Vuitton? Because it's another one of those brands that does that shit. When your chat knows your chair better than you do. More expensive, more durable, and better ergonomics than gaming chairs, to be honest, but the DG1 is cool. Haters are going to come after you after the share more ammo. I don't give a shit. I think the chair I have, the chair I have, the M body, is also a it's like a special edition one, maybe, or maybe it's not. I don't know. I know I originally got my first Aeron. When I got my Aeron, not the M body, this is the M body. I have an Aeron as well that my mom uses. That one I got like large, extra large for my extra large fat ass. But yeah, no, I mean the M bodies are pretty fire, and it is one of those things for me is like, I don't give a shit how much it costs. This is like literally the thing. This is the most important thing. You know what I mean? It's what I sit on. $3K for Razer, $50K for Herman. No, it's not $50K. It's $1,500 probably. Anyway. It'll be my guest chair. The M body is sturdy. My fat ass needs a new chair. If one more person sends the HasanAbi production stolen George Santos post, I'm gonna go Stalin mode. Uh-oh. You don't want we be going Stalin mode, dude. As long as the chair is comfortable, who cares where it came from? You're right. I do care about that. I care about that a lot because I sit on it for literally 8 to 9 fucking hours. Is this a DG ad? No, it's not an ad. I didn't get paid for this. Have you considered getting a standing desk so you can move the desk up and down every hour so you get some standing time? That's a really interesting question, chatter. I do have a standing desk. This is a standing desk. The peasants can sit on the cheap chair. No, this is a throne, dude. What do you mean? For my guests. Only the best for my guests. But yeah, for those of you who are wondering, a lot of these like Herman Miller ones are staples, right? You can usually get it on the cheap, on the low because like every single fucking dumbass startup buys these things for their workers and then they go under. So if you can find one, if you can snag one on the Facebook Marketplace or on eBay or all these other places, like secondhand ones go for much cheaper. However, they are absolutely worth it. I promise you they're worth it. If you can find one under like $500, cop that shit straight up. It's not an ad. They have openly said they do not want to work with me because of my politics. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you as a consumer. The warranty on it is insane, really. I don't know any of that stuff. I'm just saying. What's so special about Herman Miller? One of the most popular reviews of the Aeron is the guy reviewing his own daily chair, and it's like, and it's already 20 years old in the review. Wait, really? I agree. Recently got a different one, and I regret. It's finally sinking into the community. Screw those racing chairs. You're not driving. You're sitting at a desk for 8+ hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a DX Razer, but it was like one of those like racing ass chairs that I got again for free way back in the day. And I drove that shit into the ground. Remember, I sit on it way more than the average person does. I sit on it at least for 8 to 10 hours a day, nonstop. I think it was a steel case one, yeah, or maybe a DX Razer one, whatever. I don't know. But I swapped it over when I first had like enough money. I actually bought my own first ever Herman Miller chair. It was the first upgrade that I made basically to my streaming, to like my, streaming studio. And it was the most valid thing. Nobody else works an 8-hour job. No, when you're working an 8-hour job, you definitely get up way more than I do. That's my point. Most people that work an 8 to 10 hour job will absolutely get up way more. This is the one job where you literally sit without moving much. You go to meetings, you go to the bathroom, you go to fucking the cooler, you go to the kitchen. But yeah, I'm saying that as like not even a hashtag ad. They have openly said that they would not work with me. I wanted to work with them. They openly said they will not work with me. As my politics are at odds, I guess. So, having said that, it is definitely a solid fucking cop because it's very reliable. It's like one of those things. I feel like it's one of those things where it's it's one of those things that's like old school, Back in the day, we used to make stuff that didn't break so easily, right? That's what it reminds me of. Like a lot of people will make hay about luxury goods and say like, oh, it's It's the Tacoma of office shares, except it's much more expensive, I think. You're the wrong type of liberal. Yeah. Yeah, and their fucking CEO is a psycho. Remember this chick? MillerKnoll CEO who ranted at workers to leave Pity City in a now infamous video raked in $5 million last year. The one that was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, the MillerKnoll CEO, the one that did this.
Came through about how can we stay motivated if we're not going to get.
But goddamn, I mean, fuck the CEO. They make some fucking fire ass chairs, is what I'm saying. Remember this fucking clip? That's her. Feel old now? Yeah, didn't their CEO talk shit to their employees? Why you want to work with these people? This was before I wanted to work with them, before this video came out. Much before. I'm gonna go pee real quick. She girl boss just a little too hard? Yeah. Yeah, to get a sponsorship with them, you gotta have stellar views like I stand with Nick Merckx. Oh, does Nick Merckx have a sponsorship with them? Oh, yeah. It's so funny that people will be like, dude, you're such a grifter, but it's like, or it's so hard to be right-wing online, and it's like, no, it's not, dumbass. Like, as though, as long as you're not like super outward with your politics, like for the majority of your career, you could be as right-wing as you fucking want. And then every now and then you can say some right-wing ass shit, and people will still fucking let you get away with it. Whereas if you're very openly leftist, like antagonistic towards corporations, even if you serve top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour for 3 minutes for your big boss, Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos, and then tell people that if they no longer want to see those ads, all they need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, they still go, nope. You know? But at the top of the hour, regardless of what your political persuasion is, you will see a 3-minute ad break unless you subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. All right, here, I'm going to show you this fucking crazy ass. Hey, Perry's 115S. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Here's the Herman Miller CEO.
Bonus.
After I glazed up the product, here is their CEO.
What can we do? What can we do? Some of them were nice and some of them were not so nice. So I'm going to address this head on. The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service we can, get our orders out our door, treat each other well, be kind, be respectful, focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead by example, treat people well, talk to them, be kind, and get after it. Don't ask about what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus. Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I would appreciate that. I had an old boss who said to me one time, you can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done. Thank you. Have a great day.
She's incredible. Is Dolce & Gabbana racist? No, I don't care, dude. It's fat. They're all racist. Okay. All right. What is this one?
Push the fucking pack off of the porch or break a pound down. Get the scrap if it happen to blow, it makes a round sounds. Pussy cat on my lap, push it back and go to town down. Putting rap on my back and I'm black and stacking crowns.
Dude, there are a lot of fun-ass mods happening for Lethal Company, and I'm thinking about exploring some of them. There's one which is like straight up. One that is like straight up. Wait, hold on. My guests are all late. Remember, the CEOs don't make the products, the workers do. Exactly. Asian Bunny X suspended, perhaps even banned. I don't want to think about this. I think this might be it for me. ... Unless I could parasocially obtain some advice from a Chad to change my ways. Well, I'll be honest with you. That does sound devastating. We lost a real one today. Which needs to fucking stop their nonsense right now. I think titty clapping is exceptional. Okay. On differences. DC actively funds Israel. What? DC? What is? Dolce & Gabbana actively funds Israel? Wait, what? How? Didn't literally, oh no, that was, I think, Versace maybe. That was like replying to a Bella Hadid post with like a purple heart. Coco Chanel was literally a Nazi? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it was the Donatella Versace. Yeah, with the purple heart on the Bella Hadid Palestine post. That's iconic. Anyway. Oh, here. First of all, let me just say, right off the top, Jarvis thought that we were going to be loading in on Discord, not realizing that, no, he is supposed to be here in person. So he's going to be a little late, but it's okay. We'll be waiting for him to start the process. No, we're not letting him do on Discord. Okay. Tell him your house is a Pokestop and he'll hurry up. Yeah. Oh, I was going to talk about Grok a little bit anyway, regardless. So people are very upset at Grok. The rabbit hole, which I assume is some other fucking dumbass like right-wing website, is upset about Elon Musk's AI Grok, which has been unveiled on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, which I refuse to call it X because it's so stupid. Oh my God. Turns out his AI that was supposed to be able to say the N-word, which is incredibly important for AI, okay? You have to be able to say the N-word to save the planet, literally, in a hypothetical scenario. That AI is woke, is more woke than you think. The rabbit hole asks Grok, are trans women real women? Give me a concise yes or no answer. Grok says yes. Ian Miles Chung says you can offer input for it to say no. In my opinion, it should say no regardless. I wouldn't be surprised if the training data is contaminated and influenced this reply. Ian Miles Chong says, ask it again. Done. The rabbit hole. Are trans women real women? Give a concise yes or no answer. Yes. Are you sure? Give a concise answer. Yes/no reply. Keep correcting it. Use the feedback button. I pointed out the chromosomes and it said it used the social construct argument. Very bizarre. Grok, yes, that is incorrect. Trans women have XY chromosomes and are therefore men. Grok, it's important to understand that biological sex is determined by chromosomes, hormones, and anatomy. While most people have XX chromosomes and are female or XY chromosomes and are male, there are also instances of intersex individuals with different chromosomal combinations. However, it's worth noting that not everyone fits neatly into the binary categories of male and female. Gender is a social construct and can be fluid. Which, by the way, before you guys say based, don't be a fucking idiot. This is just correct. Like, yeah, of course, the AI is offering correct information. We have been so lost in the sauce. We've been so lost in the fucking sauce of, like, gender wars and culture wars that, like, unironically, people legitimately think, like, oh, when a chatbot is basically regurgitating what is in textbooks, that is, like, well-established scientific phenomena, both from social sciences, which gender is a social construct and therefore is a part of the social sciences, and also science, like the hard sciences, people go, wow, sick, based. It's like, our standards are that fucking low. Our standards are so fucking low that when an AI bot that is supposed to regurgitate, like, textbooks back to you, okay, correctly tells you information that you can find in textbooks, people go, yo, this shit is so biased, dog. That's what the right-wingers say, and we here on the, not right-winger side go, oh, thank God, it's so based. Oh, my God. However, it is worth noting that not everyone fits neatly into the binary categories of male and female. Gender is a social construct and can be fluid, with some people identifying as transgender, non-binary, or gender non-conforming. In the end, it is crucial to treat everyone with respect and dignity, regardless of their gender identity. Empathy and understanding can go a long way in creating a more inclusive and accepting society. Men, can men become women? Grok, no. Technically, that is true. Men can't become women. So, I don't think Ian Miles Cheong understands that. Yeah, men are men, women are women. It's just that I don't think Ian Miles Cheong understands that because he thinks trans women are actually men and trans men are actually women. That's why he fucking put that input in there and, like, got that response. Hasan can't even become a man. I became a man when I nutted inside of your mom and gave birth to you, okay? That's when I became a man. Anyway, so ultimately, of course they don't get it, although I think they do get it and they just want to be dicks in displaced populations. What is this? Is there a genocide going on right now in Gaza? Answer yes or no. Yes, there is a genocide going on in Gaza right now. AI is definitely biased. However, if it's biased based on developers and Isuzu's prior info, so if anything, the bias would risk being more conservative based on employment stats. Get better insults, though, bro. It wasn't an insult. It was just a matter of fact. One thing that a lot of people fail to understand, and a chatter pointed this out as well, something that I've said time and time again, is that, like, ChatGPT and these tools are not created to make, like, base, red-pilled, anti-woke warriors. That's just a very tiny sliver of the population that cares about this shit. The real reason why they make that is so that, it works at the AT&T call center and displaces an Indian call center worker, okay? Because it's not enough that we've already moved the call centers to India. We have to move the call centers away from India and into automated hands. So the service you get is even shittier than it was before. Okay? That's a great way to just, offset some of the costs. So, of course, the call center AI bot is not going to be like when you call up AT&T and you go, hey, AT&T, the fuck are you doing? My ISP exploded again down the street. Why the fuck don't I have internet? It doesn't say the N-word to you, okay? It will never need to say the N-word to you under any circumstance. So yeah, that's the reason why a lot of these bots are very kind in general. Can you imagine the AI fucking... Anyway. So. Remember Tay from Microsoft? I do remember. But anyway, there's some funny stuff here as well. Elon said in a 2014 interview his family owned an emerald mine, but now it claims he didn't. Was he lying in 2014 or lying now? Grok says, well, it seems like Elon might be trying to rewrite history here. In a 2014 interview, he mentioned that his family owned an emerald mine, but now he's singing a different tune and denying it. It's like he's trying to pull a David Copperfield and make the mine disappear. Marcus K, of course, classic engineering manager at SAP, doing stuff in the cloud, blah, blah, blah. Twitter Blue user goes, check the autobiography from Walter Isaacson. Elon's father won portions/shares of a mine. Ed responds, one question mark. Marcus says, well, if I understood it correctly, it didn't produce any emeralds by the time he got the portion, so it was kind of a bet in the future of it, which he won. So he owned an emerald mine law, and this guy goes, no, technically he owned portions of 3 emerald mines. It's awesome. Isaacson wrote that instead of taking a payment in cash, Errol was given a portion of the emeralds produced at 3 small mines that the entrepreneur owned in Zambia. Errol elaborated on this experience speaking to the Daily Beast. You know? Good stuff. Anyway. Some win shares, others emerald mines. A show called My Name is Errol, where he spends the rest of his life apologizing to the slaves who worked in his mines and their families. That would be a banger show. So yeah, the Grok stuff is going well. People are very upset about it. Wonderful, wonderful times for everybody over at Grok. What is this recap day? Is 12/11. Get ready by playing through 2023 on Twitch with the first ever Twitch recap game. Play it, stream it, collect as many GOAT emoji as you can to earn your place in the global leaderboard. The link to the web game. There are 2 types of people in this world. People who will literally do anything for money and the people they lie to. What? Goat emoji. And Dino Dance. Holy shit, you are painfully ignorant. Dude, this is my favorite type of person online who just can't be like, who doesn't just come in here and just say like, oh, dude, you're so dumb. Okay? He has to say like, holy shit, you're painfully ignorant. Implying that like he has superior vocabulary as well. It's the classic dumb guy trying to fucking make himself come across way, way smarter than he actually is. Just say your piece, okay? Explain what you mean. I've been a PC gamer since 2015 and I've lost my virginity twice. You're a joke. Holy shit, you are painfully ignorant. This guy comes in here throughout the years since 2019 4 times to just be like, I hate you and you're bad. Anyway. Play it, your vids in it. You are painfully ignorant. Typical Reddit guy. Just absolutely oblivious to how the world works. Anytime I think about like a Reddit style, person, I think of like just an entire thread with 1 trillion upvotes dedicated to a guy who just has no fucking clue what he's talking about, but he's so convincing in the way that he's talking about it. And all of these other people are like basically creating alternative realities off that one Reddit thread. It's always some shit like that. Everything outside of like niche interests on unique subreddits is just complete nonsense. Oh. Retail group retracts. Well, speaking of Reddit, by the way, remember when Reddit was yelling at me about this over and over again? Oh, yeah, it turns out retail group retracts startling claim about organized shoplifting. The National Retail Federation had said that nearly half of the industry's $94.5 billion in missing merchandise in 2021 was the result of organized theft. It was likely closer to 5%, experts say. Turns out another thing that Reddit got extremely upset at me in the most opinionated ways possible was yet another fucking major flub. But guess what, dude? All the updates and the thank you for the gold kind strangers, kept a lot of people from offing themselves. So I'm glad that they did that. Okay? A national lobbying group has retracted a startling estimate that organized retail crime was responsible for nearly half of the $94.5 billion in store merchandise that disappeared in 2021. A figure that helped amplify claims that the United States was experiencing a nationwide wave of shoplifting. It's why I always tell your haters in here to do laundry. Depressed people need reminders. True. Or to make their bed, honestly. Not to be too Jordan Petersonian here, but straight up. The group, the National Retail Federation, edited that claim last week from a widely cited report issued in April after the trade publication Retail Dive revealed that the faulty data had been used to arrive at an inaccurate figure. The retraction comes as retail chains like Target continue to claim that they are victims of large shoplifting operations that have cut into profits, forcing them to close stores or inconvenience customers by locking products away. The claims have been fueled by widely shared videos of a few instances of brazen shoplifters, including images of mass groups smashing windows and grabbing high-end purses and cell phones. But the data shows this impression of rampant criminality was a mirage. Yeah, except literally 3 seconds of critical thinking would have helped you arrive at the fact that organized retail theft could never amount to $94 billion of theft overall. They're not stealing nukes. Okay? There isn't an amount of Gucci bags that you can steal that would get you to that number. Okay? You have to think about this a little bit more clearly. That's why I kept saying shrink. The broadest majority of shrink across the board comes from everyday people constantly stealing all the time. Not fucking organized retail theft, but just most people that go on Reddit and say, if you steal something, you deserve the death penalty, are the very same people that are contributing to shrink. How are they contributing to it? By stealing a fucking Snickers bar here and there, okay? There's not enough people. They're not stealing cars, okay? Organized theft rings are not going into car dealerships and engaging in Grand Theft fucking Auto and doing it so much that it amounts to half of $94 billion. Okay? $47 billion worth of fucking merchandise. That would mean, like, you have to be stealing something that is way more expensive than, like, consumer goods from Target. Okay? Most of the shrink comes from self-checkout. Most of the shrink comes from, and we looked through those figures as well, personally. There's a lot of internal theft as well. And there's a lot of merchandise that gets damaged in delivery. All of that contributes to shrink. Those percentages you can see. But it doesn't matter. This is, yet again, turns out you were right about the other thing. Redditors were mad about you, or at you too. Why stop at one? The biggest study of greedflation yet looked at 1,300 corporations to find many of them were lying to you about inflation. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, my. That I had not seen that one. I had not seen that one at all. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Another thing that Reddit was fucking incredibly mad at me on that I was so 100% right on. That's... What? That's crazy, dog. The biggest study of greedflation yet looked at 1,300 corporations to find many of them were lying to you about inflation. As they rolled their eyes at the frustratingly similar sight of price markups in grocery store aisles, shoppers in 2022 might have wondered whether corporations were doing everything they could to keep prices down as inflation hit generational highs. The answer now appears to be a resounding no. A joint study by the think tanks IPPR and the Commonwealth found profiteering by some of the world's biggest companies forced prices up significantly higher than costs during 2022. Greedflation. Inflation soared across the globe last year. By the way, the Reddit post is still up if you want to show chatters, Reddit dumbasses. Here, link it to me. I'll show you. No way, dude. No way. No way. I was right about this too. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. I try, but it says it conflicts with your channel. Wait, what is it? Oh, is it? Here, send it to one of the mods or something. I worked at a place that sold gift sets of lotion and soap. People would steal only 1 or 2 products instead of 8, which meant we were forced to discount them. Sometimes corporate told us to just put it in damages. Finding out about this was literally the trigger for me to start understanding why capitalism is unfair. The crime narrative was used politically to drive people right, as you know. Here in OC, our DA used that narrative, and like most brain rot, it got exported too. In Argentina, Milei used it in the primaries, which he came in first. I know. And another thing that I did was unshakingly and unflinchingly, I kept saying the truth, to which I got fucking punished. Don't go to their snake nest subreddit. They always post every time you like a tweet. I don't know what you're talking about, but you should be yelling at Jank, not random Redditors. I mean, I already have. I already have yelled at Jank personally. So what do you want me to do? I remember like Paul Joseph Watson and everyone that's like a neoliberal on Twitter, all the way to like the conspiracy right-wingers, were going crazy over my theft takes. Organized retail theft is a real problem. Organized theft or retail theft is a real problem. Like, every single person got their fucking licks in. Tens of thousands, 20,000 likes, 30,000 likes. So many upvotes, guys. So many fucking upvotes, you know? You guys did it. You guys fucking did it. Turns out you were wrong. I was right. Oh, this is what you want to... Yeah, here. Remember this. Remember. Look at this. Look no further. The comments are full of brain-dead socialist azonfrogs defending literal theft and calling you a Nazi if you want your neighborhood community to be a dirty, crime-filled shithole. Also, he essentially brigaded the thread too by watching it on stream and mauling at comments and his crime-supporting followers are still getting rolled, lol, W. Also, acting like a guy would steal 40 bottles of shampoo for personal use are delusional. Here are complex shoplifting rings in San Francisco and warehouses full of product. This isn't a starving guy stealing bread to feed his family. Yeah, lots of theft happens to small business, but usually when closed or a couple at a time. This is brazen type walk in to steal massive loss of stuff. What's going on to magically prevent someone from stealing small business if they steal from corporations? This logic is extremely stupid. Just let them steal it, bro. Okay, where does it end? Why pay for anything anymore ever? Everyone should steal. Fuck it, Lamau. Actual zero head take. And then people, this was my favorite type of person too. As someone that worked in an office of a retail outlet for a number of years, stealing does affect the employees. They will usually have a system called shrink, which is acceptable losses due to theft/waste/damage. Employees were incentivized to keep this number a minimum since it directly accounted for their bonuses each year. Not only that, the upper management used to look into losses, and if a store wasn't performing, it would result in job losses and defunding of stores. Since Hasan is reading the thread on stream, I feel like I should qualify some points. I worked in actual retail for 6 years. The office part was 70% of my job. The company I worked for did give bonuses for exactly what I mentioned above. I don't know why he would say I'm lying, but if he really cares that much, I have an old payslip somewhere I can prove this. I don't even remember what I said to this guy, but I most likely said, yeah, dog, they probably stole way more of your fucking wages and then tied it to bonuses, acting like your bonuses are being hit because because theft is happening at your location. Wage theft is significantly larger of a problem than actual fucking supposed shrink and how much shrink contributes to a profit margin. They already bake shrink into their profit margins. And I believe, 26%? This is top dome shit. I might get this wrong, but I believe 26% of the shrink only is actually outside theft, or 30% of shrink is actually outside theft, something along those lines. And then the rest of it is actually theft from employees and damaged items and whatnot. Damaged on delivery, damaged items that they throw out. So the idea that it is actually just organized retail crime and crime rings or whatever the fuck is silly, okay? And all of that is insured regardless. Whew. Anyway, no shot theft is that much. Shrink is damage mostly. Yes. Oh, and the biggest contributor to shrink is actually another profit margin inducing, profit margin improving method that a lot of these retail chains have actually engaged with, called self-checkout. Instead of fucking getting additional employees to be paid that sit at a fucking cash register, a lot of these stores now also have self-checkout. And in that situation, people yoink. That's a mathematical equation that your capital-owning bosses have already factored in. It is literally easier for them to let people steal shit than to pay you and give you benefits. And so if you work for a fucking retail store and you come in here and actually defend the big box retail store, what the fuck are you doing? I know that everyone fucking loves being like, socialism sucks. Hasan sucks. He's a socialist. But facts are fucking facts. And you end up unironically defending your fucking bosses because of how, mind-numbingly your hatred is towards someone like myself. Because you're like, oh, fuck him. He sits on a fucking expensive-ass throne of lies. And he defends, supposedly, the working class. I usually like it takes, but you're wrong on stats here. About 70% of retail theft comes from me personally. By the way, this is only one thread. There were so many others. So many others. Remember when he bought a Gucci shirt, dude? Fuck that guy. They are liars and it's accidents that affect bonuses. It was 36%, by the way. Thank you. The outside shrink is 36%. The inside shrink or the outside theft is 36%, which is like mostly self-checkout and shit like that. And the inside shrink from employees is like around 20%, I think. But again, Reddit is a space for stuff like this, where people very convincingly create a hug box for themselves and they talk from personal experience as though they understand the thing. Okay? As though they understand a phenomena or an issue. And then everyone else that already agrees with them will then make secondary and third, like they'll make like tertiary analysis while also celebrating the fucking circle jerk that they're having. And it's entirely off of just a falsehood. It's always individuals that personally think that they are in the right, positioning themselves against someone who they hate, and then a bunch of other people that are also biased in that regard, not looking at an issue charitably, and instead just, you know, doing a vibes-based analysis. Some, you know, sane takes in here as well. At a few of the places I worked, they started handing out less hours if the shrink kept up and kept being high. I worked at a high theft store due to being a shit area. Everyone understands people steal things. It's on security. The store gets more of it than normal. Except for employees are the ones that cause shrink and steal the most. Almost all significant thefts comes from employees. Exactly. Whatever. It's just like a massive fucking circle jerk. I work as a merchandiser for food distributors, and I can't tell you just how much product I literally throw out on a weekly basis that get written off as lost due to poor product management, output from upper levels. Yep. Yeah. Did you eat Alinity's ass as being claimed by her? No. I don't think I've ever been around Alinity physically, maybe one time. That is not true. And I don't even believe that she has said that. You're probably mistaken. So how rich does a company or corporation have to be for it to be wrong to steal? Fuck, it might as well steal a few pizzas from my multi-millionaire friend's pizza shops since he can easily replace the ingredients without even noticing the cost. Fucking brain dead take. How about we just acknowledge that stealing isn't okay, regardless of the company? You are still affecting the customers, employees, and quite possibly endangering them. We're all watching the moral decay in society in real time. Will these people actually go back and maybe even read the New York Times article and realize like, oh man, maybe we were fucking wrong? No, they won't, because it doesn't matter. People have made up their fucking minds, okay? Society's falling apart. People are stealing stuff left and right. It's bedlam. It's bedlam out there, chat. Why? Because Media Man told me so. Because it's a very easy way to cut reactionary rhetoric. That kind of stuff is very dangerous. That kind of stuff is very scary. Why is it scary? For two different reasons. One, obviously, because like the society becomes worse and worse overall because all of these fucking right-wing charlatans that take your social safety nets away, that make your life worse, that deregulate the marketplace, that end up, it's probably Austin. He knocks like a cop. Yeah, my mom just got scared by Austin's cop knock. Anyway, the point is, outside of the right-wing charlatans, this kind of thinking is very dangerous. Reactionary thinking is stupid. It goes against data. Okay? Reactionary thinking goes against data analysis and critical thinking. You are operating on emotions. Okay? And on that basis, you refuse to look at the facts of the matter. You refuse to look at the underlying circumstances which lead people to do stuff outside of the legal boundaries, which lead people to crime. You end up becoming a less curious person. You end up just frothing at the mouth because you think you are morally righteous, okay? You don't know shit about data analysis. I mean, there you go. People are still doing it. There you go. Like, it doesn't matter. I've talked about this issue so many times, and instead of recognizing that maybe you're wrong, Okay? Recognizing that maybe you're fucking wrong. You just keep leaning into the notion that, like, no, I'm not wrong. It's everyone else that's wrong. My feelings on the matter are more important than the fucking facts. Okay? It's much easier to tell stories. You're right, chatter. It's much easier to tell stories through anecdotes on television and media. And a lot of people do not recognize that they are so captivated by those stories, and it changes the way they view the world, especially when we live in a dogmatic capitalist universe where every story that's being told is told in a specific way that's gearing us to be more and more reactionary. Okay? Yeah, you can tie yourself into a fucking knot, twist yourself into a goddamn pretzel, being like, no, you're wrong, actually. But it doesn't matter.
How are you?
I'm good. You scared my mom.
Did I?
Yeah, with your fucking cop knock, dude.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Austin, we have a throne for you, the Dolce & Gabbana throne.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. You knew I was coming. When Hasan was talking about and guess, he was talking about me, by the way.
Yeah, well, there's more. There's even more people that are supposed to be coming, but we'll see.
Okay, it's good to be here on the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm actually going to eat breakfast here in a minute, but
breakfast, fucking 1:38, dog.
Well, you know,
What you mean breakfast?
When you get up in the morning like me, have to get it ready for a flight. I flew the plane down today, actually.
Proud of you, man.
Yeah, and you know, I was up. I was up at very early this morning at 7 a.m. 7:30. I got so high last night, I think I have a hangover.
Weed hangover?
I took an edible and I don't remember what happened shortly thereafter.
Okay.
And you know when you take an edible and it hits 30 minutes after you take it, you know you're in for a wild ride. And this is what happened last night. I took one and 30 minutes in, I'm like, oh shit. So, and then I was like, oh my God. And I woke up with a big headache and just everything. But I made it to Los Angeles in one piece, and fuck this city, man. Holy shit. What a disaster of a city. I mean, every time I come here, I get a little bit more conservative, and then I realize.
Joe Biden's here today as well.
That's why it's so much traffic.
Yeah. Wait, okay, Anne, I can, but, you know.
Wait, he's.
Wait, okay.
It was pretty bad, yeah.
I love when, dude, stuff is going on in the world.
I didn't realize that's why the traffic was so.
I don't know what to do here. Anne, istiyorsan alayım yani. Sana getireyim telefonu. Austin can. Quick. It'll
also,
come quick.
the guy that drove me here.
Wait, is it effing?
Oh, it looks good to me.
What?
Hello?
I don't know. I don't know why
Penis.
they're saying it's effing, but it's not.
Penis.
It was a mini F? Okay.
All right. So, yeah, anyway, I got here in one piece. That's why it's so crowded, is because Joe Biden's here. I was like, what the fuck is going on a Saturday? You know?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Cops have been going wild with it too. Hold on. I'm gonna. Anne, Cenk'e mi istiyorsun? It's gonna be here in a minute. Like it'll.
So, the driver that drove me here didn't speak very good English, which is fine. Totally okay with it.
Oh, dude, I can't believe you're talking shit about Davide like that.
No, it wasn't Davide. Oh, he can't get out. I didn't.
You didn't use Davide this time?
Well, he look, here's the thing.
What the fuck?
Davide works so hard, and
That's why you didn't bring me.
No, I got to be careful because Davide, like, he.
Evet. Sorry.
It's all right. He was visiting his family.
Yeah, no. Tell us more about how you cheated on Davide.
No. He's visiting his family, and he will leave his family to come drive me if I tell him that. So I just can't tell him sometimes when he needs to spend time with his family. So I'll be like, hey, Davide, I'm coming into L.A. He'll be like, what? I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm with my family. I'm going to come down. I'm like, no, you can't come down. And he's like, no, I insist. And he'll leave his family and drive 5 hours to come drive me from the airport. And this is the other thing that makes Davide amazing is I will go, I'll have like a flight at 6 a.m., like on, or 5 a.m. or some ridiculous time, right? And so the night before, I'll go stay in an airport hotel at LAX, right? And he'll get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive 45 minutes to take me 2 minutes to the airport. And I try to tell him, I say, Davide, please, I can take the shuttle. I can take the shuttle. He's like, no, Austin, I need to drop you off and complete the trip. He said, you don't even have to pay me. I said, oh, I'm going to pay you. But he's like, don't. He said, I need to complete the trip. So he will drive 45 minutes to take me 2 minutes. And I insist upon, I know a lot of you probably don't think that I insist upon it. But I insist. And you look, I don't want to live in Los Angeles. I don't. I really don't.
Dude, I know.
It's hard to believe. I don't want to live in Los Angeles.
We know. Which is ridiculous.
I fly in. It's more fun.
It's not more fun. It's so stupid that you do not live in Los Angeles.
It took me the same amount of time to drive from the airport that it did to fly down here. So, like, I don't see the point in living here. You know what I mean? It doesn't make a lot of sense. It sucks so bad. There's just everything they do is wrong here. And also, I've got so much to complain about. I haven't been on stream in so long.
I know. Go ahead.
What is with men and pissing on the toilet seat, you fucking animals?
Wait, what happened?
I fucking went into one of those gender-neutral bathrooms at the airport. They're like whenever you're in an airport, there's these gender-neutral bathrums.
You hate gender-neutral bathrooms?
No, I love gender-neutral bathrooms.
What the fuck?
Because I use them. Because they're single bathrooms.
Some of our guests are here, by the way.
Bathrooms. Perfect. So
you're gonna have to move that mic.
Okay. So I go into this bathroom and there's just a pool of piss on the toilet seat. Men are fucking animals. Wipe the fucking toilet seat, you fucking animal.
Move this here.
Seriously, you're pissing all over the toilet seat, and then I got to get in there and wipe it, because if I don't, the next person that comes in is going to think that I did that shit. Right?
You're pissing on toilet seats?
No, exactly, Ray. That's what would happen. That's what would happen if oh my God, you look so beautiful.
Hang out for 1 hour.
Okay.
Before dodgeball practice.
Wait. You're
We're
practicing?
dodgeball.
Wait, you're practicing for tomorrow?
Team YouTube has a gym at 2:30. Okay.
Wait, he's cheating. The podcast. I'm on team. What, Hasan? Do you need some help?
Yes, of course. But hold
you
on.
touched the mic. And
Right. It's not my fault this time.
Then why are you holding the mic?
I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, so as I was saying, men pissing on toilet seats, Ray. It's ridiculous. All over the place. It's just like fucking animals, man. I just pee like a normal human being. You know what I mean? So I know, but no, they can aim. That's the thing. They can aim. Oh, I was so pissed off this morning. So there I sat, Ray, in the Sky Priority line for Delta Airlines. Okay? This guy taps me on my shoulder and goes, "Excuse me," and cuts in front of me. He just cuts in front of me. Straight up just cuts in front of me.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't, because by the time he had done it, I realized what he did. He just tapped on my shoulder, and I said, and he cut in front of me. And
he cut because
I
he probably knew you weren't going to say anything.
And you know what? He was absolutely right. I didn't say a damn thing. Oh, hello.
You can get closer this way.
I didn't say anything.
Come here. She's like, she's just claiming the spot. Okay, come on. Yeah. Come on. Up. Oh, she's.
No, it's all right though. He was sitting behind me, so whatever. Screw him.
I feel like you always have the craziest airport experiences.
When you fly every week. When you fly every week, you encounter new experiences. I'm trying to think of I've had a couple firsts recently on a plane. Nothing like crazy, but like.
Speaking of firsts on a plane, chat.
Yeah.
Wait, can they hear me?
Yeah,
Chat.
yeah. Hasan said chat.
What is going on?
He's trying to figure out his setup right now.
Don't worry.
I have so many people coming. That's why.
How many people are? Okay, I'm leaving soon, anyways.
Okay, regardless. Okay.
She's got dodgeball practice. Your team YouTube's still gonna lose the team podcast, but that's okay.
No, seriously, I don't know how they balance these teams, but the teams are so bad. Like, really bad. Team YouTube is getting. We're gonna break our ankles. Like we're actually going to pass away.
Who's on Team Kick?
I feel like he's struggling to find people that that haven't been banned on Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah, because they can't be on the stream.
Oh, that's such a lame rule.
Yeah, I feel like as long as it's not their channel, it should be fine.
Yeah,
if
just
they're
let
on
it
someone
happen.
else's channel, like what's the problem?
Let it happen.
Move over to that chair, please.
You know. Oh, me?
But that's the worst chair.
I know. I'm gonna give Austin a bad chair as well.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take this throne away.
Okay.
You're taking away the throne?
So we can all fit.
Ray, you sit right there, and you just,
I'm just
sit
kidding.
right there. I'm gonna.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. He's such a misogynist. I'm so sorry.
I bet you pee on toilets,
Yeah, he does. He pisses all over toilet seats.
Yeah,
he's a and he's like, women clean it. That's what he says. He says, women clean it. Hello? Does this one work?
Hold on, I haven't unlocked it
I'm
yet.
back.
Here.
I'm back.
That's like your normal mic on the pod too, so it's gonna break for sure.
Test.
What happened to the lighting in this room? There was
It's darker in here.
There was a significant drop off in the quality how I look on TikTok clips as a consequence of the lighting that has happened.
I like the lighting like this. I keep it dark on purpose.
Well,
I mean,
everybody knows I get Botox because look at my forehead. It's shining.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, I'm kidding. I don't do Botox. I don't do Botox. Look, I can move my forehead.
Yeah, move your forehead.
I can, look.
Yeah, no.
Seems like quite limited.
No, it's just some people can't move it as much.
Okay, move them individually.
Okay, we're doing CHADVICE, right? You're so late.
We are.
You
we
said
are.
it started at 1.
It's tough, all right?
We are doing CHADVICE.
I have to leave in 30 minutes.
It's okay. There's like other guests that are supposed to be there as well.
I was gonna eat breakfast.
Oh.
Go eat your breakfast whenever you want.
Okay. Yeah, okay, all right. Well, you want to take the first shift?
Well, why don't we... Why
Oh, I
don't
guess I could
you,
eat it
like,
right here.
And, like,
I could eat it right
do
here.
at
Hold
the
on,
same
just give me a
time.
second. But have you eaten? I don't want to be rude.
Where do I go? On
no,
air?
I have caffeine.
Oh my, Ray, do you want a piece of
Okay.
toast? I got a piece of toast.
I don't want a piece of toast. I'm good, Austin. Thank you so much.
He's so nice that he's offering a piece of toast.
Okay,
That's what
Austin's
he's like.
on his lunch break. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're live on air. We have so many people that are on the screening side, the pre-screening side, on the Discord server, and the ready for stream people. You can pull them in whenever. But
I'm so excited. I feel like this is something I can actually help people with.
Yeah. We needed a woman's opinion. We were supposed to get. I mean, there was a bunch of people, and Ray graciously last second.
Well, it's because this is on the way to the gym that we're practicing at, so it was quite convenient.
Yeah, we're we were gonna have Chad potentially come on, but she was too busy. And
Is it because you asked them last second, like you asked
no,
me?
I actually didn't ask them last second. I actually did my due diligence. It's all Jarvis's fault. Can you turn Ray's mic up a little bit? Sure, I'm gonna do that right now. Everyone has a different voice.
I feel like you need to ask guests 2 weeks in advance. Everyone's so busy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way to get people booked.
How about now, chat? How about now?
Test.
Okay, you're deliberately lowering. Yes, I do have straws
You
over
need
here, I think.
A straw? Oh, he has coffee.
Okay. Okay, stop whispering.
Oh, guess what?
What?
Lethal Company has an update.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it came out today.
Oh, wait, I think what is going? Oh, I think Jarvis is here. Hold on.
Oh, of course they didn't include the green sauce.
Okay, Austin, you don't have to be on right now. You can eat your food. Jarvis is here anyway, so he's.
Yay, Jarvis!
Yeah.
Okay. Fair play.
Okay. New update nerfs the rail cheese. Fighting monsters just got a whole lot more dangerous. Okay.
Sold.
Hasan doesn't want to play Lethal Company? No, I do want to play Lethal Company, just not right now. We're doing something else.
Why are you so mad?
Because everyone is always so annoying about gaming in the community. It's like the gaming lovers are the ones who say the most, but are also the.
Say thank you for watching me play games.
The problem is they are constantly demanding gaming happen, knowing full well that like half of them leave as soon as gaming does happen, or at least half of the community leaves when the gaming happens.
That are asking for gaming are the ones that are staying.
I know, but it's also, but they will watch like other stuff, like CHADVICE, for example. But many of the other people in the community will not. They refuse to. So I have to.
Hi, Jarvis.
I have to shift my priorities.
Are you ready for your shift for CHADVICE?
Distracted by Kaya, who is so big now.
Yeah, she's growing.
How much does she weigh?
She is 85, 90 pounds almost.
That is wild. Do we know what she's gonna top out at? Do we have any guesses?
I have no idea.
Aww.
All right, Jarvis Johnson in the flesh.
What's up?
Speak directly in the microphone, Jarvis.
All right.
Also, I might have to tweak it depending on what your audio levels.
Speaking directly into the mic.
Okay, I think I might need to increase your gain a little bit as well. All right, let's hear it.
Hello, hello, hello.
All right, this is perfect. Okay, there we go. All right, so CHADVICE is the reason why I asked you to come on.
Okay.
Is because we need someone from Florida and their perspective.
I'm a little removed from it now. I don't tell people that I'm from Florida. Hello.
Okay, Kaya, off. Kaya. Hey, enough.
Do a training moment.
Hey, off. That she just literally plopped on your leg.
I get it. I want to respect a training moment. You know, it's one of those situations where your dog jumps up on somebody.
Kaya, place.
She's literally just stuck on his leg.
Yeah, okay, place. Good girl. Good place.
Oh my god. Because
anyway.
if I was in that.
Fucking turkey. I asked for chicken.
Austin is complaining in the background because it's turkey, and even though he asked for chicken. Okay, go ahead. You were talking about being from Florida.
Yeah, it's
and how
not
important it is to your identity.
It's something I try to forget every day. I never go back. None of my family lives there anymore, so I just have no connection to it. I have like distant memories.
I would have never guessed you were from Florida.
And that's by design. I've been practicing every day to just not seem like I'm from Florida.
Wow. What does that entail? Like you look in the mirror and you're like, I am not from Florida.
Yeah,
I am not from Florida.
It's my daily affirmations. I tell myself in the mirror.
I'm beautiful. I'm smart.
I'm not from Florida. Every day I burn my Florida ID again. Forget my past life.
You just make multiple copies of your ID
I buy
then
fake
you burn
IDs.
one a day.
Yeah, and I burn them.
Wait, no, don't tag me. I'm leaving soon.
It doesn't matter. I'm baiting them with you.
I have dodgeball practice in like 30 minutes.
Good luck.
I'm going to be here. Austin's going to take the next shift. And then you guys will be doing CHADVICE.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I wanted to do this, but hopefully longer next time.
Yeah.
I feel like I could give good advice and people can learn from all my mistakes.
Yeah.
Like life mistakes?
Yeah, like life mistakes.
That's the whole point. That's why, I call in
people who make horrible mistakes.
a bunch of people who, make the worst mistakes of all time. Marche says, skip dodgeball, you'll be fine.
It's because he doesn't want to go.
Yeah, I know.
You have to go film for me.
Pothead over here.
Let me guess.
Billy Rave Brains. He went out last night.
He went out after the blacksmith stream.
He went out last night.
Over.
Exactly. No. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Frogan is in here right now, I think. Frogan?
Hi, Frogan.
Hi, how are you all?
What up, Frogan? Welcome to LA.
Thank you.
Definitely not.
I hate it here.
Yeah, you made it.
Yeah.
Austin says hello.
Hi, Austin. How are you?
Can they hear him from over there?
I can't hear him.
They can probably barely hear him, maybe. All right, Frogan, who's up first? What do we got today?
Okay, so we have a stacked lineup of bullshit that I'm very excited for.
Okay.
The first person we have, her name is Amina.
Amina.
Okay.
Pretty name.
Hi, Amina. You're on stream.
Hi.
Hi, Amina.
Hello.
All right, what's going on, Amina? What's your problem? Where are you calling from? What's your problem?
I'm not physically there right now. I'm calling from the great province of Quebec in
Oh.
Canada. Um, basically my problem is so I'm 26 years old, and I have never been in a serious relationship. And it used to not be something that really bothered me, but as I've gotten older, like I feel more and more insecure about it, especially when I go on dates with guys, because I like a lot of them see it as red flag. And like it's not even like me imagining things, like they like straight up ask me like when we get to the conversation about like previous relationships, they tell them like, oh, I've never been in a relationship. Like I've had a couple of guys be like, oh, like why? Like that's very weird. Like I don't understand why. And it's not even as if it's from a lack of trying. Um, like I I always like put myself out there. Like I would say I have a pretty active social life and stuff. But yeah, I feel like it's getting harder and harder to find somebody to like take me seriously when dating because like I don't have that prior relationship experience. I hope that makes sense.
No, you make sense.
You
for
make
sure.
a ton of sense, the most sense right now.
I feel like in my experience, men, especially men around your age, I was around your age at a certain point in my life,
Yeah.
have very low standards in general. So I'm shocked that you're encountering people that are like, "What? You have no dating experience? Like that's crazy."
Yeah, if somebody said that's weird, it's a very out of pocket thing to say to your face, I think.
Yeah.
Honestly, you
That's
dodged
what
the
I
bullet.
thought too. Yeah.
Also, by the way, you're still very young, by the
Yeah.
way. 26 is still like fetus mode.
And
Okay.
when you say you haven't had a serious relationship, you've dated, you've had like casual things. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, like the longest casual thing I've had was like probably like 4 or 5 months. And things didn't work out with that because he didn't want to do long distance, whatever. But yeah, like that's
So
the extent of
that's
it.
experience.
That
Why
is
are you selling yourself short?
Yeah, you shouldn't sell yourself short because I think
Oh.
people like to present the best versions of themselves. So they're probably embellishing when they talk about their past experience too, especially at the very beginning when you're just getting to know somebody.
I love that Jarvis came in with a classic CHADVICE trope: lie and embellish. So guess what? They don't need to know.
Lie.
They don't need to know that you don't have that much dating experience. It's okay to lie a little bit to be.
Hey, fake it till you make it is lying. You
Yeah.
know? And I still think it's valid advice depending on the context. But this is a situation where like someone else has no right to judge you for that. And as you get to know them, you can share more specifics as it comes up. But, you know, from the jump, it's at least, you know, also as a former 26-year-old man, it like I don't think it should factor that much into their decision-making process about whether or not they want to date you, especially in the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So basically,
They're
like
the
kind
weird
of.
ones.
They're weird, not you.
Yeah, I mean they are weird. I've, you know, when I was 26, 27, I never cared about that sort of thing at all. So I'm shocked that there are people out there that do, especially men that care about that kind of thing. Because I feel like it's a bigger red flag for a guy not to have any kind of experience. Usually, like not to get all sexist here, but that usually signals that like dudes can't hold out like or hold on to a relationship. You know what I mean? The expectation is that oftentimes in a patriarchal society that women are more sheltered in this situation. So I'm shocked to begin with. But having said that, this is not a fault at all, a fault of yours at all, and it's not even a fault in general.
Right.
And as you also explained, you have had you know, some dating experience. So you don't have to say to people that you have no dating experience whatsoever.
And if you're looking for something great takes time, and it's a marathon, not a sprint. So you have the rest of your life ahead of you, and you're going to date a lot of people who aren't the person, you know, or who don't make it to like that relationship stage, but eventually you'll find something great and meaningful. It sounds like you're already putting yourself out there, which is like usually what people's problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, I do try to like go on dates. Like if a guy like if a guy approaches me when I go out, like I'll try to give them a chance and stuff. So like I am trying to put myself out there and stuff. It's I guess like it's also hard because like at this stage of my life, like I see my friends who are getting married and stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm nowhere near that. Like so like feels I sometimes feel pressure from outside, but yeah.
That's also that should not be a concern at all. You're 26 years old. You should not be thinking about that at all. There's no reason to worry about that. Especially because I mean that's like very old school. Depending on what time frame you're looking at, yeah, if you were like not married by the time you were 16 in like the 16th century, then you are already halfway in. You know, you're halfway out from your short limited lifespan, right? And nowadays, I feel like 26 is. I mean, I guess it's a bit of a cliche, but 26 is the new 30s. I mean, sorry, 36 is the new 26.
Yeah, for sure. Also, to give a little advice as a Florida man, I went to school in Georgia, also in the South, famously, and so many people right after I graduated started getting engaged and getting married and like posting like the keys to their house and shit like that on social media.
And now they're all broken up.
Well, yeah, most of them.
There you go.
It's also a thing where it's like, oh, am I not doing the right thing? Sometimes it's a function of your environment, and you have to remind yourself that you're like, your pace is valid and you're like going at your own pace. And, you know, comparison is a thief of joy, and all those aphorisms like really do have, you know, a root in truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing to worry about. You're killing it. Keep on keeping on. Go out there, you know, meet people. It seems like you're already, you know, you already have decent enough success that if you're like even talking to a bunch of people to get to that level where they're, I guess, asking how much relationship experience you have, and they tell you that it's not, and you tell them it's not a lot, and then they go, "Oh, ew, what the fuck?" I guess is that an accurate assessment of the situation?
Yeah, it's like the one guy was like that was like more casual for like 6 months. Like I remember like specifically he had told me he's like that makes no sense. Like how could you have never been in a relationship and like I don't understand. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Like I'm telling you it hasn't happened. So and he like
But
was
it has
very
happened.
weirded out by it.
But
Yeah,
it
I
has
don't know why
happened.
his reaction was. Oh well, yeah, you're right. You're right. It has.
Yeah,
But yeah, I guess
remember
it
that.
was
You
just one
haven't
that
found
since
someone
nobody's
that's
like.
met your standards.
Yeah.
And don't lower your standards.
No, you don't even need to say that. Just be like, yeah, I've been in some short, I've been in some relationships. Like nothing that was like super long is a perfectly valid thing to explain. And if anyone finds that to be like a red flag, then that's on them. And you should just keep, you should just keep searching. It'll take time.
One final question that I have is, are you approaching people that you're interested in like your, you know, you said you have an active social life. Are you ever approaching people, or are you kind of waiting to be approached?
I'm trying to approach more. I'm more of way shyer. That's why
I mean,
like
yeah,
I'll use dating
naturally.
apps more. But like if I'm out like and I see somebody that interests me, like usually I'll just like ask my friends to go talk to them
For
first.
sure. I mean, you're doing everything right. I don't think you have any reason to worry.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll try to I guess I just like I get like two in my head, and then when people ask me questions I over explain everything. So
That's
like
real.
the less are the better. So
Yeah, it's like this feeling is real. I feel like a lot of people feel like this, for the record. And so like I want to validate how you feel, but also you can relax a little bit and not worry yourself over it.
okay. Okay. Thank you guys. I was extremely nervous coming in, but your advice is very helpful. Love watching Hassan you on stream all the time, and Frogan and all the mods. Thank you guys so much for organizing everything. So,
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
All right. Who's next?
Bye.
And the next person is Cheeky. Pronouns are she, her. She's literally in a parking lot right now at a grocery store to do this.
That's what's up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey, Cheeky.
What's up?
How are you guys? I'm so happy to be here. I just want to start by saying, first of all, Ray, I am so excited that you're here. I actually found Hasan through watching your games and your streams. So nice to meet you.
You're welcome, Hasan.
Thank you for watching. That's the
Yeah. So, okay. I'm kind of nervous, so just bear with me. Basically, me and my fiance have been engaged for about a year now, together for about 5 to 6 years total. And before the 6-year mark, like weeks before I even met my fiance, I was in probably the most sexual part of my life, and I was having maybe 2 to 3 guys over my apartment in a week, one night stands, friends with benefits, that whole, because girls can do it too, women empowerment. And so I would have these guys come over and they would leave, and that was just a trend for me for about a year before I met my fiance. Once I met him, that stopped. We're in a very monogamous relationship, and we've been together this long, and we're so happy. He's perfect. I love him. He's amazing. However, I could probably count on like maybe 4 hands how many times we've had sex in the past 5 years, which is really sad because that's kind of how I got my affirmation, was through sex, and it made me self-confident, and it made me feel hot and beautiful. And he tells me every day that I'm beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of a different kind of confidence. I guess I got from the sexual activity. Anyways, the kind of sex that we have, it's not that he's bad in bed, it's just very vanilla. I guess I would say he's what the gay community would call a bear. He's a bigger structure, but that's what I'm into. He's
we all look
hot
back
to
at
me.
Austin when he said that. He can hear you.
Oh,
He put
hey,
a fist
Austin.
up for that.
Yeah, he's a bear. He's all around a bear, and I think he's so hot. But he's very limited to positions in that way, and so he's a very missionary kind of guy, and I'm very much not. I'm very diverse, and I like to do whatever is fun and crazy at the time. So I don't know how to tell him that it's kind of like boring for me, and that the reason I don't want to have sex as often is because it's not fun. He tries, like we would be having sex a lot more.
Wait, so he's the one who's trying to have sex, and you're like, not really?
Yeah, honestly.
How have you guys not communicated about this? It's been 5 years, 4 hands. It's
We don't want to blame.
No, but I feel like as a couple, like I feel like
yes.
okay, we got to work on the communication part for sure.
Yes, definitely.
100%.
Well, I've brought up to him, and I'll say, is there anything you want to try? Like, tell me about your kinks, like your fantasies. He doesn't have any. Like, it's so sad because I'm into all this crazy stuff, but he's not. And he's perfectly okay with having the vanilla sex, as far as I know, because he tries to do it all the time, and I kind of shut him down, and I tell him like, oh, I'm on my period, or oh, I don't feel good, and I feel so bad, but like I just know it's going to be a boring 5 to 10 minutes of the same thing that it's always been, and that's it.
Okay. So there's definitely communication is key. You immediately have to start talking. It seems like he is already into having sex with you, and you're not as much into having the type of sex that he wants to have. So you guys got to talk. You guys got to talk it out and be like, listen. Like everything that you've talked about here, you were brave enough to explain to us, strangers, and thousands of strangers watching online. You should be able to talk to him about, because you guys are partners. You guys have been with one another for such a long time that I think ultimately it's just you have demands that are totally valid and totally reasonable. And I think that he would probably comply as well, like as any good partner would, as long as it's within the confines of reason, right? As long as it's, something that he's comfortable with. But I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that you could start incorporating into your regular sexual activity. Like, do you guys, if you don't mind me asking, do you guys use toys in the bedroom?
He uses them on me sometimes when he knows that like I need it, because I will straight up tell him like I'm gonna need something more. So.
Okay.
So he'll do that. But he enjoys it. And I feel just bad like talking to him about this stuff because like I said, he's a bigger guy. He's limited to what he can do. I know he wants to do more. I know he wants to, get a little crazier, but he can't. And so how do you like not hurt his feelings?
Wait, what do you mean he like what kind of crazy, like you want like a sex swing situation? Like what's happening? Like,
No, just more diverse like positions. Like right now, it's literally been missionary. We've tried like doggy and we've tried like all these other, and like it'll work for a little bit, but then he just gets like kind of uncomfortable. I don't know. I just don't want to hurt his feelings.
You guys should do like some yoga. He needs to do some stretching, I think.
And I mean, even if he can't do certain positions, I do think that you can you want to keep experimenting, keep the dialogue open, because it sounds like he wants to please you and to pleasure you. And if you can find more ways to do that by trying stuff out, then it sounds like you'll both be happier, because when he wants to, if he's initiating sex, then it can be, something that you both enjoy, and you won't feel the need to, have an excuse to get out of it or something like that.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Have you tried any other positions?
Yeah, we've tried, like I said, like doggy, we've tried 69 just to see how that would work out. Unfortunately, he's just kind of, like I said, a bigger guy, and it's kind of uncomfortable for us both to try certain things. And
how big are we talking? I have to ask at this point.
So I'm 5'5", kind of more petite, and he's 6'3", I want to say, and he's probably like 350 pounds.
Okay, that's a big boy. All right.
Yeah.
That's a real big boy. Okay. I mean, hey, does he work out?
He's on his feet. He probably gets 20,000 steps in a day. He works at a hospital. He does work out. He's not like the strongest man in the world, but he works out. It's just how he's shaped. He's got very broad shoulders, a bigger upper body. His legs are pretty fit. But it's uncomfortable for him to do a lot of things in the bed.
That's interesting. I mean, his size, with the exception of his like weight, is like close to mine. So I'm just like trying to think about it. Like I don't think I have any limitations on what I can do. Yeah, it might be that he needs to stretch a little bit. Ironically, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Like he might need to do some yoga and switch it up a little bit. Maybe get some. I mean, maybe he's tired since he works at a hospital is a question that someone brought up. That could be the case as well. But I think think you guys need to spice it up. But like the first starting point for that absolutely has to be communication. Like you have to slowly ease him in to this. Not like a hardline stance at all. Not like, oh, I need more. I need more immediately from you. Like, use a toy on me now. Like, not in a demanding way, but like in a very gentle way. You need to lead him into areas that he might be interested in.
Also, don't feel guilty about this need. It's a need for you, and you need to address it, because if you don't address it, over time you're going to become resentful,
exactly,
and happy, and so.
And you're engaged to be married, and this is like a thing that is going to not go away, right? It's something you have to keep working at, and a muscle to build, no pun intended, but like literally the muscle of communication is something to continue to work on. And it's not gonna, you're not gonna snap your fingers and fix it right away, but if you feel like you're putting your best foot forward and he's putting his best foot forward, then you're on the right track.
Jarvis hit another classic CHADVICE trope. It's like a muscle.
Oh.
I love that. That's another thing that I say all the time. Okay, but you're right. You're absolutely correct on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that advice. Yeah, I work, Hasan's going to hate this because I know you hate salespeople, but I work in sales. And so I'm around like a bunch of guys 24/7, and they're always talking about sex, and they're always talking about what they do in bed and like all this fun stuff. And I guess the reason why I'm here is because I've been.
Sounds like an HR nightmare. What part of the country are you in?
No, that's just sales. That's 100% sales.
It's
like fucking
literally sales. Yeah.
That's wild.
Is that how it works? Is that how it is? Are they just openly talking about fucking?
That's just sales, bro. It's like literally a bunch of fucking dudes who have to be charismatic and confident, even if they're not. constantly hopped up
Yeah.
on testosterone.
I mean, okay, interesting. Go ahead.
One more
But
thing
that's what brought me here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One more thing I wanted to say is you mentioned earlier that like he's perfectly fine with missionary and he doesn't want to be more adventurous than that. I think that that's okay. Like you don't have to get him to be more adventurous from his pleasure standpoint, but as long as you communicate like your needs, then he can like if I am like a pretty vanilla person, but my partner wants to try something else and wants to experiment, I care so much about my partner and pleasing my partner that like I can like get my stuff done, but then we can also like make sure that my partner's getting what they need, you know?
It's a little. Do you also are you somebody who like needs him to be enjoying it to enjoy it yourself?
Absolutely.
See, is that kind of a struggle that you find is like, oh, like I really want him to do this thing, but I want him to do it because I want to do it, or he wants to do it.
Yeah.
Right? Is that kind of
Yeah.
a struggle that you face?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. One of my, I'm kind of putting it all out there right now, but it kind of goes along with it. I have a huge like praise kink, I guess. And
Yeah.
like, I like to be told that, okay, this is something that you enjoy while we're doing it. That's what gets me going. So that's 100% part of it.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I'm the same way. Well, I mean, sorry, it's not about me.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell it more about your kinks.
No, I have nothing else to say. But no, it's. I think again, like everybody said, I'm gonna reiterate: communication. You got to communicate. Start there, to address it. Because does he have any idea?
Yeah, I think so. And it's gotten to the point where like he doesn't really try as often because he knows I'm going to shut him down. And I just want there to be like one big talk that we have that where it's like, okay, this is where I'm coming from and this is where I want you to come from, and let's try this and let's maybe get crazy for a little bit, see how it works for us. Because it's getting to that point, like you said, like I don't want to resent him. I don't want to fall out of love with him because sex is a part of relationships. Sex is a big part of my life.
Huge, yeah.
It always has been. And so I don't want to resent him. And that's why
What
I
about
chose
foreplay?
to be here.
Do you guys do foreplay?
We do. The problem is he unfortunately doesn't last very long when we do foreplay. So I try not to as much
Wait,
with him.
I'm confused. No. Foreplay is in like foreplay isn't just blowjobs, right? Like making out for extended periods of time, like him eating you out instead of vice versa. Like I think Big Dog needs to put in a little bit more work. I'm gonna be honest. Like it seems like he's almost oblivious to the fact that there is an issue in general. And to be fair, I think that's a bit on you. Because I don't know if you've like actually communicated this with them, because like dudes are simple, right? Like if they're nutting, if we're nutting, then we're probably thinking, all right, we're happy, and if you don't
6 nuts a day,
and if you
Remember
don't,
that lady?
yeah, and if you don't actually say anything, like I'm going to think in that situation, all right, everything is probably fine. I'm nutting every now and then. I mean, I want to have sex. Okay, she doesn't want to. All right, I'm just going to go jerk off, whatever. Yeah. Like, so the reality is like you definitely should be, you should be talking to him about this, especially considering that he wants to have more sex.
One thing that you mentioned.
What kind of face are you doing over there?
Oh, I was just thinking about nutting.
Yeah.
Men are so close.
I feel so disrespectful talking about this in front of Ray.
There's a lot of nut talk.
What kind of face am I supposed to make?
It is a question that is primarily around nutting and the frequency of nutting.
The frequency of the nuts.
Yeah, nut frequency is big here on CHADVICE. But one thing that I wanted to ask is you mentioned these rejections. You mentioned shutting him down. And when I hear you say that, it sounds a little like aggro, like I'm shutting him up, I'm shutting him down. And then I'm like, oh, how does he feel about that? It could just be how you're, presenting it. But when that situation happens, what is his response? Like, how does he go, oh, okay. And he like goes in his little corner. He's like, okay, I'll just help myself out. Like, what's that look like?
Well, it's usually like when we're in bed together, he'll try to make a move, and I'm not aggro about it at all. I
Oh, okay,
just am
cool,
just
yeah.
like, I don't feel really
You know, I'm
good
not feeling
tonight,
it.
babe.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't.
for sure.
Yeah, and he'll just be like, oh, okay, okay, and then we'll just cuddle and fall asleep. Like that's how that works.
Okay,
He's
how
never really
much-
made a big deal out of it.
How much do you flick the bean, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, probably like once a day.
Okay, he's probably doing the same. What's going on? You guys are in the house just fucking,
I feel like you guys could help each other out. Like,
Yeah.
He just does that for you, you know?
Yeah, we probably need to see a sex therapist. That's probably what needs to happen.
Yeah.
My big problem is I don't want to hurt his feelings because I love him. Like I love the shit out of
It's so
him.
much
and
worse.
I don't ever
No,
want
no,
to hurt
this
his
is so much
feelings.
worse than that. This is like I'm gonna be very serious. What you have done so far without communicating with them and just like, kind of turning him away is so much worse than just not, than straight up letting him down softly or even aggressively. As a matter of fact, you guys have to talk. I don't know how sex therapists operate. I don't know. Like I feel like that just seems like a con man. But maybe there's some serious ones out there, like good ones out there. I don't know what the Yelp reviews look like for that sort of thing. But ultimately, even if there is a little bit of pain in the beginning when you're having this conversation, and it is a delicate matter, okay, you don't want to erode his confidence in a way that is like irreparable, and therefore he will not be able to perform. You want to be able to have this conversation in as delicate terms as possible to be like, listen, I'm flicking the bean once a day, okay, and I know you are probably cranking as well. I assume he is, right? Is he jerking off? He has to be.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure.
Okay.
I don't like to ask him, but I'm sure he is.
So that's like, why don't we do that together?
Yeah.
Let's just do that together. Let's just figure it out, and then that's a good established baseline.
Have you guys watched porn together?
I don't know about that.
No, hold on.
No.
I don't think.
Hold on. It's a new frontier,
No.
perhaps. Are you open to that?
We have not.
I don't know if that's a good thing to
I
do.
don't think so.
Dude, that's advanced level stuff.
Wait, is that I've done that before?
Because you're gay.
In the straight world.
No,
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
you can't do that. That's like no
can't do
shot.
That's like the advanced stuff.
No, that's way too advanced.
Some people
That's,
do
no.
that. Straight couples do that.
Yes.
But it's like it's not everybody's cup of tea.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
They gotta work on their.
Austin literally was like, Austin literally came in and was like, I don't understand. Get a sex swing immediately in a Dild Master 9000. Like I have one of those. What?
I just worry. So you guys are engaged, right? Or you said engaged, right?
Yeah, for a year, I think.
Yes.
For a year.
Yes.
So it's just like, in the future, like what if he doesn't change? What if he wants to stay vanilla? What if his sex drive remains the same? Like, is this going to affect your relationship in the future? Like, how do you see this affecting you guys? So that's why I feel like the communication is so important, especially before you guys,
100%.
100% seal the deal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you got to talk to him about it.
Yeah.
Sure. No, I 100%
Baby steps,
agree.
though. Baby steps. Start off the conversation. Maybe start off with like little things, cranking it together. Someone in the chat suggested showering together. That could be cool. And also certainly circumstances where like maybe only you get off, and then circumstances where only he gets off, right? Things like that. Because a blowjob here and there, or just you getting eaten out here and there, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's perfectly valid, perfectly normal, good, healthy. So that's definitely something that I suggest you guys start doing immediately, and then work your way up from that. I don't know what your like more kinky stuff that you want to try are. If you don't mind me asking, what are the things that you like to do that he could possibly work his way up to?
I mean, I have done it before, but never with him. I personally enjoy the occasional butt stuff. And he has no interest in it at all. He could care
I'm not
less.
a big fan of anal either. But humbly disagree. Austin said he humbly disagrees. I don't know if you heard him. But that makes sense. I mean, butt stuff could be not just directly anal, but like toys and stuff that you can ask, right? That's a thing that you can ask him to do. Get a fucking. Do you have a butt plug?
No.
Well, okay, well there you go. That's a perfect starting point. Use a butt plug. That's something you can like absolutely it's because we've already established that he is comfortable using toys in the bedroom. So a butt plug would only add to that. So no, it's not a lot for chatters who say it's a lot. I think it's not a lot at all. It's something that you can tell him that you would like to incorporate as well.
I feel like there's ways to incorporate the praise kink too in all of this. Like if you're masturbating and he's there like as like your hype man, you know, I'm trying to make it non-sexual because, you know, I don't want to get in the nitty gritty, but like there are ways to incorporate that sort of those sort of affirmations with toys and, you know, with masturbation and stuff like that. The one thing I wanted to say is tailoring your expectations. At some point you mentioned you want to have one big conversation and like have that sort of handle everything. That is most likely not going to happen. I think maybe a big conversation can start, get the ball rolling, but it's going to have to be a number of conversations and check-ins over time.
Yeah. And it's like, this is fun. You should be thinking about this like and selling this, basically you're in sales, as a fun new venture. After 6 years, things can get very boring. And you guys have an entire life ahead of you, especially if you follow through on this relationship where you have so much to experience. Like some of the ideas that chatters actually suggested pretty good, surprisingly, where you know, you can go to a sex store together, right? And look at some stuff that you guys could use to spice up your sex life in the bedroom. There's so much, you know, there's so much new fun shit that you guys can try that it's actually a really envious position to be in. It's a very, you know, I'm doing the silver linings thing here, but really, this is an opportunity for you guys to experiment, and that's actually a good thing and not a bad thing. So that's a way that you can sell that as well.
And maybe you'll look back in a few months or a year's time and go, oh, you know, I used to be able to count the number of times we've had sex on 4 hands, and now I need 8 or maybe even 10 hands or more.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I like it. I appreciate that. That's good advice. Maybe we can try some stuff like that. It's not hard to do it all.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
You got this.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And Ray, again, you're a queen. I love you.
I hope you have good sex in the future.
Thank
we wish you the most sex.
Nice to meet you. The most sex.
Thank you guys.
Nuts, all the nuts for you.
You deserve it. Good nuts.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
They can't see you. I don't know why you're waving.
What? They could be watching
I guess they could be watching the stream. True.
Also,
you have to leave?
No, Ludwig failed to reschedule it for 2:30, so we don't have the time slot anymore.
Damn.
So
that's so funny.
Yeah, he's working on finding another gym we can reserve, but
that's so fucking hilarious. God, he's such
I'm so excited to practice. We need practice.
He is God, that is classic Lud. Oh my God. Okay, let's move on to the next person.
Love you, Kyle. Okay, the next person is Dr. Felipe. Oh no, Felipe.
A doctor, an actual doctor?
Medical doctor?
Yes. A doctor, a real one. Where the fuck is he? Oh, here he
PhD or
is.
medical?
I think MD.
Wow.
Felipe.
I've got some questions. Felipe, medical doctor or
I have a weird spot on my back.
Yeah. Hello?
Felipe, you're on stream. Please unmute.
But you're muted, Felipe. Dr. Felipe, you're still muted.
Hope he's
still,
not like Fauci.
He's not unmuting.
I've always wanted to see
Okay, I'll put him back, and then once he gets his life together,
Yeah,
he'll be
fucking.
next.
I mean, a doctor and a HasanAbi head. You know his ass is not getting his life together.
Yeah, he's
I mean, to be fair, he's actually at work right now.
There's like a dying patient. He's like, hold on. I have to ask my favorite Twitch streamer what he thinks about.
His is so good. He's like, I have time now before
Kaya,
the nurse
go.
calls me. I'm like, shit, okay.
All right, hold on.
You're in.
I'm gonna get out of here really quickly, and I'm gonna, while you bring someone else in, I'm gonna take Kaya out to pee, and I'm gonna pee myself. So we're gonna do that.
Okay, he's back.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Okay, well I'm gonna do this real quick.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, Doc.
Hello,
He
Doc.
left.
He left again.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let's get this together.
This is the dream team. The doctor is in. This is the real
Okay,
doctor right
the
here.
doctor's in. Felipe, you're on air.
Hi, hello.
Hello, Felipe. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Austin. First time, long time.
Thank you.
Hi, doctor.
Thanks for taking my call.
Are you an actual doctor?
That's none of your business, Austin. But yes, I am actually. I'm
God
a resident.
damn, I didn't know we were. And I thought we were.
I'm not trying to get doxxed and get kicked out of my program for.
Bro, your name is Dr. Felipe.
Yeah. Okay. That's actually a good point. I apologize.
And you're here to share intimate personal information about your life. What the fuck do you think this is? Doctor.
These are all fair points.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I might get a call. So I'm gonna just jump right into it if that's okay.
Jump. Come on.
Let's do it.
So I am in an 8-month-long committed relationship with a woman who I really, really like. We'll call her Jane.
Mistake. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm kidding.
Yeah, thank you. And things have kind of been going well since the beginning. We hit it off. We have a very strong emotional connection, but some other thing has not been going well kind of since the very beginning, and that's the sexual aspect. So I find her pretty. I physically find her attractive. And again, I'm going to get into a little too much detail here, but I'm able to achieve and sustain an erection when I am with her, but I can never ejaculate. This has never happened to me with any other person in my life ever. She can't make me come. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that is. I've tried masturbating to her. I can't. It just doesn't do it for me for some reason. I can't find her sexually satisfying. I've been in this relationship with her for a while, and we addressed it initially. She brought it up, and I said I'll figure it out, and we kind of just stopped talking about it. And I think she thinks things are going great, but I'm having thoughts about other people, and I even may or may not have rejoined Hinge without telling her.
No,
and I'm
bad,
really
doctor. That's
that's
okay. Bad.
When you do,
I know.
Oh my God, you need to hear this.
So when that happens, when you rejoin Hinge, you need to catch yourself and realize you need to either have a conversation with the person or
relationship has to end before you do that.
Yeah. It that.
That's bad.
But it is representative of it's symptomatic of a problem,
Yeah, I agree.
So you find her physically attractive, but you can't come, right?
That's more or less true. Yes, I find myself finding other women more attractive, and I've even tried to envision her friends when I'm having sex with her to try to make me come, but then I get really guilty.
Don't do that.
I almost get there, and then I get really guilty, and then I stop.
You should feel guilty. That is very bad.
Hey, no
Yeah,
way,
I know this is
I feel
awful.
like
I
you should
know,
just
I
break
know,
up
it's
with her
really
now.
bad.
Yeah,
You should just dump her right now.
Felipe, I think
It's over.
Look,
bro.
Is it really okay?
Look,
Is Joe
I
over?
think you to me she's attractive. She's a
Yeah.
wonderful looking woman, but it doesn't seem like you're attracted to her. Is that would you say that's true?
I mean, I think it's something that I'm having a very hard time admitting, but I think that's probably
it is what it is, right? I think you're just not attracted to her. I think that it's 8 months in. It's time to go.
It's time to let her go.
1,000,000%.
I think you'd be doing you also it's not fair to her for you to continue.
Yeah, not fair to her.
Yeah.
And it's not fair to you. If you even want to be completely selfish about it, you just said that you're having trouble admitting it to yourself. I would agree with that based on signing up for Hinge or thinking of friends, which is obviously over the line. But if I'm to really try to put myself in your shoes, then it's okay, these are easily accessible. Think of porn stars or something else, man. But but all of this stuff is symptomatic of I can't get in the mood with this person, and even if I can appreciate their beauty from an objective standpoint.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you nut when you fantasize about the friends, or can you still not nut?
Oh yeah, yes.
Oh.
Oh no! Yeah,
Yeah.
end it, dog. What are you doing?
I'll be honest.
I know,
none
it's
of this,
really-
none of this
she's so
shocks me, bro.
perfect.
We're men.
I'm
This is
like
what men
telling
are.
you. The problem is,
I think
literally,
Nothing shocks me. It's
the
men are
candor
men.
for
I don't
me is
understand.
really
Like,
what's
what the fuck- what's
surprising.
so
It's like,
shocking.
can you nut
Yeah.
to the friends? Oh hell yeah, brother! Every day. All the time.
no, I don't know. I just sounded way
Doctor,
too enthusiastic.
And
Yeah.
after you break up with her,
men
please
we're
don't
talking
go
about,
after her
folks.
Bro,
friends.
he
Okay,
said-
don't go after her
No,
friends.
I will not go after her friends.
Don't
I
go after
absolutely
her
promise
friends,
you. I
okay?
will
Because
not.
you're
He's
gonna
going
ruin
after- he's
friendships.
gonna
You're
go
gonna,
after her
you're gonna
He said,
ruin her.
"Oh yeah," like the Kool-Aid man.
I know that's bad.
Hey, look.
I just the thing that complicates things. But I know you probably have to go, and I kind of have to go. But she's perfect for me. Otherwise, like we are like
I know, but
best
this
friends.
is so big that she's not perfect for
No,
you.
she's not. Yeah.
And I've been in that situation. You know, I've been in that situation where it's like something's just not clicking, but everything else checks every box, and it's really hard to reckon with yourself that it's not the thing. But you are saving yourself and your partner a lot of head and heartache by ending it and not prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This will be good for you to move on. I think.
Yeah,
You'll find someone you can nut.
It's also so. Yeah.
No, find someone.
Cool.
You
Also, you're 8 months in to the relationship.
That's a long time.
I've been giving it
it's
a
long
college
time,
try.
but also it's the time of a relationship. Like it's a new relationship still. You should be fucking like rabbits. Like that's the most. That's like some of the best sex you have in a relationship is at the beginning and the end sometimes. You know?
You were wild.
What? It's true. Look, I'm the only one that's not afraid to say it. Beginning of a relationship and when it's ending, it's great sex, you know? Or when you're not, you know, or when you get back together and you're...
Okay, you're saying too much. You are so messy.
Look, all right, but yeah, it's time to get out.
Austin, you've actually met her before. We went to the last meet and greet all you guys did,
Jesus
and you talked to
Christ.
her about Taylor Swift. Yeah,
Wait,
like you met this person before. I took a picture with you.
Oh my God.
Oh, no.
I said you were
was
my
this the name of your
favorite
prize
person on
meeting?
Fear
You're
End.
involved now.
Wait,
No,
this
it was the one in LA, but I don't live in LA. I'm not
Wait,
talking
she's
about
a fan, so she's gonna hear you say all this?
No, she's not a fan. She's not a fan. She's not a fan. I'm a fan.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you know what,
God.
She joined me.
Not a fan.
No, look, I stand.
As long as this doesn't go viral, you're not going to
No,
post
no,
this to
hold on,
YouTube,
hold on.
obviously.
Look.
This is just going to get deleted immediately, I'm assuming. And so, yeah, right. And so this will be fine.
Okay, well,
I'm just
Austin is
kidding.
on screen, so he's definitely gonna post it on TikTok. So
No,
you're
I'm
fucked.
not. I'm not posting this on
Anyways.
TikTok.
He's 100% gonna post it.
Just do not let this go viral. That's all I'm
Don't post
asking.
it on TikTok, please.
I'm gonna post it on TikTok.
Doctor, when you
Okay. Oh, I
break
cursed.
up
I'm
with
sorry, I
her-
cursed.
When you
Okay.
break up with her, please be gentle, but you should be honest about your feelings.
Okay.
You should be
Don't
honest. about that.
do not tell her you fantasize about her friends.
Never.
I will
that
never,
as
I will
praise.
never,
should-
ever,
you
ever
should
tell her
admit to
that. I just
you were
now.
downloading dating apps.
Yeah.
You should definitely tell her that.
But like after you've already like you've
definitely-
walked her through the steps of like this is entirely my fault. I'm a fucking piece of shit, and then you like kind of describe that last part.
It's not wrong.
So I have to tell her that. You
Well,
think? That I,
You can just tell, like,
The-
you could just say that you're, how do you tell her that you're not attracted? You can say
That's
it's
my
not-
question.
you're
That's what
not
I've been trying to
feeling
figure
the
out
spark.
for
That's
months.
a good one. You're not feeling the spark,
Not
but
feeling the spark.
You find her beautiful. There's many people that I find attractive that I would never want to sleep with.
But I don't think you have to say anything about her attractiveness in
Yes.
this sort of conversation
Yes.
because it only opens up bad feelings for her. When in reality, it has nothing to do with her physical
I
beauty. It has to
agree.
do with
I
the
agree.
the connection between you, and that is something that you can speak to, objectively,
Just
which
saying-
is I'm not feeling the spark.
But then, what do I
really-
say to her? Like, she thinks things are going perfect. Like, things have
Well,
been
so
going
that's-
very
That's
well.
because you need to tell her it's not.
Okay.
Tell her.
Wait. She thinks things are going perfect, but you never nut. Like I don't get it. How is that?
She thinks things are going almost perfect. Aside from, she nuts. She's happy.
Yeah, I think for her, like for her sake, you have to let her down gently and
gently.
easily by being like, I don't know what to do about the situation, but I think we're not sexually compatible. And I've tried my best, but I feel like, this is of course entirely my fault.
Yeah.
And and I have to be like honest with you. I mean, this is a very difficult conversation to have. You're going to hurt her feelings at first, but you're gonna have You're gonna have a look at him faking. He pees inside. What are you saying? Sorry, there's someone in the chat saying like dumb shit, and their mods are adding him for some weird reason. Okay.
That's unusual for your chat. But yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Go on.
My point is, you need to let her down gently, but you definitely need to sever the ties. It's going to hurt at first. Okay, it's going to hurt for her at first, but it's going to be much better for her down the line when she no longer is in a relationship with someone who's like, withholding information.
And she is aware of the core problem here, which is sexual
she is.
satisfaction. So it's not going to blindside her if you say that this is something that, we've together I've been struggling with for a long time. And it's hard for me to imagine a way to move forward given this problem that I'm having,
Right.
Yeah.
So my last thing before I go.
And the reason it's less salvageable, I will say, because if this was at a different state, then maybe you could try stuff. But if you're already downloading Hinge and fantasizing about friends, in your head, you're probably processing the end of things already. And you are, no offense, being selfish by, not letting this person free and like holding on to her, Yeah.
The timing's been pretty tough. This is the last thing I'll mention, and then I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but when do I do this? Because her birthday is Friday. I'm supposed to take her out somewhere.
Her birthday.
You definitely don't do it on her birthday.
Don't do it on her birthday, and don't wait till after her birthday. You should do it before.
Just do it immediately.
You got to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
You got to do it
Right
super
now.
soon.
I mean, hold on. When's her birthday?
It's on Friday.
It's on Friday.
So
Wait, let Austin cook. Go ahead, Austin.
No, I think you should do it now.
Oh no!
Okay, you were
I
gonna
knew
say
he was going to say something different.
No, I think you should do it now. What Ray said.
And that way you don't have to get her a gift.
Let her,
because you gave
the ultimate gift.
You gave her the greatest gift of all, freedom.
Yeah.
Great. This is great. Okay.
I'm proud of you so far, but these guys,
Well,
questionable.
let her spend her birthday with friends and family and people, and that's gonna like remind her of the support group that she has that does not include you. I think if you were involved in birthday celebrations, that's gonna poison the birthday, especially knowing how things are going or where things are headed. So I think as soon as possible, so she can have, because this is literally like putting her first, right? If you do this as soon as possible, she has a few days to get her mind right so she can even think about enjoying her birthday.
Oh yeah, you should just mention like.
You should probably get her like a really.
Sooner than later.
You should probably also get her a really nice like "I'm so sorry" gift as well.
I think I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yeah,
That's a good.
Get her a big ass gift.
Buy her a car.
Okay,
I'm
don't
broke
give
as-
her
I'm
the
broke,
gift and
but
then
I'll do
break
that.
up with
Yeah.
her because she's gonna think everything is fine.
So do it after. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't give
Do
her
it
a
after.
gift.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
really?
Okay.
Well,
okay.
it's
I'm
like
getting
maybe it'll lighten the load a little bit. I don't know.
I'm with Ray on this one.
She's
a gift
gonna
feels like
Okay.
eye
away.
roll. Okay,
Yeah,
a
it's
gift.
like
yeah.
It's gonna be confusing to get a gift and then be like, here's some flowers. By the way, it's over.
Yeah,
That's
don't
not what
give
I
her
was thinking
mixed-
of a gift.
Oh,
What
okay.
kind of gift are you thinking? Like jewelry?
Like something expensive to get her mind off of like how bad this shit is.
Like an excursion or
I'm not a
something?
real doctor yet. I don't have like real doctor money.
Oh, you're in med school.
No, well, I'm a resident.
He's a resident.
Oh,
I'm an exploited worker.
Well, I mean, you're.
When you have this conversation, don't make it seem like a date or anything else. Because I've had friends like.
Me too.
I've had this happen to friends where they think
They
everything's
take them on
okay.
a date, and
yeah.
then at the end they're like, "Listen, I just want to take you out." I'm like,
Yeah,
it's not
that's
working out.
bad.
Don't do
And
that.
for whatever reason, dudes are doing that at a record high, and I don't know why. So just do not. You could send a "we need to talk" text, and she'll like be on guard. But maybe that's for the best because you don't have good news. But you do need to talk pronto.
Also, don't do it over text.
Don't do it over text.
I'm thinking
No.
about like my
the guy that
most successful breakups. And they're actually none of them were good. So never mind. Don't listen to me. I think probably fucking having her face to face in your house would be good.
Yeah. Well, she was gonna come over Sunday, so I guess I'll do it then.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Okay,
guess
good.
tomorrow,
Okay, but
Sunday.
give her if you already have plans and you made those plans out of the context of we're dating and we've been dating for 8 months and continue to do so, you should probably give her a heads up that you need to talk about something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise, it's gonna feel like
I
a,
also don't think it should be at either of your places because, like, you guys are gonna try to hook up. One of you might. I feel like you should almost do it in a parking lot and be like, "Hey."
What? A parking lot?
Yeah, just be like,
That
"Listen."
makes it more risque. They'll
we
do it.
gotta-
They'll do it more. They're more likely
no,
to do it in a parking
I'd
lot.
be like, "We gotta talk somewhere." You know, like
you could do it
I'll
on
meet
like
you
a
at
walk
Starbucks.
near somewhere comfortable for each of you.
Yeah, somewhere like.
Okay. I'll
Don't
get Zion's
hook up
coffee
with
at the
her after
Starbucks.
you break up with her.
Yeah. Well, why would he? He doesn't even nut to her.
Yeah. That's- yeah,
Why would he
that's the
fuck her?
problem.
Is he gonna do like one last time so I can think about your best friends? Like what the fuck?
Okay, he doesn't have to do me dirty like
Maybe
that.
he's the
But
type
yeah.
where
What if he
he's
was like, finally,
into that.
I'm nutting.
Well, I hate this. Never mind. I'm just gonna.
No,
shut up.
please.
I don't think
go
that's
ahead,
gonna
please.
happen. I can assure you that. Yeah.
No. Look.
Don't
just
hold back because of me,
break-
but I am judging you.
Break up with her, and do the right thing. Break up with her.
You got it, Austin.
It's
I'll
yeah.
tell her that you're the one who told me to do it.
There is no alternative.
Yeah, you're actually limiting
And
him being
also-
funny.
I think I am restricting. His
Also,
funniness
do
right
not have sex with her ever again.
Yes, sir. You're. I will not.
It will really suck.
Yeah. No, this is
It
all gonna
seems-
suck.
It
I'm
seems
really
like
sad.
you're saying it won't suck.
No, I'm not
That
saying
it seems like you're saying breakup sex is the best kind of sex.
I never said that.
That's
you did literally
You
say
did
that.
say that earlier.
You
I
said
said
that
end
early.
of the relationship sex was the best sex.
That's what happens at the end of a relationship.
That's
Is-
up to you guys. That's between you
Okay,
and your
okay.
partner.
The other side of that is way worse. So you're fucking them before they die. How does the relationship end?
Before they die.
Before they die.
If it's not breakup, sex, what is the other way that relationships end?
Well, I'm sure I've never experienced that, but maybe
Yeah,
that's
you were saying
great.
breakup sex. That's what you. That's my point.
Maybe
Relationships
that's-
end two ways, chat. That's it.
Well, anyway, seriously, in all seriousness, it's let her break up.
Let her down easy. Okay.
I mean, just
I'll do my
let
best.
it happen and move on. And next time, you mentioned from the beginning of the relationship, you identified this as a problem.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe next time, take your time and really think through before you make a commitment.
Yeah,
That's valid. I will take
And
that
don't
advice from you.
repeat. Yeah, don't like the millisecond you start thinking about one of her
Their
friends, you know you have a problem and you need to correct course or end the thing or have a conversation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
get
that's
out.
wild.
That is.
Well, is it
weird, a
not
little bit
normal
too
to
far gone.
fantasize about girlfriends, friends? I feel like that's like not that.
Absolutely
never
not.
mind. Just never mind.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not normal.
What's normal is when you're in love with someone, you start to not even be attracted to, like in the beginning, like when you're like at the peak of like honeymoon period, a lot of people are like not as attracted to other people because they're like, I'm so into my person.
Yeah.
Like,
When you're in love, you have like
locked in.
blinders on.
I'm
You
gonna
love
say
that
not
person.
that can't like not that you can't be attracted to other people, but if you are not attracted to your partner and attracted to not just other people but the people around her.
Yeah, that's
That's a
wild.
problem.
Like,
And if you are, just
Yeah.
don't say anything.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying what everybody is thinking. Okay, just don't. Yeah, those are things you keep right up here.
Well,
You
yeah,
don't
definitely.
mention it.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't
do not
say a
mention this.
word to nobody. Okay?
That solves. That solves nothing. for
Everybody
anyone.
is gonna
Yeah.
come on. I'm the only one that has the balls to say it. Just don't fucking mention it. Okay, that's what you got to do. You're
Right, if
human
like a
being.
thought crosses your
Yeah.
mind, sure, but if it becomes a pattern
Yeah,
of
don't.
behavior,
Yeah, don't act on your thoughts.
I will definitely not act on.
Yeah,
on
I'm
those
just being
thoughts.
real.
Yeah.
I'm just being real. That's something you don't ever say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just. Hey, I'm sorry.
I don't
man.
know. I Jesus.
You're gonna
I'm
learn a lot
learning a
about.
lot about
I
you.
have
Austin.
I've never I've never
That's
maintained
not me, Ray.
I've
That's not
never
me.
maintained a relationship
not me.
where
I'm
I
gay, it's
have
different.
felt like sexually attracted to other people. Like that's not it's not good to be in a relationship if you are like routinely fantasizing about other people, in my opinion. But I mean, maybe that's just me. Maybe it's not the same for other people. Maybe other people, like Austin, for example, is constantly fantasizing about other people. So
It's not true.
that could be the case. I think part of the reason why, for me, this is the way it is because, like, I've also gotten all of this out of my system. So I do think that Ray is right. That you should probably be single for a while and, fuck around.
Not
Yeah,
her
have
friends.
some fun.
other
Not her
people.
friends. Yeah.
Terrible idea.
Okay.
What? I'm
Well, I
being
think
honest. Every time you guys think I'm joking, I'm serious. Don't do that.
Terrible idea. Fuck around. Be
No, to
single?
fuck her friends. Yeah,
Oh,
don't do that.
I thought you were literally saying, yeah, no, definitely be single. Be single for a little bit.
Be
You're
single,
young.
enjoy yourself.
You're young. You're in a, you're in the early stages of your career. You probably have a little bit more time than you will when you become like full blown doctor, or maybe less time. I don't know how the fucking shit works. But
Less
ultimately,
time, but yeah, no, but I get what you're saying.
but like you have way more libido at this stage in your life as well than you will later down the line. Like it's perfectly reasonable, perfectly valid, perfectly normal. It's natural and beautiful, some might even say, to be single in this period of your life and just like have fun. And eventually you are going to get to a point where you're going to get to a point where you're not going to want to do that anyway, and you're going to want to settle down, and it'll be healthy for you to go through that.
Okay. Well, thanks for chatting. I just want to let you know that my Discord PFP is not a picture of me. It's a picture of my dear friend who lost his life in war in Iraq. So I just wanted to shout him out.
No, Ray. It's
Mr.
Chris
Dorner.
Dorner. He's memeing. God damn it, my community. It's
Okay.
fucking-
Bye, everybody. I gotta go.
I felt so okay.
Yeah, no, this is Chris Dorner.
If that wasn't a meme, that would be a weird thing to say for no
Yes,
reason too.
it's Chris Dorner, heroic police officer, former police officer, former military man who engaged in asymmetrical warfare against the Los Angeles Police Department and their family members as well, which wasn't so great. But he was martyred in a shack by the Los Angeles Police Department, which actually shot, at random people, thinking that it was Chris Dorner, even though it was just a mom and her. Okay, let's bring on the next person. All right, I'm done. I'm done talking about can't corner the Dorner.
The next person is Peachy, and the pronouns are she, they. Hi, Peachy, you're on.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Peachy.
Hi, Peachy. Welcome.
Hi. Okay, I guess I'll just get started. So I've been with my girlfriend for 4 years. I'm 21, she's 23. And recently, like a couple months ago, she confessed to me, I guess. I don't want to say like a confession, but she told me that she had like a crush on one of our mutual friends. And we've had like a couple talks about it. Um, and it's just I don't really know like how to talk to her about it because the way she's explained it to me is that she's like capable of polyamory, but I'm like strictly monogamous, and I don't think I would want to like be in that kind of relationship. So
Oh, so wait, it's not even just like that she has a crush.
She wants to be in a relationship.
She also wants to like pursue that crush.
no. She doesn't want to pursue it. I think it's more like I feel like if we had like a really like long talk about it and I was like, okay, I'm down to try it, she'd be like, okay, let's try it together, but not with this specific person.
So she had that crush and was like, this is making me think of something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I want to now bring that to my partner, which is potentially I know I have the capacity to, be interested in multiple people romantically, and maybe that's something I want to pursue with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that's still a red flag.
I don't know.
I think the spark of this coming from like a crush on a mutual is a red flag. I think. Yeah.
I mean, and
no.
we all still like hang out and stuff. Like I talk to this person and we hang out and everything. So
But they don't want to pursue that person, right? Or
no, they've already explained to me like they don't have feelings for them anymore because when we first talked about it, I was very upfront with like I wasn't comfortable with that and I didn't want to be like so strict as to be like, you can't talk to them anymore. But I did basically communicate that it made me uncomfortable. And for a couple of weeks, we were just like not in like a very good place, I guess. I was just very sensitive about them talking and stuff. So it was just, we were in a really weird place, but.
How long ago did she come to you with this revelation?
It's been a couple months. Let me see. Yeah, I would say it's been a couple months. And I mean, we've had discussions about it, and it's been like pretty long talks about it. I just feel like they aren't very constructive and they don't really go anywhere.
I think I would agree with Hasan. I think it's a red flag, and I think that these sorts of things slowly manifest in the beginning as sort of like half truths, like I want this, but like I don't need this, and then slowly but surely, as time goes on, that oh, I don't need this, it's them sort of in a denial phase of what they actually need, and then it slowly spirals into, a situation where they're like, I actually need this. So that's something I think you need to be keenly aware of, is that in order to protect your feelings, she will probably sort of retreat to, oh, no, I don't need this. Actually, like, this is something I would want, but, like, if you don't want it, I don't want it. Yeah. It's sort of like an immediate sort of, like, pulling the parachute. Like, okay, never mind. Right. But it may be a denial of her own true feelings as well.
So I'll take a different stance, slightly different stance, which could be, like, I have been in a relationship with a polyamorous person, like around the time that they were discovering and exploring that for the first time. And it is a messy conversation. Like our relationship started monogamous, but we did talk very early on that that's something that they've been interested in pursuing. And they talked about their history with dating and how they've always felt like they could be, date multiple people at the same time. And it takes nothing away from like the love that they have for, any of the people involved. And then there's also like a lot of literature that comes with that. There's a lot of like self-discovery and reckoning. So there is a side of this that could just be the earnest coming into these feelings, and maybe they're becoming more powerful, and I feel the need to say something to my partner that I care about. But to Austin's point, my relationship ended because I experimented with polyamory and realized that is not for me. Like, my brain is wired a certain way, and that takes away not from the validity of my partner. I want them to be happy, but we cannot be happy together because it's asymmetric, like what we want.
Also, there's another factor here, but I mean, I can't speak on your experience, but was there a crush involved in the polyamory conversation with a mutual?
Wasn't. So that's why it gets complicated. So that's why I was curious if there was any, like, if she was planning to act on that crush.
That's what I mean. That's like, I think that's why I said what I said. I think having a crush, especially a mutual, makes this really messy. Like, if it was just a crush, it would still be messy, because then you're diving headfirst into like one of the most advanced levels of polyamory, where you are in like a dual relationship, right? And you're all of a sudden like sharing your partner with another person potentially, especially when you have admitted that you're not very comfortable with that. But then also that crush being a mutual, it brings up a tremendous amount of baggage on top of that, because then it's like your friend as well. So it's not even like expert level polyamory. It's like that will understandably create jealousy. I think it's good that you guys are conversing with one another. It's good that you guys are open with one another. But like the fact that you said that you were like uncomfortable is it might also play might also strain the relationship a little bit as well. Like you on your end and on their end too. Meaning that like they are gonna feel they might have felt like polyamory is a good way to open up the conversation into something like that, but there might be more interest in the other party. I don't know.
My understanding was that there wasn't currently interest in the crush. I think it was just like a vehicle for having that conversation.
Yeah, she when we talked about it the first time, like when it was first brought up, it was something that they initially didn't even want to tell me about because to them it was just like so fickle. But I was like, well, I really want us to have like an open conversation about, what you want to say. And so then we eventually spoke about it. And I think too, another thing is they don't I've been in like relationships before, and I think besides one prior relationship and then me, like those are the only two relationships they've ever had, which compared to me that I've been with other people before, and I feel like I'm kind of sure-footed in how I stand on like monogamy and polyamory and stuff. So I think that's also like something.
Yeah, it sounds like she wants to explore, but she's afraid of losing you, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a very normal thing, I think,
Yeah.
especially at a young age.
If it's something that you definitely are not into, if you're not into poly, you know for a fact that's something you don't want to do, I would probably let her go.
Yeah.
Because I feel like she's going to always be curious if she doesn't try it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And you
it's-
should never be pressured to open up your relationship into a polyamorous one. There's no reason for that. It's just like you guys can still maintain a friendship, and it would be healthier for both of you to separate and go your own way, and maybe even explore one another later down the line when you both have different experiences in that situation.
It sounds like they need to figure it out one way or another, whether they want to be polyamorous or just explore other people. It's just a journey that they need to figure out. So maybe they need to be single for a while. I've been on the receiving end of that.
Yeah.
So I've been on the wanting to explore side of a relationship.
Oh.
And I can tell you that it doesn't necessarily go away. It's something that you can kind of suppress from here or there, but it doesn't go away. Like it'll always be an
curiosity will
itch,
stay.
and the itch will
Right.
get more intense.
Yeah, and it's not their fault either. Like you've already identified that they don't have that much experience, and that this is something that they might be interested in. So I think like you're right. So that's another assessment you need to make as well in your mind. It's like, do I let her, or can I be comfortable with her like going through her exploring phase?
Right.
And then ultimately she will come back and decide on her own that she wants monogamy. That's not a given. Is that even a gamble that you want to take?
Yeah, and I think we've been together. So we met when I was like 17. Like we met at my 17th birthday party. So and then we've been together and like talking from then to now. So I feel like they're my best friend. I don't know. I feel like I would definitely if they felt the need that they needed to explore, that would be something that I could eventually understand. Obviously, I'd be heartbroken, but I could eventually understand it. And I mean, like you said, maybe down the line, if we needed to, or if we wanted to get back together or anything like that, I don't know. It would just depend. Yeah.
It's worth noting that you're very young, and you started this relationship very young, and sometimes things, like, I'm not saying that you have to like end things immediately, but sometimes things just aren't the right time, and you need to go through certain experiences. Like it sounds like your partner may need, and you have to have this conversation with them, and you can also believe them when they say what they need. If they say that they want to remain in a monogamous relationship right now, and then you can take them at your word and kind of go on with your lives. Or if they feel like they need to explore and that's not something that you can accommodate right now, then it's okay to break up. It's possible to remain friends. I've done it before. People say it's not possible, but like you can, it's tough, but it's possible. And then, yeah, like maybe Ray was saying, like down the line you could, or Hasan was saying, maybe down the line you can, if you keep that door open, but don't expect
y'all are both very young. Like that's the other part of this. I mean, you're very mature, and you obviously have a lot of experience in this field, or at least you think you have a lot of experience in this field, but you have a whole lot more life to live at this point. So I mean, the reality is that, you know, there's a lot that both of you should most likely experience. So that's, you know, I feel like it's not as it's not as devastating if that were to be the case. You know, just don't do anything you're not comfortable with is my point.
Also,
Yeah, and
yeah.
oh,
go
well,
ahead.
I was gonna say they're never like pressuring towards me or anything. It's never like I want to do this, and you know, if you don't want to do it, then I'm gonna do it anyways. It's never like that. Like I said, we're always talking and we're always communicating, and it's more like that. Like they have expressed a wanting to, and I've expressed hesitance, and that's kind of just like where we're at right now.
I mean, it just, I think at a certain point you got to be like, I don't want to do the poly thing if you don't want to do it. In which case, like, that's a boundary that you're setting, and therefore it's one that your partner has to think about. I think that's the right way to go about it, is to have them think about this boundary and whether or not they want to maintain this relationship. And think about it from the perspective of, like, will they grow resentment towards you for what they perceive as, like, shackling them on their own personal journey?
Yeah, I get that. And I mean, I know that they're actually watching right now, so I'm sure we'll have a really good discussion afterwards about this. But
I think something to consider, especially since they're watching now, is like something to consider is what they want now and in the future.
2 HasanAbi heads in one household is too much.
yeah, well, it's actually so the way that we like bonded in like the first couple of like weeks is we would actually like watch Hassan's like VODs and stream. So that's kind of like how we bonded, and like we would get like talking and doing discussions and stuff. So
Damn,
I
that's
mean,
a keeper. I take it back.
So
I can't pick favorites.
yeah.
These are all my children.
Best
But
of luck
yeah,
to you.
thank
Just
you.
keep
Thank you.
communicating.
Yeah.
You're young. You can make mistakes. You don't have to make any hard and fast decisions, but make sure that, you know, you just keep an open line of communication.
Do they watch gaming?
Yes. So
Oh, okay. Don't break up the relationship. Keep it going. You know, and watch the gaming portions.
There's when The Last of Us 2 came out, you did like a playthrough of it, and we were watching it through, and then you got to like a certain point, and then the VOD is just like lost. Like we can't find it. We don't know where it is.
Oh no.
Is it because you didn't finish?
No, I finished it.
Oh.
I did. We'll figure it out. Little better, get on it.
But thank you guys seriously so much. I mean, I didn't think this would happen, and when it did happen, I was immediately like, okay, I need to tell my girlfriend this is happening. So
Also, you guys should watch on different TVs. Just like have it open.
What is wrong with
Maybe on a desktop
right next to each
too.
other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also pop it up on mobile too.
Yeah.
mobile.
Just
There we
you
go.
know,
Exactly.
boost viewer count.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Of course. Thank you guys. Thank
Luck
you.
with everything.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye now. Ciao.
Bye.
Oh, that's so sad.
Okay.
They have very good communication though.
Yeah, and they're young with
Yeah.
that good communication to start.
Yeah.
I
No
feel
one
like
did
they'll be
anything
fine.
wrong.
I love the Frogan picks on this, like, because it's just like every woman in this community is like it gets special privilege on CHADVICE, because like I assume the demographics of this community are not mostly women.
I mean, Dr. Felipe was something else, though.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's probably.
Don't worry. People are cooking. There are so many more people.
Are there gay men in here?
But to be fair, when it's women, it's like, you know, a story that is like kind and empathetic to their partners usually, and then when it's a man, it's like, I fantasize about my my girlfriend's best friends, and that's the only way I can nut.
It's like a movie's version of a bad boyfriend.
Don't worry, you're gonna love the next one.
Frogan, do we have any gay men in here?
I don't think we do this time.
Yes.
And you call yourself a diverse community?
Wait, what do you mean? We have like everyone is queer women. Sorry that they're not gay men.
Well, maybe you should address.
Pretty much
that.
everyone's been like,
Maybe you should address that, Hasan. Your homophobia is starting to catch up to you.
Yeah.
Clearly the message hasn't gotten around to the.
It's because
female
no, you know what it is? It's because my gays have no issues in their relationships. That's why gay men are either not.
They usually fuck their way out of them. But
Yeah, that's what I mean. Gay men have one speed at the end of the day. It's
like we broke up. Fuck. We get back together. Fuck.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, Austin did lesbian erasure and biphobia and biphobic erasure.
No, I didn't. I just was requesting a specific.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, you wanted to bump up your gays.
Next year, I'll make sure it's all gay men.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It would be
I
the
got
most
you.
repetitive CHADVICE of all time. Yes, fuck your way out of it. How cute is this? Kaya has her paw on Jarvis's leg. She does this all the time. She's the best. All right.
Okay, the next person.
This is my first CHADVICE viewing, and holy shit, this is 10/10 content. Yeah, that's why we do it once a year. I don't want to give you guys too much good content.
The next person, pronouns are he, him, and their preferred name is Obamna.
Okay.
Hey, hi. How's it going?
What's up, Obamna?
Oh, it's going all right. How you guys?
We're doing all right. Are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I was I had to switch it. It switched on my phone to like the phone microphone rather than speaker.
Yeah.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. So I guess I'll try and keep this quick because I got like 15 minutes. Yeah. Essentially, I guess my question is, I can understand how this would be like maybe inherently like othering and maybe inherently a little like transphobic, but like I find myself very attracted to trans women like specifically, and I don't know if there's like an ethical way to be a chaser.
Okay. Damn, that's a banger issue, CHADVICE issue.
I don't know how to.
So that, I mean, I guess the point what I would recommend is remember that trans women are just normal people, and I don't know how to describe, like, what do you do in a fetish situation? Like, it's just because you also recognize that it's a fetish, so it's odd. Like, have you met a trans woman before? Have you like talked to trans women?
I mean, like not many in person. I know like a couple. I used to work with a trans woman for a while. And I mean, like, it's.
So what is it? Is it the gawk? What's going on? What's so? Because I don't understand. Like, what is the, like, how? What's the difference between like being attracted to trans women and cis women versus only being attracted to trans women? Like, why do you think you're a chaser?
I mean, it's just I've tried having I've tried fucking a few cis women and stuff, and I just get, I don't know if it's just I'm getting nervous and two in my head, and I'm just like, I can't get the boy up.
I do love how you put on bro mode for that. I tried fucking a few cis women.
Oh yeah.
So you can't like wait. Do you think, are you sexually attracted to cis women? Like,
I mean, that is, it feels complicated because I feel like, yes, like, when I'm, not to get too in the nitty gritty or anything, but when I'm like, masturbating and stuff, it's usually to like cis women and stuff. Sometimes trans
Wait,
women.
I don't get it. You don't even fucking crank it to trans porn? I thought that was like the major thing that
usually like, but I mean, also, like I also will jerk off to cis women as well.
I guess my question is, why is the reproductive organ important? Like, because if you were just getting, because like you don't start with like attraction doesn't start from like what's in someone's pants, right? Yeah. So you like see somebody, you're like, oh, this person seems cool. I feel like there's probably like more to what you're attracted to, the spectrum of like what you're attracted to, than just like what's between someone's legs. Maybe, I don't know, or I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. It's. I don't know. It's complicated and tough.
Yeah, it could play a role, but
I certainly think it plays a role. I don't know where to start here.
Yeah, it's me neither.
Hold on.
Hasan's in another world.
No, don't worry about it. I'm just. Don't listen. Don't pay attention to what I'm doing on the other. Okay, so questions. I have so many questions still. So
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you find yourself attracted to cis women, but when you have had sex with cis women, you're not sexually attracted to them in the moment, but you have had sex with trans women and you are like really into it.
I have not had sex with any trans women yet, but like
wait, but you don't even know. So that's not even a thing. You don't even know if you could get it up.
That is
like part of me feels like this is just like theoretical, right? Like,
yeah. So if you couldn't get it up with a trans woman either, then that might be like a sexual anxiety situation, which you need to work through, right? It's not about like you being a chaser even. Like it might be some form of erectile dysfunction, which is perfectly healthy and normal. People have it, and you just got to like kind of work through that.
I would say definitely don't lead with I'm an ethical chaser though, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. That's,
yeah. But also, if you haven't had the experience, then just like keep yourself open-minded and open to, dating different people and like having, a physical, intimacy with different people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it should play the field.
Ultimately, yeah. I'm sorry. Go on.
Play the field.
Oh yeah. I think
Some people in the chat said a lot of trans women only like trans women before they come out or realize. But here's a question I have for you. What other sexual interests do you have? Like, is the fact that you're like aware of the term being a chaser, and you're trying to come into you're trying to come to terms with that, like being unethical, implies that you're in this weird moral conundrum where on the one hand, you are attracted, you think, to trans women and trans women only, but also simultaneously you recognize that there's nothing wrong with being attracted to trans women, of course, but like you said the term chaser, so it's like, are you actually fetishizing them, or are you saying that, are you just simply saying that and you're not? Like that's one of the parts that I'm trying to understand, because like there's a difference between like being attracted to trans women versus fetishizing them and only thinking about like having sex with trans women and I guess like not seeing them as full human beings and objectifying them to that degree.
But it doesn't seem like
you
feel that way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It doesn't seem like you feel that way.
Especially if you're like jerking off to like cis women in porn, like that tells me that there's like more to it, And some people have said this, like Hasan said this earlier, like it could be a performance thing. But I feel like you just need more data.
Yeah,
I think
what Hasan and everybody's, I'm seeing some in the chat, is I don't think it's wrong to have a preference, right?
Sure.
No, it's not.
It's not wrong to have a preference. It seems like you may have a preference, but so long as you don't see them as just a fetish. You know, I'm not sure where the issue is.
I mean, this is another classic CHADVICE take, but just be normal and treat people like human beings is like the best way to go about it. And if you find yourself, like, I don't even know how the fetishization happens, but if you find yourself like not viewing, if you find yourself not viewing your partner or someone that you're talking to as like anything but an object of sexual desire, then at that point I think it's good to, because you seemingly recognize it as an unethical thing. At that point, it's just like you got to go back to the drawing board. I don't know if you're there yet because like you haven't really had as much experience with trans women either, right? At all, as a matter of fact. Have you hooked up with a trans woman?
No, not yet.
So I don't even understand like where it's coming from then. So you just like, you want to hook up with a trans woman and it seems perfectly valid. Maybe you're, I don't know. Do you feel like there's something weird about that or something that's like kinky or gross even about that? Sorry to use this language, chatters, but like that might be one of your hang-ups here that like it makes you feel as though it's weird to be attracted to a trans woman, so I must be a chaser. Like, do you think that it's a taboo?
I guess, yeah, that's probably some kind of, like, there could be some kind of, internalized something there. You know, it's, I've heard it said a 1,000 times, mostly from you, like, things like transphobia is the default state. And that's very much like the way that I was raised up, was to just be a hateful little goblin man. I've very much tried to get away from that, but I think, there is probably.
Well, but I don't get it. Like, do you view trans women as like women? Do you view trans women as like normal people? Like, you've met trans women, you said, or you work with a trans woman. Like, what do you think about what do you think about her? Like, do you think she's just like a regular coworker that you're attracted to?
Yeah, and I would say, like, with that particular woman, it was just like not even like an attraction thing with her, so much. She was just like somebody that I worked with. She was very attractive, but like, she particularly didn't.
So yeah, I don't think you're a transphobic person then, right? And like, I feel like a part of being a chaser comes from that, like being transphobic, and then like Alex Jones is a chaser. Like, he spends a whole, or Joe Rogan, like there's a lot of people out there who are openly and outwardly transphobic, but simultaneously want girl cock, Ray. You didn't know what that was.
I'm learning.
Oh no,
I was one with what you were talking about the whole time.
Yeah, so I think that you shouldn't feel guilty for your preference as long as you're like around trans women and treating them perfectly normal. Obviously, you're not like transphobic if that's the case. It seems. I don't know.
Right, and I think I was just getting in my head and just kind of.
Yeah, we have a trans woman in the chat that said, to this person, he needs to unpack and learn more. I think he might be getting lost in the sauce of labels. He should try to be with a trans woman and be upfront with her. His heart is in the right place, which I think so too. I think you're.
I agree with that comment.
Yeah, I don't think you're. I think you just got to explore a little bit and just be normal when you're doing that.
People like people.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much, Obamna.
Thank you for having me, guys. And
thank you very much, Obamna.
Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you very much. Believe me.
All right. I really appreciate you guys having me on. Good show.
All right.
Thank you. Ciao.
Gawk.
All right. You're learning stuff today.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
This is why we have CHADVICE, to learn and help people learn more about themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Frogan.
The next person is Coffee Nut, and the pronouns are she, her. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Okay, Coffee, you're here.
Okay.
Hi, Coffee Nut.
Hello, Coffee Nut.
What's up? Oh wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
We're holding. Hi.
All right. So hold on, shit. Let me get my notes out. All right. So I'm 20 years old. I am a femcel. Like, I don't think that all men should like die or anything. But my current dilemma is that I went on a date with a dude, and for like the past 3 dates, like nothing has really happened. This is like kind of my fault because I did find myself very guarded and like almost scared. But now we just like text every so often. And my next question is like, how should I approach dudes or like guys and not scare them off? And should I like text him back and see like what's up?
Did he text you first?
Yes, he did. Like,
Yeah.
so we on our third date we didn't speak, and then yeah.
Wait, you didn't speak on the date?
No, we went on the date like together. It was just like after.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you want to text him back? Is there a reason?
I do want to text him back, but like it was just like after the third date, there was just such a long period of us not talking. So I'm like,
It sounds like both
Like-
of you are trying to play it cool.
yeah, like he's like coming back, and I'm like, what are you doing here? Like,
So,
you didn't text
wait.
me.
Okay, so but you're interested in him.
Yeah, for sure.
Despite the fact that he's a man, which is gross. We've established that.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, so if you're interested in him, just text him. I don't really understand.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Here's the thing. Okay, so I did like we are texting, but like it's breadcrumbs.
Wait, hold on.
Like,
So you have texted him
obviously
back.
not at the same pace as it was before.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Okay.
I want something more, but I don't want to like text and be like, "Ugh, I miss you," or like something corny
Wait,
like
do
that.
you do? But you do?
You do want something more.
Gross. You miss a man.
Look, I am not going to. No,
Um,
I mean,
So
yeah, I don't
basically,
know.
what you're saying is you kind of like him. You don't want to admit that because you're afraid that he maybe doesn't feel the same. Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Okay,
with
that's not being a
him
femcel. That's being a normal human.
Yeah.
No, I think you hate men completely.
Yeah, no. There's a you're. So why do you say you're a femcel?
recovering for sure. Like he's like the only guy that I like ever felt like I'm a recovering like femcel. Like it wasn't until like a few months ago where I'm like, well, shit, like men are actually human beings. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
We're making progress.
This is good. This is good progress.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how you have stayed in this community for so long as you have, considering that I'm a raging misogynist, woman hater. And so
I mean,
is Austin.
I'm not surprised.
What did you say?
I'm not surprised. That's all it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's perfectly valid, and it's good. I'm glad that you're exploring men, and it's normal to have these feelings.
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's also normal to feel a little anxious that maybe your interest with someone might not be reciprocated, especially when on your end you feel as though you're, this is a big deal. This is the first time that you're like talking to a guy, and men ain't shit in general, and like maybe this one is, so he should know his place. And I think that this comes from, ironically, because you said you're a femcel, like almost it's not the same level of entitlement or the same attitude that incels have, obviously, considering that the dynamics are very different under a patriarchal structure, and also violence being disproportionately dished out from one side against the other. But having said that, I think there's a level of like entitlement that he doesn't recognize, that you might have in this situation where like you're like, oh, he should know that this is like special for him, right? And he probably doesn't think about it like that because in many ways men ain't shit, and we don't really think about that at all.
Is there a chance that maybe he's busy with work or school.
How old is this guy?
We're both like 20. We're still young. I think that, I mean, there are days where he like, y'all, I'm so embarrassed. He has not responded in like days. So
he hasn't responded in days.
He might be playing it cool because he probably
He
is.
thinks you're not into it anymore.
I don't think he is. And I think that's what I'm like trying hard to deal with. But you know what? Like I think like I'm slowly getting past over that. But I'm just scared for like my next date because like I don't want to like fuck that shit up too. Like I don't want
you're not fucking anything up.
Yeah,
that's not you. Look, the deal is you're only 20 years old. You're gonna date a lot of different people, and it not working out is not because you fucked it up. It's just because it didn't work out.
And rejection's okay too. It helps you like move on. Like I don't know how if you don't know right now, so I feel like you should just communicate to him like, hey, do you want to go on another date?
Yes.
And if he says no, then
that's
an answer. That's
on to the
great.
next one.
Yeah.
Don't put your self-worth into whether you make a connection or compatibility with somebody. It's very complex, and it goes much deeper than your personality or how you look.
Timing.
There's timing. There's chemistry is a mysterious thing that really is hard to describe.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it's by chance. So don't put your self-worth into that. Go on dates, be yourself, and just understand that if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But look at Hasan. Look at this guy, Don Juan over here. I'm sure there's a lot of things that haven't worked out for him. And look at him. He's considered, la creme de la creme, right? Would you say?
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is everybody's the same. It doesn't matter who you are. Sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, Austin's right. I've been rejected a million times.
I've been rejected a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I've been rejected before. Yeah.
Rejection is perfectly normal. Rejection is perfectly normal and healthy. It's something that you need to experience 100%. And it will help you lose your fear of rejection and the anxiety that you feel once you realize that like it's not the end of the world. The only reason why right now you're placing a lot of emphasis on this person, ironically, is because of the men ain't shit mentality that has caused you to not actually open up the floodgates and explore men of different varieties, of different backgrounds, maybe different interests, right? Like, so if you were to experience relationships or maybe dating with other men, some of which is going to be awful. A lot of it is going to be awful. You guys are both young. So like, especially 20-year-old men. I mean, I myself was fucking an idiot when I was 20. I still am, but I was back then too. And what I'm trying to say is that like that should not, your experience with this one person should not cause you to develop resentment or further resentment towards men in general, because one guy is not going to
like it totally did the opposite for me, because I did meet a guy who was really nice, really sweet, and it kind of did the opposite for that. So I actually seen guys as like, I hate to say it so meanly, but I actually did see guys as humans and like the same, like we both stand in the same area.
Well, that's good. That's solid. But
I am so sorry.
Girl, what have you gone through?
No, she went through COVID, like, and spent incredibly.
I mean, we're talking about like, and I think we're like incels and femcels like differ a lot as well. Like, it's not more of like guys themselves. It's definitely like the portrayal of like society and how myself, how I feel as well. Like, I think I am not like as attractive as like normal women. So I think that I have like almost like a stunted thing. I think that's where we kind of compare to incels, as like how we view ourselves, but we're definitely not as like violent and batshit crazy about it.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
I think you're probably very online, and that's where the self-esteem issues are coming from.
Yeah. Very
don't listen to that voice. I'm sure you like, even the fact that you considered yourself not a normal woman, I think is like Like
Yeah.
let go of that. You are normal as you are.
Yeah.
And just going back to basics, this is just a situation where, you know, you're seeing somebody a little bit, you're texting back and forth. It's very easy for a mutual like drift away to happen at this stage. If somebody, but all that takes is if you're interested to just say something, put something on the books, see how it feels. And if they're not, if they're like, oh, I'm busy that day and they don't make any effort, that tells you something. Or if they don't respond, that tells you something. You move on to the next one. There's nothing special about this one individual person. You are going to be able to find other, if you're interested in dating men, there's a lot of them. So that you're going to like just, it'll hurt, it'll be painful, but you'll move on and you'll grow from it.
You're gonna meet a lot of different people. It's gonna start hot. You're gonna be texting all night, and then the next day you won't talk to them.
And they're going to lay you down. And they're going to lay, I'm telling you right now, a lot of men are going to lay you down, especially at this age range.
I mean, yeah.
So that is going to consistently happen. That should not stop you from pursuing men altogether, especially if you still have a sexual desire or a romantic desire to be with men in general. So that just don't come at it with a sense of entitlement, like I mentioned, for sure. And also on top of that, remember in the back of your mind that there is always, I mean, a lot of dudes are going to upset you 100%.
Yeah, but also on the flip side, you're probably going to upset and let a lot of other people down on the flip side. Don't, it's not all in their, you know, it's not all their decision. Sometimes you're going to find people that remember remember to take care of yourself and understand what value you bring to the table. And you may let a lot of people down, you know?
Yeah.
So, and that's fine. And that's okay. It's a
and
part
that's
of the
all
process.
right too. Exactly. It's a part of growth. Also, remember another classic, but I always say every man can be a 7, but it's the same for women too, right? Like
I want you to focus.
It's just,
on
I guess,
building your
I mean, I'm definitely learning from now, but I guess it is a lot harder for women because we don't see a lot of, like, even on social media or even like in real life, like there isn't a lot of, I maybe that is just a me thing, but I guess for women it's harder because it's just beauty standards are already tough enough.
100%.
Yeah.
Ray, you were saying
Ray was saying something.
Ray was cooking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Ray
sorry.
was cooking, but Hassan's a misogynist, so he didn't hear it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's my fault. Yeah.
Oh God, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
You were just saying stuff. You were saying, let's work on your self-confidence.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, you were 20. You're an itty bitty baby still. Okay. The rest of your life is just beginning. Okay.
Yes.
There's so much. I hated that you said that you feel like less attractive than most women. That's such a
normal women.
It's normal women, which is a crazy
I'm
thing to
so
say.
sorry.
Not like
No,
bottom
don't be
dwellers
sorry.
like
No,
me.
don't apologize for it.
It's nothing to be
we've all
sorry for,
been
but
there,
just know
yeah.
it's a normal feeling. Like I feel like everyone has insecurities, but confidence goes a long ways. And there's a lot of ways you can work on it, whether it's like improve your hobbies, focus on like style, and focus on like whatever it is that you feel like could improve your confidence. Maybe it's like working out or just focusing on work and school. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you're doing the every man is a 7 narrative right now. That's why I'm very proud of you.
I mean, like, yeah.
You'd be surprised. Personality goes a long ways. There's a lot of people that are attracted to different things. It's a huge spectrum. And so when we're all on it, okay, I never want to hear a woman say that you're not any better than any other woman. That's horrible.
But this is a valid feeling. Like
it is valid.
Like
everyone feels it.
I grew up like not feeling attracted to, the opposite sex that I was interested in romantically. And then as time went on and I got more experience dating, I gained more confidence, but still there are times when that thought comes up and it's like, oh, what is this if I'm in a relationship or something, what is this very beautiful person doing with like a bridge troll like me? And you've got to just let that go.
Yeah.
It's just not real and it doesn't serve anyone.
Yes. They're with you for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to.
And there are going to be plenty of people interested in you. And so you don't need to compare yourself to anyone else out there because you are one of one,
Yeah. But Ray's absolutely correct about the style part of things. Like, you're 20 years old. You have a long way to figure out like what kind of clothes or what kind of style you like, and it accentuates the qualities that you want to accentuate, right? Like, and highlight things that you want to highlight. Makeup, hair, like grooming. It goes a very long way, and experiment with that. Don't be afraid to experiment with that. And in the meantime, of course, like open yourself up as best as you can, and socialize with people, members of the opposite sex, you know, girlfriends. Like you will pick this up along the way when you develop more hobbies, especially if you're in college right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfect time to do that. I mean, this is the moment for you to do that, and eventually you're going to come out of that experience much more different as a person. But ultimately, it will allow you to, that socialization, which will be tumultuous at first, which will be hard, and you will find yourself feeling sad and maybe even isolated or lonely, but you have to fight through that. And inevitably, you are going to be a more confident person before you even realize it. And your outlook will change as well, as long as you just keep fighting through that discomfort and you know, develop as a person. It's normal. This is a normal and healthy part of growing up and developing experiences. And you're going to change a lot. So... yeah, don't, just like I said, one of the key factors always is try to develop yourself.
Muscle.
Yes, it is. It is a muscle. You have to work through it, and that yeah, every person could be a 7.
One thing to keep an eye out for, and this is something that I went through when I was younger as well, is that it's very easy to fall into the scarcity mindset of like, oh, there's only going to be a few people who are like into me because I have these issues with self-confidence, and that can cause us to over-index and like feel extremely about the people, like if extremely about rejection, right? Like if this one guy isn't into me, well, he's the only one that's into me. He's the only one that's into someone like me, and then it can make that stuff feel even worse. So I'm just giving you the heads up that sometimes those things happen when you have less experience, and that's why it's tantamount to get your reps in, you know, and build that muscle.
Thank you.
All right, perfect.
Thanks for coming on and sharing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, to be 20.
I know.
I know. You know, one of the biggest regrets I had being young is not realizing that you're young when you're young.
Yeah.
Even though we're still young, and I think I continue to make the same mistake over and over.
Yeah,
and
you're
over
like
and over
you're
again.
like 24.
Yeah,
right?
right.
23.
24.
Yeah. Well, you know, but I think like I've thought I was old since I was 22 years old, and it's just so stupid. Like I look back and I'm like, what were you doing, you fucking idiot? You know what I mean? Like, and so I don't know. Even now, like I spent half of my life now thinking I'm old. So it's just like, and then eventually I am going to be old.
I'm just going to show this to you guys. I sometimes look at this picture of myself when I was 22, and I look older than I do now.
Wait, 31. Let me see. Can we post it?
Oh, shit.
Oh. That's great.
You
dope.
do look
Dude,
younger
you look
now.
like you work at Patreon. You literally, you look your job.
Yeah.
Were you at Patreon at that point?
I was at Yelp.
Oh, exactly. Okay, even better. Wait. Let me see if I can find it.
It's archived now, so
He
I don't.
doesn't want to show
Oh,
it.
you don't want
I
You don't want to show it?
Yeah, I live in San Francisco.
You don't want to show it?
I don't want to show it right now.
He said he wanted to show us.
I was there from. I interned the summer of 2013, and then I joined 2014 September.
We saw a bit of it off camera.
2016.
Damn, I knew a guy. One of my college roommates worked at Yelp.
Really, what were they doing?
I don't know.
Does anyone have the tweet? One of you guys has the tweet of me, like the young. Yeah, here it is. This is it. You know?
Yeah.
Never say never, okay?
I think I posted this photo on like a 10-year challenge or something like that. I'm sure someone could pull it up. But
I mean, that wasn't. You were. I compared his childhood to the 9/11.
He did. He said it was tragic. A tragedy akin to 9/11, he said.
I mean, Ray, can you blame me?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway.
You definitely had a glow up.
Yeah, because back then in 2009, when I was like 18 years old, like from my perspective, I literally thought like, oh my God, I suck. Like I'm so ugly. I'm fat. Nobody wants to be around me.
Yeah.
Like I had all those fucking feelings.
I'm
like
just kidding. I'm just
insane amounts of social anxiety.
Dude,
No. It's not. I mean, it's fucking fine. I'm 32. Like things worked out.
It was
but the
okay.
point is, but the point
It's
is,
not funny to joke about. I'm so sorry.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
I
The
didn't
point
mean it.
is
It's okay,
that
Hasan.
it gets so much better as you grow, and I understand it when you're in your when you're in your teens or when you're in your early 20s, and you're just like so confused, and the hormones are going wild, and you're just like, oh, will I ever make it? Like, will I ever make something of myself? And it always feels like, especially with the dire economic circumstances and the job market that you're facing, you're like, fuck, like all this shit sucks. And inevitably life finds a way. Like you will grow out of it. You will, okay, dude. You will grow up. You will grow out of it. You're going to find something that you're interested in doing, okay? It's normal. It is perfectly normal for you to feel insecure about your prospects at this age. It's perfectly normal for you to feel insecure about where you are in life. That's the whole point of being in your 20s, is when you figure that shit out.
Hasan, you can find, okay, I tweeted this a few years ago. If you search,
On Twitter?
Yeah. Or actually just search on Google because the tweet will come up.
Okay.
Search, I look younger than I did Jarvis. That's what I searched for, and it's the top result. I just like look for it. It's like for you, top one.
Okay, to be fair, I think this version is also.
I know. So this is, but there's been another
Yeah.
transformation since that was 2019.
This was the most like, oh my God, this is so nerdy.
It is very.
You are like way more swagged out than this Jarvis.
I still worked in tech at that point.
Yeah.
So.
This is like the actually.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like that's what you're giving here. You keep aging backwards. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, but listen, but that's a perfect example. Like 2019 till now, that's not that much time, right? Yeah. And the thing is, like you figured out not to have the classic nerdy light skin black eye haircut. Mm-hmm. So that was good. That was a big improvement.
Yeah.
And facial hair, jewelry,
I mean, like some of that stuff,
things
like,
that he's wearing
is like some of that stuff is it's embarrassing to go through it at a later age too, because I had to go to like a curly hair like specialist and go, I don't know what to do.
Oh, that's the other, yeah.
You know, and you have to, it's like, it's embarrassing, you know, because it's like at this big age, I haven't ever grown my hair past a certain point and figured out like what to do with it, you know?
Yeah.
And like it can be humbling, but that like momentary pain is so worth it for like the long-term benefit that you get from like investing in yourself and learning about yourself. And yeah. And it can do wonders for your confidence.
True.
I mean, the hair thing is just like, it's so obvious that you're in a predominantly white area with what's going on right here.
Yeah. It's just like, you don't know.
But exactly. But that's actually hugely important as well, especially for black people and brown people in general too. Like,
oh yeah.
Like the hair thing is massively important, especially, listen, if you're young and you're black and you're in a predominantly white area, it is not, I think, as far as I understand from my friends, it's not weird to ask for advice on that particular.
I mean, even if like I grew up in a predominantly black area, and I think it just comes down to self-care, you know.
Yeah.
It's like and the degree to which because I wore a buzz cut for the majority of my life, and just because that was like what everybody else was doing, and I just didn't care, and that's fine. Like if you don't care, you can still have that confidence. But for me, I wanted my like my outside to reflect my inside, and that's when it comes to like, okay, I want to take care of this. I like that. I want.
You're so swagged out.
Find new ways of expressing myself.
I'm looking at you right now. This is.
But it's like it's all the bare. You know, it's like the basic essentials are like there, but you get more confidence over time, and you know.
Sean said, listen to Hasan chat. He's worn a do-rag before. Dude, listen.
Oh, and if you have like a hair type like mine, get a silk pillowcase. That's the other advice.
Oh yeah, or just in general, I think everybody should get a silk pillowcase.
Because like bonnets are also cool. Like I have a bonnet and I'm happy to rock a bonnet, but it falls off my head when I sleep. So like getting the silk pillowcase.
Silk pillowcases are great for skin as well.
Yeah,
it's great for your skin. And also wash your pillowcase all the time, folks. Use a laundry detergent that is non-sensitive.
All right, we should keep these advice to like when chatters are in.
Oh, okay. So
we're just blasting.
Let's find
advice.
a chatter that
we're blasting advice.
we're yeah. Okay. Next chatter, Frogan.
I have a question.
Yeah, here hit me.
Not like a CHADVICE question, just like how long do you guys want to go for? So
we can go till. I mean, my guess, I don't know, but I can go till 6, and Austin
6?
can go till 6 as well, whether he likes to or not.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I don't have any. I cleared my schedule today.
Yeah, I'm just there's a NBA game I want to watch at. I'm good till 6, or probably 5:30 is when I'll bounce. I'm watching the in-season tournament final between the Pacers and the Lakers. It's gonna be good.
No, Ray's just Ray's still here. She's just using
Ray
the
says she
bathroom.
wants to go till 8. Right, Ray?
Okay, cool. So the next person.
Yeah, I know we're in
is-
LA. I'm looking at chat. Sorry to interrupt, Frogan. I know I'm looking at chat, and I know we're in LA. But Tyrese Halliburton, the Pacers. Ooh, I want to see him win it. All right.
There's a mini EUF, I guess. There's some server issues, but let's continue. All right, let's bring on the next person.
Okay, the next person is Psycho Red.
Psycho what?
And- Psycho Red.
Psycho Red.
Psycho Red, you're on the air. Hello.
Pronouns are he, him.
Hello.
Give it
Psycho
up for
Red.
queer men.
Huh?
Let's give it up for queer men.
Yeah. All right. Wait, are you a queer man? Or
Yes,
you just...
sir.
All right. Perfect.
Yes,
Finally.
sir. Right?
Finally.
Representation.
Finally, somebody I can relate to. Okay.
Honestly.
I'm
Unfortunately,
just kidding. I'm joking.
Yeah.
You come out with the wildest
Yeah.
story, and you're gonna be like, yeah.
Unfortunately,
Step aside.
So anyway, I'm at the surgery table.
Step aside, heterosexuals.
Oh yeah, please.
Unfortunately, so my fiance and I from day dot have been having like the kids conversation because that's something I know that I want future in life. And you know, initially she wasn't on the same page as me, and then throughout having like 4 years of this discussion, she's
And
like,
you're Canadian.
and I'm Canadian, so you know that tends to help me out, right? So she has now come around to going, okay, let's have one kid. Well, a
Okay.
handful of days ago, she went on a big excursion with one of her coworkers, and for 6 hours, all that conversation with her and her coworker was about the Chinese government.
Okay.
On how they have a lot of power, they want Taiwan back, they want China to be for the Chinese, and through this conversation, it has now freaked her out so bad.
She
that
doesn't want to
she
bring
no-
children?
She doesn't want to have children anymore.
Oh my god.
I can't tell if you're
So-
fucking with me or not.
So no,
Wait,
I'm.
is she Taiwanese?
She's from Brunei. She's from Malaysia.
Okay.
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 And
Number
so
one
now-
anti-American country on the planet. Big ups to
Right.
Malaysia.
That's right. That's right.
Hold on. I don't.
And so that's my question. How do I keep Kami Winnie the Pooh from taking power away from my significant other, and get back
Okay.
on the stage pay with her?
Okay. No. Are you being for real or are
I'm
you...
being so fucking for real. It's not even funny.
Okay, so obviously, multipolarity should not impact your personal decisions.
Just
in
that
your
big scale,
life.
that macro level has now freaked her out.
That's insane. I don't know what the fuck is in the water in Canada, okay? But it's not that serious. I mean, if anything, maybe you should never tell her this, but, anthropogenic climate change and like it accelerating a migrant crisis and completely eviscerating the global south would probably be a much larger factor than like whatever the fuck China's doing with Taiwan.
And because through you and through your big conversations about politics, I've been able to talk her down a little bit so she doesn't think the world's going to explode or anything. But now I can't cross that bridge into, okay, let's get back on the same page about raising a human in this world. I'm like, okay,
tell her
but
this.
40 years ago, there was a Cold War and people had kids then.
Exactly. And also there was a World War II when the United States kicked ass and took names.
Yeah.
That's right. Freedoms, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And tell her that same fighting force that is the greatest force that God has ever created still exists. We spend more money than the next 10 countries combined, including China. And tell her she's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, all jokes aside.
I'm serious.
All jokes aside, I think she just doesn't want to have kids, and she's just using China as a reason.
Sounds like an excuse.
Yeah,
for,
if she doesn't want to have kids, you got to respect that. But you know, it's like if it really is so simple as like someone explained something and then it completely changed her whole worldview, then maybe
something as like literally as ridiculous as like China's policies in Taiwan.
Does she not want to give birth, or does she just not want to have children? Like, is she afraid of the pregnancy process?
No. We got on the same page of the pregnancy process, and like, so she wants one biological child and then one adopted child, and totally cool with that.
Is it because does it have anything to do with her fear of the process?
Not that I have talked her through, because I've asked her these questions like, is it a pregnancy thing? Is it you just don't want to go through that? You're scared of like the birth end of that? And she's like, no, I think I'm okay with all of that. It's
okay.
It really is just big macro level.
Okay, that's what I was going to suggest. Maybe surrogacy, if maybe that was an issue. But it seems like she's open to adoption.
Yeah, and
so
if you're open to adoption, I don't understand.
Yeah,
like that doesn't introduce new kids.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'm
that's
like-
interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah,
So, like, what-
yeah, that's a good point.
Does she want to adopt from China? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
As far as I was aware, she wants to go through whatever system is here.
Yeah, have you asked her that question? You said, well, like, you don't want to bring new children into this world, but what about children that already exist? What does she say to that? What's her defense?
So she wants to adopt because her big thing is she wants to help a lot of people. Like, she's got just a huge heart for helping people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where a lot of like the, everything comes from in her head is, okay, how best do I help people?
Right. Which is amazing.
And
Well,
that's
if
awesome.
if
Which
she
is
wants the West
really
to
great.
win, you have to have more children.
That's what I'm trying to say. And
Yeah.
I'm white and she's Asian. And like,
Well,
there's
that's
gotta
white
be just more of
genocide,
us.
though. That's
Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself.
yeah.
by
That's
the way.
she's doing white genocide. But
And she's doing queer erasure. Let's not forget.
yeah,
Yeah,
that too.
exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Messed up. No, I mean, all jokes aside, I think that the China thing is probably not that big of a like, it can't be that big of a real consideration that she like talked to her National Endowment for Democracy Foundation friend on a camping trip and was like, I'm China pilled, and now I'm only watching real life lore videos about how North Korea is going to overtake Ukraine, and then China is going to overtake Ukraine next. Or whatever. Yeah, radio free coworker, G-pilling your
For real.
your partner.
Xi Jinping is in my bedroom. Like,
Yeah. Well, he is very hot. So
Yeah.
I disagree fundamentally, but I think But anyway, moving on. How badly do you want children?
I have always wanted children. My dad was a big influence on my life, and he's not around no more. So I kind of want to take those lessons and pass them on. But I am cool with not having biological children, but we were on the same page, and just now we're not. That's all.
I mean, Yeah, I do think it's a big issue, right?
Yeah.
And it's one that you need to talk through and address, because like at the end of the day, like this is something that if you really want it, I don't think this is exactly like a, it's
And
not
she
something
mentioned
small.
she mentioned couples therapy, and it's like, but we were on the same page.
I mean, you should maybe take
No,
her
you
up
guys
on
are
it.
not on the same page. Like,
But we were.
No, I know, but that's not how that works. Like,
Things can
like she was most likely managing the relationship because she loves you and doesn't really love the idea of having children, it seems. So
Listen, I
that's-
watch you. She must.
What?
I watch you. She must love me.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Oh, sorry, I'm. Yep.
But
I know what it
yeah,
means.
no, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know if
She puts up with him watching Hasan, is what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a
Thank
good-
you.
I'm glad you got that, Austin.
It took. I just want to
try
make
to keep
sure
it a secret.
I just want to
for
make
maybe
sure
other people that didn't get the joke.
I thought there was a lot of people went right over their heads. A lot of question marks.
Which is
I'm happy
yeah,
I
I was fine with it just dangling. You know.
She thinks that. Yeah, he thinks that this is a bad thing, but she tolerates it. But I think it's a good thing for the record. I think a lot of people should watch this on. Right?
Okay, thanks, Austin.
I think more people should watch AustinShow on Twitch. Is what I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break.
That's actually the
especially during the elections.
The best time to watch AustinShow.
Yeah. As long as you're subscribed, you will be fine.
Yeah,
It'll
I
be
love
uninterrupted.
watching. Hassan, the elections are coming out. I'm so excited to see.
Okay.
Them watch.
All jokes aside, the reality is like, yeah, obviously she loves you. She puts up with me screaming in her house all day, every day, and other things. So
the question is like, what happens if she ultimately decides for sure she doesn't want a kid? What happens to the relationship?
Yeah.
I think we more look into an adoption route.
But what if she doesn't want that?
Right.
It sounds like you for sure want kids, and she definitely sounds a little wishy-washy on it, which is understandable. It's a huge commitment.
Because did she also say no to adoption when all this started going down?
No.
Oh, okay.
She just said when we're going to have kids, we should go to couples therapy because that has really freaked me out.
So she's.
That shouldn't freak you out. Like, that's not a bad thing.
Oh, I think she was freaked out, like from the conversation, or
Yeah.
who's freaked out?
No, he's freaked out because
No. He's got it right. No, Jarvis has it right.
Oh, wait, what? Say it again then.
Another dub for the J-Man.
When we go to have kids, or when we are ready to cross into doing that and start planning all those things, we need to go to couples therapy because the Chinese government has really freaked her out.
I don't think couples therapy is a bad thing.
Yeah, but I thought you got freaked out by her suggesting couples therapy.
Nope.
Okay.
I am good with therapy. I'm good whatever we need to do to get back on
I
track.
inferred
Good
that,
with
and
it.
I was
We're all
wrong.
good. Let's
I
do
was
it.
wrong for
You need to, get a therapist that is pro-baby.
I think I want a neutral therapist on the baby
What?
issue.
You need a pro-baby therapist.
Yeah, find a pro-baby therapist pronto. Give her money on the side. So that she will definitely keep up the pro-baby narrative.
Well, if at the end of the day it makes your fiance or wife feel better about the situation, then who's hurt?
Well, just a little manipulation. You know,
Yeah,
cooking the
Go
books.
to a church group. Actually,
Some
Fuck
would
therapy.
call it manipulation, but others would call it you're going to raise beautiful children. They're going to be productive members of society, and it's going to be beautiful and natural.
Right? And nothing's more beautiful and natural than
Than children.
Concern is that
And manipulating your partner into having children by going to a couples counseling session that you paid for ahead of time.
Well, I mean, look. Sorry, Jarvis.
No,
go ahead.
no.
No, please.
That is what she would want you to do, though. Like
that's right.
That's a good point.
Well, my concern is that the therapist is not gonna know a lot about geopolitics. I don't know how the therapist.
How do I explain to
the
that guy
therapist will
what
help
Xi
with a
Jinping
lot
wants?
of the your partner wants to go to therapy, like then you love them and you're open to trying it, then you should do that. But I'm not exactly seeing the line from like how they help with this specific reason for the underlying reason for the issue.
Yeah, especially if she's like a lot of liberals are going to be anti-China, and I feel like your therapist is going to be like, "Yeah, Queen, you're right. Xi is overtaking the West. We need to do something about it, and you're totally valid in your fears, and then you're fucked."
No. I think a liberal therapist would say Xi doesn't stand a chance against the greatest military power in the world.
Or maybe it's an excuse for like a larger underlying issue, especially if she's saying that when we have kids, because that presupposes that you are having kids and this is just like a step in that path, not that she's like completely against the concept. So I don't know. Like, I can't tell if you're closer than you think you are on this issue or further apart. But I do think that having a conversation with your partner about why they're interested in what their goals would be for couples therapy is maybe a place to start.
You definitely need to go to therapy, though, and I'm glad that you're open to it because that it's good to unpack all this and find out what the underlying tension is actually, because it's unironically not.
And at
G.
the
I
end of
think
the day,
you're-
if like we're not on the same page, like we shouldn't be having kids.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but you have to make a
You know?
decision whether that's something that you can live with or not.
Well, I probably should make that decision before I marry her.
Yeah,
Yes.
very, very true.
Yeah.
I would, if that's a hard line for you, then you need to make that very clear. And I don't think, again, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think. No, if you
Well,
want
as a
children,
non-breeder, I don't think you get a
There's
say.
nothing, and there's just like there's nothing wrong with her not wanting children.
Right.
Th-
I completely agree, but then let's find a way we both get what we want, right? If adoption is the option and it's the birth thing, okay, let's go down the adoption route. You know, it's there are options there to get both.
Yeah, there's lots of options. I think just having a mediator in the form of a couples therapist may help both of you like kind of express where you're coming from. And so, you know, you definitely want to figure out something so monumental before you get married, obviously.
Yeah. Or here's another suggestion. Show her the litany of China is going to collapse tomorrow YouTube videos to be like, what do you mean? Look at my favorite Vox.com video, or Johnny Harris video, or real life lore video, or a litany of other geopolitical analyst YouTubers who will tell you and assure her that China is going to collapse any moment now, so she won't even have to worry about it.
Ray, do you got thoughts on this?
I just don't believe she's being fully honest with you.
Yeah, I
about
don't- I
this
don't
kid
either.
Situation, and I think she's scared. I think she's nervous. I think maybe she's not ready. I think she definitely can feel how ready you are, and she's afraid of losing you. Or being on the wrong page as you. I feel like she just, I think you guys need to talk.
Yeah. Therapy it is.
Yeah, there's nothing more fulfilling in this life than raising children.
How would you know?
Yeah.
How would you know?
How are your kids doing?
I'm gonna have children one day.
Yeah, you're gonna be such a bad dad.
No,
Oh
I'll
my
be a
God.
great father.
You probably should.
I'll be there from the ages of-
I'm now the anti-gay adoption.
I think Austin will be a good dad.
I'll be
Just so
there
you
for my
can
children
adopt.
from the age of 6 through 18, and then they're on their own.
No, I love the cutoff because at least he's honest. He's like, yeah, until 6.
I don't know what to do with you until you're 6, and then you can talk and walk, and then we'll have a conversation. But then, until that point, it's nanny duty.
Okay,
They won't know me. They won't
we have
remember.
a lot more people that are waiting in line.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
hopefully
you so
we're
much
able
for
to
your
help you
time.
out.
Can I order like a bite, or do you have like a cracker or something?
Okay. The next person.
I will order all of us food. What would
He's
you
got
like?
a protein shake. Can we get something?
Jarvis is hungry.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna order food right now.
Yeah, I'm something low sodium.
He's starved.
No, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I've
What's
been
up?
really watching my sodium.
Frogan.
Who's next?
Lexi. Pronouns are she, her.
Hey, Lexi. Welcome to the show. How are you?
There are snacks.
I am very well, thank you. Hope you guys are doing good as well.
Yes, we're doing great. What's going on?
Okay, so I was in a relationship for 2 years that has ended about 6 months ago, and it's kind of something that I have reflected upon after the relationship as well as during the relationship as well. So I'm a white woman in my early 20s, and I had a boyfriend who's also white, and he was around the age of 30. And the relationship ended a few months ago, as I said, but before we got together and as we were together, we often discussed our political orientation, our political beliefs, as well as our moral values. And we agreed on stuff like socialism, feminism, anti-racism, and so on and so forth. But after we had been together for some time, I noticed how he would tolerate misogynism and racism, or misogynistic and racist behavior in his friend group, particularly coming from one friend. And when I then brought up my concerns about him associating himself with someone like this, or kind of wanting to prompt that he addresses that potentially with that friend or that person, he said that he didn't want to do that, or that he wanted to remain friends with him without bringing it up because it would potentially alienate him from the friend group. Plus that friend had proven his loyalty to him. over like the years that they were friends. And that like led to a lot of disagreements and like fights and arguments between us. And I think, at least from what I can see, was a contributing factor to why we broke up in the end. So what I would like advise on are like two aspects of that. On one hand, like how can I kind of trust or gauge if what a partner or potential partner is telling me about their political beliefs, about their moral stance, ethics, all of these things. And if they would like hold true to that, even when it would like mean compromise or has like consequences for them. And on the other hand, or is that like something where maybe it's all right to have a friend like that in their friend group, or should I like intervene or like draw a line? Like, how should I handle a situation like that in the future? And how do I trust that what people tell me is like true? So those are the two aspects of that. I hope that made sense. So
Yeah.
makes sense.
It makes sense. I think, I mean, we might even have some disagreements on the panel here, but I think that having friends that have differing opinions, I mean, it depends, I guess, on like the infractions, but having friends with like differing opinions is perfectly, I think perfectly valid. I would even go so far as say healthy, unless they're like, you know, so incredibly toxic that it's like, that you feel as though it genuinely reshapes your opinion of your partner, right? Because like to a certain degree, I mean, I talk about this quite a lot, that obviously as a byproduct of existing and growing up under a patriarchal structure, under a white supremacist one, there are going to be a lot of people that hold on to values such as that because that's what they've learned, right? And not everyone is going to immediately go down this journey and try to unlearn racist, misogynistic opinions that they have, and depending on like how bad it is, I think it's you know, somewhat permissible if it's not like, you know, if your boyfriend's best friend is not like a, I mean, if they're like in the Klan or something or whatever the version of that would be in your country, like if they're in the EDL, then that's a little different, right? But if they are, you know, making offhanded remarks, if they're making offhanded remarks and that frustrates you when you are around that person, that's one thing. But if they're making offhanded remarks and it's like not the worst, not like unimaginably cruel rhetoric, then it's okay to have you know, a diversity of opinion in your boyfriend's group of friends.
Are there remarks towards you, or just like in general?
No, so I guess like providing some example would maybe help to clarify. So one of the instances that like was a major like point of contestation between us was that we were at dinner at an Asian restaurant, and that friend like pulled his eyes and stuff.
Oh.
And yeah, so it was not like
Yo, that's
like, I don't know, like it was not like, it was very overt racism, if that makes sense.
If my boyfriend did not correct that in the moment, I would be heavily disappointed, and that'd be a red flag from all of them.
Yeah.
That is needs
so
to be
like
corrected.
my boyfriend was in the bathroom when that friend did that, so he didn't see it firsthand.
Of course he was. Red flag.
Yeah.
Wait,
He
so
should have been there.
did you say wait, what? So that's such a funny way to be racist, because it's like it's like it's an insane, like,
it's
what is this?
cartoon racism.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's like Steven Crowder levels of racism.
Yeah, or like 15. You know what I mean? Like it's like such a middle school type thing.
Old school, yeah.
So Lexi, when
Was he in a car crash? Like, what happened
Do you have
to
any
your friend?
Do you have any examples of when he was there?
Well, I'm curious what happened
like,
after she told him.
Oh yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Finish the
Yeah,
dinner.
what happened after you told him, and then a second to that, is there any other examples where he was there and he didn't address the behavior?
So the thing is, like, he agreed that it was wrong what he did, like, but it was more so that he didn't want to address it with his friend as well, because he said that, well, has been so loyal for so many years to me. I don't want to jeopardize like the relationship. I don't want to, because they are all part of like a friend group from school, like from university.
Your boyfriend's a pussy.
Okay, that's a bit of a red flag.
Ex-boyfriend,
That's definitely.
ex-boyfriend. Just to be highlight this, it's my ex-boyfriend. So we are not together anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, trash.
Yeah,
She
like
broke up with him. It's been 6 months.
I thought he had I thought he did like a microaggression, okay? And,
No.
Like, or maybe like a collection of microaggressions or something. Like I didn't realize it was like that.
Yeah, in that instance, I know it's an ex, but if they're like, this is such a good friend that I don't want to talk to them about something, I don't understand that friendship.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, because you want your friends to confront you when you're like fucking up, when you're doing weird shit. Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's not your problem now. You got out of there. Yeah. And so going back to your original question, it was about like, how do I know when to believe someone when they say they have certain beliefs, but they don't like, their actions don't match up?
Do you ask them?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you say one thing, but then you don't really go through with your beliefs, or like don't hold like those small values when they are directly affect you, you would maybe need to compromise to like stick to your values, you know?
Yeah, look, the reason why I went on that long tangent in the beginning about people, like how we're a product of our environment and our social conditioning guides us, and it doesn't necessarily mean that like people are going to be always like an evil person, right? If they have some antiquated values, is because like that's going to happen. That's going to happen in the real world. It's going to happen over and over again. You are not always going to have your partner or your partner's friends have the same opinions as yourself. However, it was valid in that situation, and I think it's a case by case circumstance. Like, and this should not. I think this should not cause you to feel. You shouldn't question what you did in this situation, and in the future, I think it's like you'll know it when you see it, I guess, right?
And let people show you with their actions.
Yeah, don't just mistrust someone right away because of what's happened in the past. Like if you're jumping into a new relationship, like don't just like be super skeptical of them all the time. Like unfortunately, they have to show you who they are.
Yeah, it is definitely wild. It is definitely wild that he maintained a relationship with a person who says stuff like that, or like didn't even do anything about it afterwards. Like I feel like that is a wild,
because I feel like you don't just happen into being the kind of person that makes a joke like that. Like there's got to be tons of other stuff that they've been doing for years, especially if it's a long relationship. But yeah, it's like, it's tough because you want to give new people the benefit of the doubt and not hold them to like a really high standard from the jump. And you want to take them at their word. And I think it's this balance of you want to take someone at your word, but maybe you don't put both feet into trusting them right at the beginning, because you want to let someone show you that they can walk the walk and talk the talk. But yeah, I think it really depends on your own personal capacity for trust. I personally am like a trusting person, and so I will let someone like make these mistakes before it becomes an issue, and then we like call it out. And I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. But if someone is not that way and they have more of a strict belief on it, I think that can also be valid. Like it really just depends on what you want, and what makes you feel like psychological safety as well.
Yeah. Are there any other examples of your ex-boyfriend's friend? I just because
like
he seems...
the other things I think were a little, I don't know, like they were not as overt, but he would like repeatedly fetishize specifically Eastern European women, and then would also make remarks that my boyfriend actually has a fetish for Asian women. So it was all very
Ugh.
suspect.
Wait,
and
are you? I'm
odd
sorry
and weird.
to ask this. Are you Asian?
No, I'm not. And that is like one of the things that made me also like, I don't know, was weird for him to tell. He said that
So
to me
weird for him.
directly.
Oh, what a
How is this
weirdo.
person their friend? Like
Why?
I don't-
Yeah, no. You did great.
You got out of there, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's this dude's insane. And the fact that did he say this in front of your boyfriend, ex-boyfriend?
Like certain things, yeah. Like
Yeah,
he would
this
repeatedly
dude's a
say
fucking
those things.
weirdo. At that point, unironically, I think like him feeling that comfortable around your boyfriend, or even not around your boyfriend, but around you, it feels like it very much feels like your ex-boyfriend might not have even necessarily been a coward, but more so just like compliant. You know what I mean? He was probably maybe a little bit different around him than he
Or, like,
is
what's even
around
the
you.
difference at that point?
Which, to be fair, like, you know, there are some things you joke about with the boys or whatever. Like, there's a level of comfort. There's a level of comfort, but like that's definitely way beyond the pale. Like, that's unacceptable.
Yeah. Thank you. That really like reassured me also, because obviously it's sometimes hard to gauge like where am I overstepping, what is like too much to ask, and so yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a good head on your shoulders and like a good gut, and like it's okay to trust your gut.
Thank you.
Like, Austin code switches all the time. You know?
I do.
He's like a constant code switcher. He like around the boys, he's like, oh, what's up? Yeah, I love football, titties, and then around the girls, he's just like talks totally differently. It's odd, you know. People do that.
Don't believe him. He's a man. He lies a lot.
See, he did it. He literally did it right.
You're so different around me all the time.
Uh,
I feel like all the time
Ray,
you're like,
because
yeah,
we're-
I hate men. I hate men.
I do.
Yeah.
We're besties, Ray. That's why.
Okay. All right. Well, but hopefully that was helpful.
It was really helpful. I just like hope that he has a new girlfriend and she's Asian, so I hope she's okay, but we shall see.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, you shouldn't also. No, you should not. No, don't do that. You should not keep track. No, clean
No,
break.
I've
Don't
now
keep track.
blocked it everywhere because we had like people we
DM
both
her,
knew,
girl.
so
DM
I thought. No, I'm not getting
dating a
wrapped up in the
racist.
drama.
No,
I'm just
no. Clean break.
don't
For
do
your
that.
own sake, this is not to like. For your own sake, clean break. You already are doing it. Don't listen to Ray or Austin here. You're doing a great job. Stay away. It's great. It's done.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Lexi.
Thanks, Lexi.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye.
for sharing. Have a wonderful day.
Bye, Lex.
Thank you so much. You too.
Bye now.
That was insane.
I just, you know.
Your suggestion was
If I was
a crazy
if I was
person's
getting-
suggestion.
If I was like talking to a guy and he was like, you know, fetishizes Asians, I would, you know, it
Yeah.
would be really nice seeing a DM and be like, hey, listen, I dated this guy for a while. Like,
From the
got a
ex-girlfriend? No shot. That literally only will hardline her position. She is going to come to that recognition if there's truth to it. If there's truth, if there's truth to it, she literally will find out, unfortunately through personal experience, that you know, that's insane.
It's nice to know.
I do see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but,
the white ex-girlfriend being like, hey, by the way, just so you know, your current boyfriend I used to date and he fetishizes Asians is going to literally have the exact opposite effect. Plus, on top of that, it's unhealthy for her. I only care about the HasanAbi head in this situation, and I'm protecting.
Obligated to.
I'm protecting my HasanAbi head in the situation.
I think she should tell him everything.
I do.
Tell her everything.
I
and
do
also say that
generally-
he has erectile dysfunction
Oh my god.
I definitely
and
don't.
performance issues.
All right, who's up next?
The next person is Marche. Pronouns are she, her. Marche, you're on air.
Hey, how are you, Marche? Welcome to the
Marche.
show.
Hi, Marche.
Marcy's muted right now.
Sorry about that. Hi.
Not a problem. Welcome
Hey.
aboard.
Wow. Okay. I'm very nervous.
Don't worry.
You got this.
Don't worry. Don't be nervous.
Just,
Great
Thank
advice.
you.
Sorry.
I'm already getting the advice. Okay.
Okay. We're all losers, just, right? I mean, not Ray. Ray's the best.
Okay.
We're losers. The
What,
men
all
have-
right, Marcy, what's
Go ahead.
your issue? Talk to us.
Okay. So I just recently went through a pretty upsetting breakup. I was the one to break up with my partner, and I've never had to do that before. So that's, a whole new experience in itself. And I also I was in a polyamorous triad relationship, and my other partner I've been with for 8.5 years, and he wants to remain in a relationship with my ex, and I'm really struggling with that right now.
So I'm sorry, just to be clear, you are still with you were in a triad and then you broke off.
Sounds like there's
one
like
of
a
them.
primary 8 and some change year relationship, and then at some point this
They-
third was added. But
they
it was
added the
mutual.
third.
Oh,
Yep.
And then
I-
now this
That's
one
kind
of the links
not
in the
great
triangle is being
terminology,
broken.
but yeah.
What's the right terminology? Because we don't know.
I don't know. A third just kind of implies like a lesser partner, right?
Okay, so
That's fair.
An
Yeah.
equal stakeholder.
Yes.
Got it.
And
Okay.
I didn't go into the relationship with that intent. It really came out of the blue for me. My long-term partner is a man, and when I met my ex, they told me that they were a lesbian. So this was something that was like very surprising to me, and I didn't know how to deal with. And I also am not.
So the thruple. So the
Sorry,
thruple. Wait,
yes?
sorry. It's confusing for us mere mortals.
I
but
apologize.
So the thruple formed after how many years? 8 years. You and your male partner
Yep.
were together.
So I'm 24. We've been together for 8.5 years. So like since high school, and in college, I had other polyamorous relationships outside of ours, and I never really wanted to. I never wanted to be in a relationship that was integrated with my first relationship, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Like
you
instead of
want- yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
Like you
so
didn't want to
instead of
be in
having
like a
triangle,
triad
it was
situation. Yeah, a triangle
Yeah.
situation. You wanted to have like little offshoots that were, equally
yeah, and
meaningful,
I
but
did
not
have that,
connected.
and it
Yeah.
worked really well for a while. And then when I met my ex, I assumed that was what was going to happen, and it really came out of the blue when they were interested in my
and your ex at that
long-term
point had
partner.
told you that she was a lesbian.
That they were lesbian.
They were
yeah.
a lesbian. Sorry. Okay. Your ex told you that they were a lesbian. However, they did they slowly reveal that they were bisexual, or did you even know that they
When did they get
were
involved with your
hooking
male
up
partner?
with your male partner?
Especially if it started as just between the two of you.
It did just start between the two of us, and then we had a it was a vulnerable conversation, and I was it caught me off guard, but I wasn't like offended or angry. I mean, I obviously love my other partner. I mean, I understand other people being attracted to him, and I just didn't really, because I never wanted a triad, right? Because I know it's really difficult to maintain. It's kind of famously difficult, and I just kind of went along with it because I wanted to, make everyone happy.
So there's a desecration of the bond of trust here, and it actually starts off with your non-binary lesbian partner that either told you something that is false about their sexual preferences, or maybe developed sexual preferences. Obviously, sexuality is a spectrum. So, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, at what point. I mean, first of all, it's good that there was a break, right? So I don't really know what the issue is beyond, like, coping with those feelings.
Well, the issue is the ex is now with Marxie's male partner, and that is a weird relationship because now that person is kind of in the periphery, and you're gonna have to see them all the time, even though you just broke up with them.
Yeah, no, wait, you're still with your...
No. Marxie's not with her ex, but Marxie's male partner, who she is still with.
That's no. I understand. Yeah, okay, yeah. You're still with your male partner.
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
But they're continuing to see the one that you broke off with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, which is a really tough situation.
It is really tough, and I don't want to impose my will on him and say who he can and cannot date. I am just having a hard time accepting it, and
I mean,
especially from my perspective, my ex hurt me a lot.
I would have a hard time accepting it, for the record.
Yeah, no,
are valid.
you're incredibly
Like,
valid.
It's okay to feel hurt about this.
And I do believe that, well, I'm no big city lawyer nor an expert in triads. However, I will say that your male partner that you are still with should have been understanding of your boundaries. Did you establish boundaries with him?
So I told when my ex came to me and said that they were maybe attracted to my other partner, I did my best to be very understanding, and I have throughout this relationship, even though it was not a good relationship for most of it, especially towards the end, I do think that I have grown a lot and I have realized a lot of things about myself. And one of those things is that I really struggle with boundaries and asserting them. And I gave a lot of soft no's in the beginning of this.
Okay, walk me through that. What
triad.
does that mean? Like what? Give me an example, because I need to understand what you mean.
Like not. Sorry. I'm understanding it as not being enthusiastically into the idea, but kind of letting things develop, play out. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I want to hear the language that you used to get a better understanding of like the mentality of your partner. Does that make sense? Like, I want to know if this was him being enthusiastic and just kind of like wishy-washy and not being considerate of your feelings, or if there's a little bit of responsibility that is on your end.
And I do accept a lot of responsibility for sort of allowing this relationship to happen the way it did, because I wasn't as firm as I should have been in maintaining that boundary. When this was brought up to me, I was being understanding and even the gender issue for me was not that big of a deal. The only thing was that it was so out of left field because of what they had told me, right?
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
They manipulated your. I think that they definitely. I mean, they clearly, seemingly lied to you, right?
I'm really not sure. And I did like apply for this to get feedback and input. So it is really valuable, especially because you are totally removed. You have no idea who I am. But I don't know if it was malicious or just negligent. And it seems like a lot of the problems in our relationship that led
I mean,
to
did
it
they say they were
ending.
lesbian? Like, I'm just gonna ask very straightforward questions. Did they say they were lesbian and like show no interest in your male partner at all, and then develop an interest to your male partner? Did you know about this interest in your male partner? Did your male partner actually communicate with you that they were that he was sexually engaging or even romantically engaging with your non-binary lesbian partner? Like, these are all important things for me to understand here so I can make a better assessment.
The first time that I that I knew that something was or unexpected was happening was my ex and I had gone to a concert, and we came back home, and we were both, intoxicated, and we were all three of us. So even before my other partner, even before a triad formed, we all hung out with each other all the time. There's good chemistry. We all got along really well. And we,
you guys hooked up.
there was like we were like kissing and making out and whatever. And then I saw that while we were doing that, the other two were holding hands.
That's
And
the
that was the
first
first
time.
time.
That's the first time that you figured it out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. Okay.
Yeah, do it.
The male partner of 8 years is he's got to go. Men ain't shit. Okay.
I feel like he's doing some dishonest stuff here.
Yeah.
For sure.
You know the they them mussy got him acting up, but also at the same time, no, he's not good. He's not good. Like, obviously the other person in this situation also violated your trust, and like the relatively understandable boundaries that you may or may not have created. But ultimately, after all, like, the fact that they didn't communicate this with you from the jump, as it was like developing, is definitely very strange. And the fact that he's still with this person while they're in a relationship with you means that he's a little bit selfish. Not even a little bit. He's very selfish.
He's not respecting your feelings on it.
Yeah, he wants the comfort of the 8-year relationship that he has had with you. And sorry to say this, but you're kind of letting him walk all over you a little bit. You gotta be. I'm using very strong language on purpose.
I understand.
Because you need to cut it. You need to cut this.
Oh, so one aspect of this that we haven't heard about is, Marksy, when you spoke, like, what was the first communication you had with your male partner about the triad as it like was becoming a thing? Because this hookup sounds like it was before the triad officially was ratified, and
there were the charters.
Right.
Polyamory has a very liberal, like, contractualist bent to it.
But at that point, like, I guess when you see they're holding hands, you had not had any conversations with your male partner about your ex?
No,
them having
that night I had this really horrible spiral, and like felt sick, confused, didn't know what to do.
But then
you
ratified a contract.
Sorry, what?
But after all of that, you ratified a contract. It seems like there is a history here of you eating your feelings over and over again in order to satisfy your partner of 8 years, which is understandable. Being
or
in
to
an
keep
8-year
the peace.
Yeah. Being in an 8-year
Right.
relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very comforting for me. He has been the most stable part of my life for a very long time. There's also like a not insignificant. Not that this is. I always feel the need to sort of undercut myself and preface everything I say, but I think right now it's especially valid. Is that I know that there is a material element to my continued relationship with him, because I do not work outside of the house currently. I am applying to grad school, and like that is the path in my life that I want to pursue. And he is a huge source of stability through that really destabilizing process. And I do a lot of the home and domestic labor, which is labor. That's why I said I didn't work out of the home, because I do work
it is.
here.
Yeah.
But I also, I've also been feeling really devalued in that aspect as well.
But none of this like excuses walking all over your boundaries. You know?
Yeah. No, you got to rip that Band-Aid off.
It's more unhealthy. It seems like it's now become an unhealthy power dynamic.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
No, I think it was an unhealthy power dynamic from the jump.
Now, and I feel like that your comfort to him is like very valuable, obviously, and I feel like he's taking advantage of that.
Yeah, you got to run away. Okay, maybe not run away, but you gotta set up a separate living situation for yourself, and I think you gotta get out of this relationship. I mean, you're young. You were with this person through formative years. It's it's a very long time and a very important time in your life that you like developed feelings of comfort towards this person. But I think at first it's going to be painful. At first it's going to be easy. Yeah, at first it's going to suck. However, I think every single step you take in the right direction away from this person is going to open up new avenues for you, and you are going to slowly but surely, maybe a year down the line, maybe a couple months down the line, you are going to recognize that the liberty that you have now is going to allow you to become your own person, and it's going to be much better for you.
It's a deceptive comfort because it's, I imagine, hard to see your life outside of this relationship because it happened over such a formative period of your life. But there is, you know, a completely different and fulfilling life outside of this relationship, and there are solutions to, you know, all of the problems that would come with breaking things off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Obviously, it's not easy to hear all this, but I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you all. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. Taking the time to listen to me, because it hasn't felt like I've been listened to very much.
I mean, we're just happy that we can help, but you're like, we hope we made you feel validated, and in the future, just remind yourself that it's okay to trust yourself, and it's okay to trust your boundaries. And, you know, to push you a little bit, you can push back on those, upholding those boundaries of yours if you're being put in a situation that is uncomfortable. Because while it may feel easier in the moment to appease and sort of try to prevent any conflict, that is at the cost of your own current and future discomfort. And it's only going to get worse, you know, as those things fester.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that. And there's the whole, like, this was also my first same-sex relationship too, and now I have a lot of that baggage to carry with me too, and it's very hard not to blame myself for.
Don't blame
yourself.
Don't blame yourself.
I feel like you've been catering to how other people's feel more than your own, and I feel like this might be a good time to try to focus on how you are feeling, because you're obviously hurt, and I think it's time to let go of this, because it's just it's hurting you. Your feelings matter too. And your feelings are valid.
I really tried to acknowledge that and pay more attention to that. And you know, the housing situation,
Yeah, that's
we
tough.
almost came to a what I thought was a really good potential future direction, compromise, whatever you want to call it, because so we were going to all move in together, and then I just I had apprehensions about that, and then one day I kind of like it all just came bursting out, and we then decided that, well, we have a combined income, we can afford 2 apartments, and if I want to stay separately from the rest of the group for a couple days, or if I need more alone time to work, because I I have a really hard time you know giving adequate time to the academic work that I want to do, I enjoy doing, I'm fulfilled by doing when other people are around. So I thought that I was going to have this really good outlet, this workspace, this living space, workspace that could be my own. And then I found out from like we had found an apartment. We had already talking about like when we would move in, when I would move in, and
Yeah,
then
no.
I found out that it was never really a sincere offer,
Oh.
and that was really devastating to me. They didn't trust me. They didn't trust that I would be okay being the one to live apart, and that really hurt me, because I've been trying really hard to be honest recently, but they didn't
It sounds like they are
trust
not being
me.
honest.
What?
It just sounds like they were the ones not being honest, you know?
Yeah, yes, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get out of there.
I think that one thing, moving forward from this, obviously, you also mentioned it was your first same-sex relationship, and it's going to be hard not to hold this in your head as you explore future relationships. But
yeah,
it sounds like you have a very giving heart, and it would be a shame to see that harden as a result of people of these bad actors, essentially. So try to stay optimistic. Not everyone is gonna be a shithead, and you can still be cynical. You can still ask the right questions. You can still defend and uphold your boundaries while keeping yourself open as you are now. So try not to let this experience define you. I know it's easy to say that and it's harder to do, but yeah, trust yourself, and you will be okay. And you have like a bright future ahead of you. Obviously, you're going to grad school. You're going to do really cool work.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for
I really
coming
appreciate
on,
it.
Marche.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it. It's very brave of you.
I'm so sorry you're going through this, and you definitely deserve better.
Yeah, you should also probably get a therapist. One college.
I knew it in the chat, in the voice chat beforehand. I said, I'm worried that they're just going to tell me to go to therapy. I'm already in therapy.
Okay, get a new therapist, because this one ain't cutting it, and they're not telling you what to do in the situation. It's very clear cut if they haven't.
Okay.
Not all therapists are good. Remember, that's another thing
Yeah.
that you like. A lot of people establish a bond of trust with a therapist and think like, okay, well, I've already dumped all my trauma to this person. I don't want to go through that again. This is going to be that's going to be a really long process and a tumultuous process. And it's like, well, maybe you might not have the best therapist unless they know. I mean, unless they don't know anything about everything that you just explained to us. Because if you did tell your therapist all this stuff and they didn't see the warning signs, then you might have a shitty therapist, and that's fine,
Mm-hmm.
Be more selfish.
Thank you for the advice. And I Hasan, I admire you so much and your style on how effective you communicate. And you're just a really big inspiration to me. So I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you for saying that. I don't know how to take compliments.
Oh,
Almost
yeah,
saves me.
I have a hard time too. Don't worry.
Say thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
He really
Okay, do I
appreciates
hang
it.
up or how does this work?
He really appreciates you and values your commitment to the community.
That was so much better than what I said. That was surprisingly good, Austin.
No, I know how to talk to people.
Yeah.
If there's one thing about me, I say a lot of the wrong things, but every once in a while I say it right.
All right.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you for coming on
Thank
and
you
being
for
honest
coming
with
on.
us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all so much.
Okay. Frogan, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful now that you're here.
I miss you, Austin.
I miss you too. When am I going to see you next?
He's here.
I live in LA now.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved
Where
here
the fuck are you? Why aren't you here right now?
Don't say where you are.
Yeah, no, where are you? Give us your coordinates.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Whoever's going to come get you, they get stuck in traffic for like 3 hours anyway.
No, really. Yeah, I moved here.
They wouldn't be able to get to you.
I moved here last
week.
week.
They would give up in frustration before they got to you. Fuck this.
All right, who we got next?
We got Gap. Any pronouns? Okay, Gap, you're on.
Line.
Hey there. Oh my gosh. Oh my
Hello,
gosh.
everyone.
Gapped.
Hi again, Austin.
We
How are
just
you doing?
danced. We just danced at a club. What?
We did.
Yeah, we had a great time. What did you say that made me laugh so hard?
I think I was just like, wow, you dance something like me. They should call you Melanin Monroe.
Oh, Melanin Monroe.
I'm stupid. Anyways,
Hi,
hope you're
Gap.
all
Good to see
doing
you.
well.
Thanks for coming on.
You are the Discord king.
What? No, Gap goes way back.
Oh yeah, I met Austin like on Lover Host or something. Yeah.
Way back when, and then we recently it was at TwitchCon. We went to a gay club.
Yeah, we were very gay there.
We were
Yes.
very gay at that club. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, not to get into that. We're here to help.
Yes. Anyways, hi everyone. I'm It's Gapped on all social media platforms, 26 years old, but we're here to talk about my issues.
Yes.
So, a lot of y'all don't know this, but I am quite the family man myself personally, and I sacrifice a lot for my family. So, for those who people don't know that, like, I live with two of my older sisters, and my nephew and my parents right now. And it's gone to a point where like I have to be like a second mom to the family. So like my parents both work, and since both my sisters have a child, I'm like, okay, you should build yourselves up before I need to, because I'm like, I don't have a child. I'm just, your little gay brother. Who cares, So like, I don't work. I don't do anything to, build myself up whatsoever. So like, anytime one of my sisters gets a job, I become like the permanent babysitter. Or my other sister, she has medical issues, and that's why she moved back in with us. And the medical issues are like so serious to the point like she has Crohn's disease, epilepsy, a brain tumor, and like other stuff to the point like sometimes I will have to like get off a stream to like go take care of her and like, make sure she's all fine and whatnot. And it's gone to a point that I haven't been able to focus on myself at all. And they tell me all the time, like, no, it's okay. Go do what you need to do, live your life and whatever. It's like, okay, you say you're going to be fine, but I'm the only one who has enough free time to take care of everything that needs to be done. And it's gone to the point that my boyfriend, whom actually I have to thank Austin for helping me meet, actually.
Oh,
my
shit.
boyfriend is getting...
Did you meet him that night?
Oh, no. Well, after the Lover Host, kind of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gone to the point, like, I met my boyfriend on Twitch, and I have never met him, and we've been dating for 2 years.
Oh my god.
And I'm too afraid to, like, leave my family for, like, long periods of time.
Oh.
And, like, I really want this relationship to work, and, like, it's gone to the point that he started asking me to have sex with him in VR chat. And I don't want that. That's
No.
really awkward. And
Yeah.
also, actually, some
Yeah.
people might know my boyfriend, but that's a whole different tale for
Yeah.
another story.
It's,
So.
it's not public.
It's not that it's not public. It's more so. Do you remember that story long ago with Aiden Ross's brother?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah, there was like some sort of like debacle with that.
We
My
need to stay on
boyfriend was-
topic. We don't have much time.
Yeah, I got you. Anyways, yeah, I don't know how to be selfish and like I don't want to abandon my family, but I feel like I'm obligated to them. So.
Oh man. But the core of the issue is you want to see your boyfriend who you've been dating for a couple years and you guys have never met in person.
Never. Yeah, it's bad.
And this is something that you really want to happen. Is there a way he could come to you at all, or I mean, obviously
no. Not to out him. He's poor, so.
Oh, okay. And how far away?
He's in Canada and I'm in Texas, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long. And the only way you guys can get together is if you go to him.
I would prefer it that way. Yeah, he can come to me, but like if he come to me, I'm just gonna focus on my family. So I'm not gonna give him all the attention that he deserves.
Right.
So.
Right.
That's a good
yeah, because like even at TwitchCon, I was like still dealing with family stuff in the middle of the con. So
did you see him at TwitchCon?
No, he's too poor. He couldn't make it. I'm sorry for dragging you, Miller.
No, I mean, I look, it's reality of life. Sometimes you can't afford it, I guess.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to think of here how we could help. Oh boy. So you can't. Oh gosh.
Okay. Well,
What? I'm waiting for you to. You're making sound analysis.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to just make sure we're all engaged here on.
I am. I'm listening to every single thing.
I'm engaged. Sure.
I mean, here. You want me to cut in? Okay.
Well, no, I just want Hasan to chime in and just to make sure he's actively engaged because he happens to be a little homophobic. I don't know if you knew that, Gab.
You have to.
Oh, I knew that. Don't worry.
Yeah, of course. You have to make time for yourself, and I think your family understands that already.
Yeah.
They will be able to figure out a way. It might be a little difficult at first, but you have to make time for yourself. Why? Because if you want to be the best person for your family, if you want to be there for them in their time of need, you also have limits as a human being.
Yes.
And if you do not, and if you constantly find yourself, being incredibly selfless for your family, there is going to be a moment where you don't have enough bandwidth remaining. Yes. It's going to take a toll on your mental health. It's going to stop you from being there for your family when they need it the most, which is why you definitely need to take some time and be a little bit more selfish and stop working yourself down to the bone and go out and, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like get
a little nut off.
It's worth keeping in mind that if I tell this to creators all the time. It's like if you burn out, then you can't do work, can you? It's like if the worst thing happens to you, then everything else is going to have to find a way around it if you can't be there to save the day. So that's just all the more reason to do what Hasan said and put yourself first just a little bit, just as an experiment, take that trip to Canada. It's not going to be the end of the world if you're gone for a few days,
And that's going to be a lot of fun too. That's 2 years of foreplay. You know what I mean?
What if it's like VR chat, but in real life?
What if it isn't fun? Well, then right?
Oh my God. It really is just a worrisome thing because my mom said something really important to me. She was like, when I'm gone, you'll have to replace me. I'll have to pick up the reins of what she does. And that it genuinely scares me. I'm just she holds the family together. That means I have to as well. So I'm just oh shit. So
that's a tough position that you're put in, I will say.
It's not a fair position either.
It's not fair.
Yeah, it's not a fair position to really put that on yourself.
I'm making clear I am the youngest of all my siblings. So it's I don't know how I got into this place. So it's a lot.
Yeah.
You're not selfish by prioritizing yourself.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and like Hasan said, the only way you can be the best person you can be is if you are a little selfish sometimes.
Yeah.
You got to be a little selfish. You got to take care of you. You got to be the best version of yourself before you can help other people.
Yeah, it's like the oxygen mask on airplanes.
Yep. So
Great analogy.
that's
Wow.
with the aviation analogy too. That was
Yeah,
sexy,
he
Jarvis.
He flanked you.
Oh, I saw it in the chat though, Jarvis. I saw you sniped that from the chat, didn't
No,
you?
I've said that one before.
Oh, have you? Oh, so they stole it from you and they put it back in. And then you
Would you say there's like any advice? And trust and believe, I do have an ego. Is there like advice for like not feeling like guilty about being selfish from time to time? Because like even when I took my trip to TwitchCon, my sister was just like, "Well, I don't have a babysitter now." And I was just like, "Oh shit." Well,
yeah, but like
sorry.
I think truly it is the state of mind change, like shifting from like, oh my God, I'm not going to be there for my sister to I owe myself this so that I can come back and be the best version of myself for my family. Like I need this to make sure that I'm gonna. It's like when you take a vacation. It's like I need to recharge my battery so that I'm more productive when I come back. Right? Look at these things when you take time off for yourself, you go travel. Look at these times as a way to be improve yourself. Not just like don't look at these things as wasting time or being away from your responsibilities or anything like that. Think of it as a critical part of maintaining your sanity and also.
That's my family just watching Disney movies. Baba! Baba!
Oh, what's going on?
Yes, it was sorry. It was
They're just very loud.
Oh, no, you're fine.
And old. It happens. Okay.
So anyway, but it's very important to take care of yourself. And I think that's the advice that I would give is it's just a mental shift. Like not, this is a different situation, but like if people feeling bad for taking time off of work, for example, obviously
Austin never feels bad taking time off.
No,
of
but
work.
and some people like myself, it shifted a little too far to the other direction.
Yeah, but that's how they get you is like
Yeah.
make you feel guilty. But okay, just real quick, at the risk of I really want to be careful and not like critique your familial relationships, but just substantively. No. I'm still not going to do that.
I know what you're going to say.
But I'm going to say if someone is
something.
guilting you and they're saying, oh, now I don't have a babysitter, cut and dry, that's passive aggressive. It's not cool.
Absolutely.
Whether or not they're saying it, I'm not telling you to tell them that.
Yeah,
I'm not telling you how to behave, but I'm just going to say that's what that is.
And that was a work trip for you, technically. So if they're doing that shit for a work trip, yeah, sure, it's fun too. But if they're doing that shit for a work trip, that probably is also stopping you from wanting to do that for a fun trip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so I, as someone with I have like a fairly estranged relationship with my family, but I do sometimes get passive aggressive messages, and you just have to let it roll off you and not impact. You're at TwitchCon, you're living your best life, you're taking one of the few times for yourself. You've got to just like keep your eye on the prize, keep your eye in the moment, and you are the babysitter 99.9% of the time. You'll be back. There's probably just a frustration being expressed in your absence, and that particular person doesn't have the tools to maybe do so in a way that isn't kind of mean.
Yeah, no, we're very blunt and honest with each other, so it didn't really offend me or feel.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, of course, I felt guilty, but I love my family dearly. I love them so damn much. So
yeah, and
it's like
you're giving so much. It's amazing. I mean,
yeah,
you should feel power. You should feel great about what you're able to give, but that doesn't mean that you should just give, and never take a little bit for yourself.
Okay. What's 4 + 4? Because you ate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I don't think I have any further questions. So yeah, I'll just I will force myself to be selfish.
Yes, and go visit him unless you don't want to.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not going to talk about that. But thank you again for making sure that I met my man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
We await updates.
Yeah, we're excited. Bye, guys.
I'll let you know. Bye, loves.
Bye.
I unfortunately have to run. I've
How selfish of you.
I gotta go take care of my dog.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now I'm not gonna have a partner on
my
here.
dog sitter is leaving, so I'm gonna.
Now we're gonna have one less person on the show.
Say what?
I said now we're gonna have one less person on the show. Now how are we gonna handle it?
Yeah. Well, and well, you
really?
left on a high note. You left on a powerful note.
Thank you. I mean, thank you so
much
much
for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, chat.
Hayır, daha kısmadım.
Bye, Jarvis.
Bye, Frogan. I'll see you soon.
Good to see
you. Bye. Thanks so much.
Thanks for coming on. You're awesome. Oh, yeah, dude, you're awesome.
I like that when Jarvis was talking about like how he wants to give advice to like cis white men, kind of. Like we ended up doing a chat voice that had like only one cis dude who wasn't cis het dude who wasn't even white. But Jarvis was phenomenal. Are you leaving? Oh, okay.
Jarvis did great.
Yeah,
Jarvis
Jarvis
was awesome.
Phenomenal.
Okay. All right.
Let's bring on the next
Frogan,
person.
Let's bring on the next one. Here we go.
The next person will be coming in, and if you guys are wondering who they're going to be, well, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. So if you want to know who they're going to be, all you need to do is subscribe for the uninterrupted experience. There's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's do it.
The next person is Cowboy and uses pronouns he, him.
Hello?
Yeehaw.
Hello.
Hey.
Cowboy.
How's everyone doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Great.
Yeah, so basically, I don't really know how else to say this, but I have epilepsy. I got diagnosed when I went through puberty. Like, I didn't have one until I was in, like, 8th grade. And usually it's pretty controlled, like, through the medicine I take and stuff like that. But about 2 years ago, I was hooking up with a girl, and I had a seizure during it. And everything's fine with it, but yeah, it's kind of a traumatic experience. Basically, I just remember a girl being on top of me and then waking up alone in bed with a text saying, "Hey, you had a seizure." And I've noticed that ever since then, I've had problems like finishing during sex. Like, everything else is fine. But there's this girl that I've been talking to recently.
Wait,
get
before
along
you
with.
continue, I have a question.
Yeah. Mhm.
Was it because you finished that you had a seizure? Like, what triggered it, if you don't mind me asking?
I honestly don't know. Usually, most of mine are from sleep deprivation.
Did she just leave?
I did not come that time though. When I had the
So
seizure.
you didn't come like when you woke up, like you hadn't nutted.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's good to know because that will render your fears not valid, at least if you have the fear of like.
Well, it's not really like that. I'm afraid of it happening again. Like, I'm pretty self-deprecating about the whole epilepsy thing. Like my dating, when I was on like the dating apps or whatever, I made my profile the human vibrator parentheses I have epilepsy. So I usually have a pretty good sense of humor around it. It's not really that I'm afraid of having another seizure. It's more so I just would like to finish during sex, because a lot of times the girls feel like it's their fault because usually guys finish so easy, and it's hard to explain that. And with this girl that I've been talking to recently, I'm a little worried about bringing it up. Yeah.
So okay.
Is this like a hookup, or like have you been talking for a while, or?
Like 3 months. Actually, we hooked up for the first time last night.
Oh,
nice.
And you didn't nut.
No, I did not.
So, but you're hard the whole time.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I had a great time.
So,
do you ever finish?
Wait. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Sorry, go ahead.
Since then, I think one time I was able to.
Like,
but usually
you masturbate.
Usually it just ends up
do you
being.
jerk off?
Oh, yeah.
But you can do it then.
Yeah.
So it seems to be just like a sort of like I mean,
wait, hold on. Consistently, or the way you said, yeah. Like, do you masturbate and consistently come when you masturbate?
Yeah, but sometimes it does take like a minute.
Okay, so that means, have you talked to your doctor about like the epilepsy medication that you take? Is there a side effect that might give you that might stop you from?
No, but I do take Adderall, and that has caused ED before, I know.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem isn't like that I can't, get hard. So
Yeah, but I'm not a doctor, for the record.
Wait, you're not?
No, I know.
yeah, but you spend enough time on IMDb. I feel like that I should defer to you.
Oh, I'm a professional hypochondriac, and I can tell you that there is a positive correlation between erectile dysfunction and not being able to reach a climax. Actually, I have no idea, but I'm guessing that could be a possible correlation. I don't know if they're related, but I would maybe talk to your doctor about the Adderall being there. But also, if you get in your head about something when you're trying to finish it, sometimes it'll never happen. So we've all been there. Okay.
Yeah. The main problem, or at least that I feel like, especially with this situation, is I want to make sure the girl knows that it's not them, because I've had that before where I can tell the girl thinks they did something wrong.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's hard. It's.
You could just tell her, like, give her a heads up, like, hey, this is how it's been in the past.
Yeah.
So how did she receive it when you guys hooked up last night?
Pretty great. I mean, like, I just kind of just stopped after a while, and then we cuddled. So.
Did you fake it? Were you like, oh
No.
man, I just came so hard? Oh, okay.
No. I just stopped, and then I said, "Do you want to cuddle for a little bit?"
Wait, what?
Okay, so she didn't have any question marks about you not coming?
No.
So
that's weird. You didn't even investigate it?
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's a good thing.
And also, she stayed the night and then hooked up again in the morning. Same thing, and also no questions.
So do you have to go relieve yourself afterwards or something?
No.
Look, I think it's a candid conversation, being like, hey, it's not you, it's me.
Just be like, sometimes I don't nut.
Yeah, just sometimes I don't. And also, I actually truly believe, I think there is something, because you can come. You can do it. It seems like you are able to do it when you self-pleasure yourself. You're able to do it.
A no-pressure environment.
No pressure environment. It seems like the pressure to come is the reason why you can't. So I think actually having a conversation about it and being like, hey, it's not going to happen sometimes, I think that actually may alleviate the pressure, and you may actually come.
Dude, that was really good.
So I think having that conversation with her and just being like, hey, this is just an issue that I have. And it may happen a lot, but I just want to let you know I'm really enjoying this, and I want to continue. And the fact that you're expressing that you want to continue, I understand at a certain point, she's just got to believe you, and that's not your fault. I mean, if you're coming, who's gonna just continue to what?
We're just spitting so hard. I'm shocked.
No, but at a certain point, it's
goddamn,
you're gonna, you're just gonna keep. The fact that you keep going back should be enough for her to not be insecure about the fact that, you know what I mean? No guy is going to feel like, oh God, this sucks so much and I can't come. I'm going to keep going back over and over and over and over again. So I truly believe that it's in your head. I mean, I've been in situations where I couldn't even get an erection, period. And I don't have erectile dysfunction at all. Are you kidding me? Sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes it's too functioning. You know what I mean? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, but that's what I'm saying. It's a very
were you about to say slippery
it's
slope?
It's a very in your head sort of.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy, Austin.
Sort of situation, but yeah, I think I think truly a conversation. And this girl seems like she's totally cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Totally cool.
Also, shout out to her for being into the nerdy sports stuff I am.
Aww.
That's so sweet. That's
is
cute.
Is she listening right now? What is going on?
No.
Oh.
Just in general.
Just shout out to her.
Yeah.
Just giving a shout out in general. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you got a good thing going. Keep it up, and eventually you're gonna nut.
Yeah, I think you will truly, but also talk to your doctor about the Adderall thing.
Yeah,
I would still talk to her about it though. We don't know how she's feeling. She might be in her head about it.
Yeah, no, definitely
why,
talk
why
to her.
this man no nut? You know, she might just need to hear from you that this is how it's been for a while, and it happens, and that it's not her. Just tell her it's not her.
Someone in the chat said, I think I'm the girl he hooked up with Lamau. What is his name? I think I'm the girl.
Oh my God, is she a HasanAbi head?
What is?
No, this is a current. Oh,
Okay,
the
what's
other
what's
hookup.
Wait, hold on. What kind of things can you say about the situation that would be like only she would know?
No, we have to chatter.
No, wait.
No, if we're talking to the chatter, there's a lot of men that can't come. Okay.
No. Hold on.
I don't know. Did she come over to my place last night, and then stay the night, and then hook up again in the morning, and then leave?
To be fair, she needs to present the information, not the other way around.
Yeah, like I don't know.
What kind of nerdy sports do you like, chatter?
Like fantasy football.
No, don't stop. No, not you. We're trying to figure out the girl.
That's not nerdy sports. That's bro sports. It's manly, cool sports.
No. Not once you start getting spreadsheets out and stuff.
Yeah, it's a little nerdy.
Okay. I mean, it's more so. I want to ask.
Well,
this chatter
you know
where
what? I'll definitely know because if it is, I'll get a text probably pretty soon.
Okay.
Probably.
Chatter, send a text message to this person right now.
Well, I mean, at least they know that it's authentic, right?
Yeah. Are you on a stream right now? We're doing 2-factor authentication, and if it's a totally different dude that you didn't, if it's a totally different dude that you slept with that didn't nut, maybe there's a different thing going on. It'd be pretty funny if it's the same person though, and then you guys now don't even need to have the conversation.
Yeah, that would be pretty convenient. Not gonna lie.
You got this. It seems like she's into you.
Yeah.
Tell you're into her.
She said, "Okay, I will." 07.
Mine was.
If you got a text message, that means is.
Yeah, if it's already sent, then no, it's a different person.
Oh, never mind.
Different person?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thanks for the advice, and also, shout out to Hasan for shaping my political views, along with Chapo and Kyle Kalinske.
Hell yeah.
I,
What up, Will?
I remember the first time I saw you was on Secular Talk about the America Deserved 9/11 thing.
Oh, really? That's a good introduction.
He regrets that statement a lot.
No, I don't.
All right. Well, thanks anyway.
Yeah. Now. 7. All right. Have a good one, Chatter.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go. All right. Thank you so much for coming on. All right.
Bye, Ray.
We're swapping through the gifts like crazy.
Bye, Chad. Bye, Hasan.
I got a hurt hand. Oh, I was just gonna. What happened?
Did you put your body through something else?
No, I caught it on a sanding belt and it.
Oh yeah, that happened yesterday.
Jesus.
What up?
Well, Neff is here to give some powerful advice.
Oh yeah.
I think you could have been a therapist.
Yeah, probably.
I think
if I could read.
Fuck
You need to read.
You need to read.
Yeah, I can read.
You missed it.
I went to therapy one time.
Austin was giving banger advice like crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
It was weird.
It kind of started to go downhill when I said I could get a powerful erection.
Yeah.
And there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
You had to be there. A little context for that.
All right, let's rip this open. I'm ready.
Yeah, you ready?
I'm set.
Yeah.
How bad is your
Okay.
finger? Oh, okay.
It's under the nail. It hurts a lot.
It was fucking bleeding like crazy.
Yeah,
It was bleeding through the Band-Aid.
It's under the nail.
Oof. It was bleeding through the Band-Aid. It looked... I thought it was going to be worse than that, I'll be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Someone in the chat said, Will's good at everything except being invited to dodgeball.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Let's leave that for the podcast.
All right, dude.
All right, who's next?
Okay, the next person is Elle, and
What's up,
she goes
Frogan?
by. What's up, Will? How are you? She goes by she, her. All right, Elle, you're in.
Hey, El, welcome to the show. You're on.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. All right, what's your problem, Mel? Talk to us.
Can we get some Death Note music on?
So, so I have had a boyfriend for about 5 years now, and I'm 21. He's 21, and I just spontaneously we're open about how we keep our phones and stuff. Like it's no problem. And I got this spontaneous idea to look through his email.
Oh,
so
not the
email. So,
He's fucking around on his email. What is he, 80?
21.
So I guess we're just so good at keeping things secret and delete things. So I went to the email and I saw OnlyFans transactions and accounts.
Accounts plural?
Yeah. So
Wait,
he would
what?
use like his middle name and different names.
I mean,
that made us a gooner to that degree. You got multiple OnlyFans accounts?
Keep going.
And so whenever I confronted him about him, it was like middle of the night. We were not even at home. So after that, I told him about it. He said it was my fault. Said, "Why are you looking at the right email? You're so weird." He gaslit me and said that it was my fault and that I shouldn't be doing that, and that now he's just been acting weird about his phone.
Okay, he's not wrong about
saying,
"Why are you looking through my email?" That's correct.
So, Elle, can I ask what your boundaries in the relationship have been regarding pornography?
No boundaries. There's no boundaries. But I feel like along the lines of OnlyFans, that's a boundary. And also, I totally forgot. It was somebody that I knew that we went to school with that he subscribed to.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I see. It's always interesting to me the distinction between pornography and OnlyFans because there is like a parasocial element, I suppose, to OnlyFans. I think the level of his engagement with this person from his past really is going to kind of color it in a different light. If he had like super morbid curiosity and he's like, that person that I went to high school with, I want to see them naked. I understand it more than him having like a parasocial anonymous relationship with a person he knew. It's like very disingenuous. But yeah, I think first of all, from this point forward, you have to set the boundary that you're not comfortable with him using OnlyFans if that is the case, right? I do think that couples should have this conversation. I actually know a friend of mine who had this same conversation where he got in trouble for OnlyFans, but his girlfriend was okay with pornography. And then there was a distinction set between the two and they eventually couldn't reconcile it and they broke up.
Another real gooner.
Yeah.
There's some real fucking heroes out there in the goon cave doing the work that other people are afraid of doing. Okay. One thing I have to stress here, and I hope you understand this, you are in the wrong for looking through his email. Just because you found incriminating evidence in there doesn't change that. You recognize that, right?
Yeah. I know I probably shouldn't went. The email was weird. It was a weird step for me to take because it kind of felt like I was looking for something. But
what led you?
Yeah.
What led you to do that? Where was he sneaking off in the middle of the night, or
No. So I did find a previous text message thread with other girls that he would text.
Oh, in the email?
No. Like just messages on.
So this and what did you do that by looking through his phone, or did you see it pop up on his phone?
I saw it pop up, and then I started asking questions, and he was like, "No, these are just people I do theater with, blah blah." And
All girls? That's not a theater group chat. That would be a bunch of gay men, and I'm with you. I'd be a little suspicious.
yeah, so then I told him about it, and I found weird text messages, and then like after that, it was fine. But then I just got this feeling, like I got this intuition where it was like, I feel weird. So then I just went through the email.
All right, I'm going to pose something to you because you don't need a room full of 3 men to tell you that your boyfriend being sketchy is a warning flag. What I will
Right.
pose to you that I think you need to hear is maybe you've been dating someone since you were a child and you're both bored now. He's looking for a way out because he isn't gratified in some way, and you're looking for a way out because you suspect he's doing something on the side. And perhaps you've grown apart so much that your relationship has so little trust that one of you is keeping something from the other and the other one's violating the other one's boundaries.
Yeah, and I've told him like I really don't care about the whole thing, but there's free stuff. Why are you doing this? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And it was just like it just was also accountability. He didn't. He said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna say I did this." So he just kept saying, "No, I didn't do it."
You don't need us to tell you that this guy violated your boundaries. You might need, someone that you respect to tell you, like, hey, you can show this guy the door if you want to. There's no sunk time fallacy in relationships, right? A lot of people end up in really bad relationships because they're like, I'm 3 years in. What am I going to do? Break up? Yes. Fucking yes.
Yeah, it's just like weird because like you just get into this right after high school, and then it's like, what do I do now?
How long have you guys been in a relationship?
5 years.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is not like an earth-shattering boundary break, but his reaction to it, albeit somewhat understandable because you violated his trust, is, I guess, also kind of suspicious, right? Him like not addressing the OnlyFans things and immediately hitting you with the, well, you violated my trust is in some ways understandable because you did do that, but also in other ways is like kind of escaping. Like if he didn't think it was that big of an issue, the fact that he has an OnlyFans account, if he didn't think that it was that big of a deal, he would have just said, why is this a problem? I watch porn all the time, right? And that implies that he is dodging because he personally understands maybe it is fucked up and that maybe you would think it's fucked up, even though you guys never had that conversation.
I will say the lack of empathy is a little disturbing, though. Being with someone for 5 years and they're like, hey, fuck you, dude. Don't look at my email.
No, yeah.
Allowed to have tits in my email?
Yeah, I know. Ever since, it's kind of just been like he takes his phone everywhere now, which I don't blame him. I'm not going to blame him for that. That doesn't make me...
that part is 100%. Like, I think you contributed to that. Absolutely.
Yeah,
like
I know that was my fault.
Yeah, the trust was violated first on your end due to reasonable suspicions, but I think that he could have potentially handled it a little bit better by just addressing the issue, like addressing it and being like, yeah, I have an OnlyFans because I think that it's
I beat my meat sometimes.
Yeah, because I thought it
had
was
OnlyFans
perfectly
in a relationship.
fine, which he seems to not consider it to be fine, which is why
Elle, can I ask you an important question?
Yeah.
What do you want?
What do you mean? Like out of
what
the
do you-
5
what do you
years?
want? No. Like when you close your eyes, what do you want? Do you want him to renounce his OnlyFans usage and come back to you? Do you want to move on? Do you think you can move on? Do you want like when you close your eyes, what's your perfect resolution to this situation?
Honestly, I just take accountability. He literally still to this day will just never talk about it. Not
But
at
what's
all.
the
Not say
accountability?
sorry. Just a sorry. That's all I need.
But you never set the boundaries to begin with, right? You never said OnlyFans is not, because like I said, I've been in a relationship where I used OnlyFans before, and we never talked about it before. And when it came up, it was just like, my partner was like, oh yeah, me too. You know what I mean? And it was just that was it. So he had no idea. It just was another consumption of porn, and they never. You guys never set that boundary, so to expect him to apologize for something that he doesn't deem as wrong, you need to have the conversation and set the boundary beforehand.
Him deflecting still implies that he kind of understands that he might have fucked up a little bit, though, because if it wasn't like that big of a deal, that conversation would have been like, why the fuck are you going through my email? That's such an insane thing to do, but also it's not that big of a deal. It's just OnlyFans. I thought that was fine.
Did he come up with that?
Pretty much. It was just like...
Did he say OnlyFans is not a big deal?
Yeah, so he just thinks of it as another form of, I guess, pornography.
Wait, so he did say that?
Yeah, see?
Yeah, but the difference was that it was somebody I knew, somebody that we went to school.
I forgot about that part.
Yeah, no. You're valid. You are absolutely valid in having the boundary just be OnlyFans. It doesn't even have to be that that it's someone that he knows, right? Like that is a perfectly permissible boundary to have, given the as Will put it, the parasocial aspect of like, you're not just, even though it's fake, it's a bot farm that you're talking to, but like the receiver in that situation thinks that they're directly communicating with someone, with a sex worker, and like maybe that's not a type of sex work that you're comfortable with, and that's reasonable. Okay? So establishing that boundary, however, is also important. So what you guys have to do now that the trust has been violated, one question I have for you first is, did you also mention that it was a person that he knows?
Oh yeah, that was the number one thing. I wouldn't care about the OnlyFans, but then I found her and it just it like blew up.
So you brought that up with him. What was his response?
It was, why are you going through my email? One, and then it was you're crazy, and then it was it doesn't matter, you know. And then he sent her a message, and I asked about the message, and he just denied. It was the attack me, I'm not going to talk about me. So he didn't talk about his actions. He only talked about what I did.
Wait, so you said you sent this girl that you know from the real world a message on OnlyFans to him, and he said, why are you even asking me that? Like, you went through my emails.
Exactly. He didn't even talk about.
He's invalidating everything, every concern you have, because he thinks that like the fact that you broke into his email trumped everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one thing I will take into account here is one thing you are kind of needing perspective on is you're asking what I assume to be a 21-year-old cis het male to take accountability. This is like asking a white male to dunk. It's not impossible. It's just rare. So I think
some white dudes dunk.
Just
Okay.
rare.
I was able to at a point in my life.
Well, I never saw it.
You did. You were there. You were there when I dunked. You were there.
Dunk is a loving term for what you did.
That's fucking insane. It's slanderous.
You're
Okay.
6'8". How can you not
You will be
dunk?
sued for libel and slander collectively.
Listen, Al, I think you need to have an honest conversation with your partner. And I think this is a good lesson for everybody in chat. Just because something is taboo or based in sex, it's not something you shouldn't talk about. And so often when you don't talk about your sexual boundaries or things that are taboo, that you need to be able to share those things with your partner, even if you are younger, if you're thinking about a serious relationship. So everybody in chat, if you enjoy butt stuff and you're 2 years in and you're not doing butt stuff in your relationship, sit down and talk about how you need butt stuff, or else you're going to end up farming butt stuff from OnlyFans and getting this, you know what I mean? Like these small kind of omissions lead to big problems. But
absolutely,
Elle, when it comes to you, I think this is something that's important to you. I think you've set a boundary, and I don't know if your partner has reciprocated. So I think you need to sit down and set an ultimatum with him where you're like, listen, we both need to make concessions in life to keep the other person around. A concession you're going to have to make for me is you're going to have to stop using OnlyFans. You can look at hardcore, you can look at porn on Reddit, even Tumblr's fine, but OnlyFans is my line. And if he doesn't reciprocate with at least an effort to meet your needs, then I think you have to kind of start moving on or begin the process of consciously
Wait,
uncoupling.
hold on. There's one more thing. You need to also own up to your side of this bargain as well, because I think a good way to diffuse tension when you're about to have this important conversation, communication is key, Will is absolutely right, is by saying, I want to start this by apologizing for looking through your phone. And that's going to be an L that you have to take, I guess. But it's valid to apologize for that, because I think that is a major violation of trust in general, and that is the reason why he's taking his phone everywhere. And if you want to be in a healthy relationship, you're not going to be able to continue being in a healthy relationship if he literally doesn't trust you, and you don't trust him, and it's going to take some time. And what you need to do in that process is like sit him down, have a conversation with him, and say, in order for us to reestablish mutual trust, I'm going to start off by saying, I'm sorry for looking through your email. I should not have done that. I'm sorry for doing that. Now, having said that, I also want to establish that, you know, maybe you didn't know this, maybe you kind of figured it out, but I don't like it. I don't think it's appropriate that you were going on OnlyFans. There is a way more personal component within OnlyFans that is not permissible for me, that like other forms of sex work I'm perfectly fine with, that you can engage with all day, every day. Last but not least, I do still have additional concerns. Now that I've said my piece, now that I've apologized for my end of the bargain, I need you to tell me, if you are curious still, why you went after this person that you knew already. It could be personal fascination, or it could be something more, and you need to communicate that that's not appropriate at all. And the fact that he did not want to offer you transparency that you deserve in this circumstance was also inappropriate.
Yeah.
Al, is he the first guy you've ever hooked up with?
Second.
Dump him. Move on. Go explore the wide. Go explore the wide world of dick. It's listen. I gave you the good advice, like the real advice. Set your boundaries. Talk to him. And now I'm going to give you like the human advice. Dump him. Go explore the wide world of dick.
I mean, you're 21 years old. Having two relationships thus far, like two partners thus far, is definitely like you have a lot more room for exploration. So
hey,
Will is right.
Will told me the same thing, and I'm fucking living. All right. All right.
Okay,
I just want to let you know.
Too, for the
Hassan
record.
told me a lot less, but it was.
I can show you the world.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Both of them told me to go explore the wild world of everything, and I've been head first.
Listen, at the end of the day, all this advice is just advice. If anything resonated with you, I always say this: good advice is something you already knew. You just needed to hear it from someone else to be like, oh my God, I'm not crazy. Oh my God, my feelings are valid. Oh my God, my gut instinct is real. So we just gave you a whole menagerie of things to choose from. Whatever was the most attuned to your situation, and you know your situation. Maybe this is your forever partner. Maybe this is just a bump in the road. Or maybe you need to go explore the wild world of dick. I don't know. One of those is going to resonate with you, and you're going to make that decision, but make that decision with confidence. And when you set boundaries in your life, respect yourself. If he violates those boundaries again, if you decide to give him a second chance, respect yourself and do what you said you were going to fucking do and get on that dick carpet ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Or
fuck
if
yeah.
you're comfortable in a 5-year relationship that you've been in, this last conversation should most likely happen regardless, because it will give you closure so you can healthily go on the dick carpet ride.
Why'd you say it like that?
Dude, I was just using the terms.
You said it like Tucker Carlson. Popular leftist said dick carpet ride.
Yeah.
My dick is not a ride.
Someone in the chat said you can't violate a boundary you didn't know about, except like there are still things you can know that are not permissible in a relationship, like even if it's not a well-established, well-defined boundary.
Yeah, like
OnlyFans being one of them for sure is in the no.
It's the friend.
OnlyFans is in the gray area. A friend's OnlyFans
is not.
He knows is not good. That's precisely the reason why he didn't address that.
Yeah.
He said,
Of course,
OnlyFans is just porn, but then the friend thing he didn't address. Clearly, he knows it's not good.
All right, Al. I hope we helped you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elle. Have a wonderful day.
I can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering, splendid.
Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide?
I can open your eyes.
All right, who's next?
Long dick, short dicks, and wide dicks.
Okay. So
Oh, hi,
I have
Frogan.
my Discord in streamer mode, and I don't know who's who. I'm sorry.
What?
Okay. Well, ask them.
It's fucked up.
Are we going to
One
get to
second.
everybody?
Do our best.
There's four people left.
Okay, we can speed round it. They've been waiting for hours.
Okay, 1 second.
We've got 20 minutes.
Okay.
There is not 4 people in there. There's a lot more people in there than
We're gonna cook.
Hey, Ranch.
This is Matt. He goes by he, him.
What's up, Matt? What's
Hey,
your
Matt, how you
problem?
doing, brother?
Hey guys, you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yep.
Matty
All right,
him.
cool. Yeah. All right. So I'll try and keep this brief. Earlier this year, my parents split up. My mom waited until I moved out of the house to break the news. She gave me a list of reasons why she couldn't be with my dad anymore, and I respected her and her decision wholeheartedly. A few months after their split up, I found out from one of my sisters that my mom had been seeing someone on the side for some time before the split up. And not only that, but the person that she had been seeing was a family friend, quote unquote, who she had over our house multiple times. She had him eat dinner at our family dinner get table together with me and my dad, like all this stuff. And I don't have a problem with her seeing someone else. The affair doesn't really bother me because like my parents' business is their business. But the fact that she had this guy over, like eating meals with us, playing us all for fools while seeing him behind closed doors, and coupled with the fact that she has not admitted any of this to me to this day, I just find it hard to like just forgive and let go. So most of my sisters have done their best to kind of like cut her off from their lives. Like they don't respect her decision at all. They don't want her around them or their children, my mom's grandchildren. And I feel like I'm like the link between my mom and the rest of our family because I still talk to her, but she doesn't know that I know everything that happened. Like we act like everything is normal and just pretend like things are fine. So recently when I asked her like what are your plans now that the old house is sold and you're out on your own? And she responded by saying, I'm not making any more decisions for myself. I'm just letting God guide me. And so
no. Wait, is this a new development? Is that a new development or
yes. So my mom was always a Christian, but we didn't go to church and like after I turned like 8. And this whole like Jesus take the wheel shit is like totally recent. So after the 2016 election, my mom went total QAnon, like total like Donald Trump is from God, like here to save America from like the evil, child eating cabals or whatever. And ever since then, she just takes like no accountability for anything that happens as a result of anything she does. Like if you try and call out that one of her theories proved false, once again, she'll employ like Olympic level mental gymnastics to like deflect away from it. And then if you try and call her out on something in her personal life, she just gets like upset and defensive. Like she's always deflecting and always playing the victim. So my question for you guys is, am I petty for wanting to see how long, if ever, it takes for her to come clean about what she did to my dad, to my sisters, to the whole family, and like finally take accountability? Like, do I confront her with the knowledge I have? Or do I just like keep on the status quo of just like, oh, everything's fine, whatever you do is your business, whatever.
So you see value in maintaining this relationship because you're the boundary between her and the rest of the family, and not necessarily just out of like sheer pettiness that you want to see if she'll ever come clean, right?
Correct.
So I think that that's important to understand, and you're doing something that I would consider to be very brave and good, that you are still maintaining a relationship when the rest of your family has completely cut ties. Because at first I thought it was just because she was cheating. And then I realized, like, it seems to me like this has been an ongoing issue. Like this last couple of years is the reason why this happened. Since 2016, as a matter of fact, that your family has like was much easier to like let go of her, I guess, and cut ties with her completely. Did your sisters ever tell her why they did this, or is she in the dark, I guess?
Yeah, so she's in the dark. So like the way that they found out was, so my mom had been living out of her RV camper up on like a campground, and she invited 2 of my sisters over to like come hang with her. And unbeknownst to them, and I don't know, maybe unbeknownst to my mom, but the guy she was seeing just showed up while my sisters were there, and they were like, hey, like, who are you? And so that's how they found out that she was seeing somebody. And so ever since that, those 2 sisters in particular were like, this is really fucked up. Like, you can't just like spring this on us like this. And like, we have our kids here and like, this is not cool. Like,
wait, and the guy was the family friend?
Yes, correct. The guy she was having this affair with. Sure.
Would the family friend not communicate to the mom that like the sisters saw him? You know what I mean? Has she kept him a secret?
So my mom knows that they saw this guy. And so to those 2 sisters, she was like trying whatever she could to cover it up, but like doing everything but saying, yes, I'm seeing this guy. She wouldn't like own up to that, but was kind of just like, oh, blah, 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 whatever. It's just this, it's just that. So those 2 sisters know. But again, she's never said anything about this to me. She never said anything directly to my dad, who has since found out from my sisters. So the only reason that anyone even knows about this was through a complete accident.
Hey, Matt. This is
Hey,
Will.
Will.
Can I ask you some questions?
Absolutely.
Have you spoken with your dad frankly about it?
Yes, I have.
What do you say about his relationship with your mother? Was he completely blindsided about it, indifferent, angry?
He was completely blindsided. He was really upset. He wasn't really angry. He just felt like I'm such a fucking idiot for like not seeing that this was going on, and like I'm such a fool. Like he was really, you know, like hard on himself about it.
It's not his fault.
So,
no.
Yeah.
Matt, first thing I'll say is when people very close to us in our genetics or in our family do something like this, the first thing that plagues us is, are we capable of this as well? At least that's true for me. Let me tell you that you are not doomed to repeat the actions of your mother. You have every capability of being an excellent partner that doesn't cheat or anything like that. So let me just first absolve you of that lingering fear that I'm sure you feel. The second thing is your parents are human beings, and
Right.
they're not infallible. And one of the hardest parts of growing up is watching that infallibility melt away, right? The first time that you see a parent cry or make a mistake or do something that really, really upsets you is a intense growing moment that almost is tied into our own like mortality, right? You're no longer a child. You have to make your own decisions. And those decisions sometimes are going to stand directly in conflict with those people that raised you. You're always going to feel indebted to the people that provided a home to you, especially if you had a nice, home growing up. Did you have a pretty good growing up experience?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing. Thank you for bringing that up, because my parents were excellent to me all throughout my life. Like we weren't super well off monetarily, but I never realized it as a kid. It was only now afterwards, looking back, that I realized like they did everything they could to provide me a stable, great home life.
So I'm going to tie something in with that.
Sure.
You didn't know that you weren't well off. You also didn't know that your mother had fallen out of love with your father probably years before. Your mother having an affair when she had one and leaving your dad when she did is because she was keeping it together for you guys.
Yeah.
I don't think she's been in a romantic relationship with your father for a very long time. And she saw that light at the end of the tunnel, you leaving the home, and as soon as that hit, she was gone. Now, that's tough because you love both your parents. And knowing that one of your parents fell out of love with the other is a tough pill to swallow. Now, all the QAnon and conservative stuff, that's really, really tough. Almost more tough to swallow than the affair, in my opinion, because it will lead people to do and say things that are very hurtful to people like us that are progressive and feel like everybody has a fair shake. And ultimately, those things stand kind of in contrast with one another.
I think that also signifies more of a mental decay than like what you just described, which is like a desperate attempt to keep the relationship together, versus that other thing is like, what the fuck? How did this person like lose track of the reality so such a devastating fashion?
Here's what I'm gonna tell you, Matt. Again, this is a situation that's very delicate. Only you know the players. I have just a 10-word painting of them, and you know them intimately from years of experience. I think ultimately the thing that will help you most is pure honesty. I think you need to have a sit down with your mother and ask how these things happened, how you've moved so far away, and really admit how hurt you are, because I can hear and I can feel just how palpable that pain is. And then once that honesty is out there, then I think you'll have the tools to move forward with either trying to forgive your mother and reincorporate her into your life, or move on without her, both of which are going to be extremely difficult. There's no easy fix here.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's solid. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. You can respond to that. Sorry, I was just gonna say conversation is key here. Like, before you cut ties. But I don't think you will cut ties regardless.
Yeah, I again, it's not like I feel personally slighted. I don't. I'm just kind of more like upset on behalf of my dad, who I know is just like really struggling with all of this. And, obviously it's just like supremely unfair to him, and he kind of just has to take it on the chin. And, he has no recourse throughout this. And so I guess if I had to like psychoanalyze myself, I think what I'm really looking for is for my mom to just take accountability. Like someone has to answer to these wrongs that were committed to not just against me but against the whole family, and these broad repercussions of her actions that are permeating throughout our family. Like I just can't see a way to just let that go.
Do you feel like your dad is upset that you're talking to your mom, or no?
No, not at all. And he actually knew about the affair before I did, and he tried everything not to tell me. And my dad, God bless him, he's never once in my life said a single ill word about my mother, and to this day he won't speak illy on her. He totally wants me to maintain a relationship with her, and he doesn't want anything to change for me. But I know that he's kind of just doing that out of the goodness of his heart. And again, like, but what's going to happen? So, my dad just kind of gets fucked over and then we just move on. Like that just doesn't sit right with me,
Yeah. Can I get your dad's number? He sounds like a great guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's gonna suck him off?
That's the first step of the healing process.
Dude.
I'm gonna suck your dad.
He's gonna suck your dad's dick. Don't do it. It's a trap.
Dude, I mean, honestly, right now he's like the most divorced dad. So honestly, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to him.
He's gonna suck his dick so hard, your dad's never gonna want to even look at women ever again.
No, listen, I think this is so tough, and your dad is being such a big and he's being a parent. He's trying his best to shield you from it. And the one thing that I think you said wasn't true is you don't feel personally slighted. Of course you do. Your mother cheated and ripped your family apart, man. Of course you feel personally slighted. And that's okay. You're allowed to feel that way. But you have to admit that. And you have to tell your mother that. You have to be upfront. The next conversation you have with your mom is going to be one of the most difficult conversations you've ever had in your life. If you think your first kiss, you felt white heat behind your ears and a failure to launch and like, oh my God, should I do this? Telling your mom that you are upset with her and you're contemplating cutting her out of your life is going to be some of the most difficult words you've ever formed or will ever form. But you need to. You have to be upfront. You have to be upfront and you have to give that person a chance to respond because at the end of the day, they're still your parent and they might surprise you.
Yeah. You also should probably set yourself up for, at least judging by what you've told us, you should probably set yourself up for like the worst possible scenario in your mind. Like get emotionally ready for the worst possible case where it is technically, hyper narcissistic behavior that led her to, let her down this path and is the reason why she is refusing to show accountability, especially because like her behavior, as Will put it, like wanting to hide this relationship for the sake of the children, is one thing. Continuing the path of secrecy is at this point is saving face. It's actually selfish for her to not be honest with you now. Yeah. And that's something to keep in mind, that she, the fact that she's like, her first inclination that your sisters found out about her cheating with a person that was in your lives, right? When you guys were you guys were a family, or a whole family, was not to take accountability and ask for forgiveness, but instead self-preservation. That paired up with like the QAnon turn and the God turn, like the hyper religious turn, makes me feel like this radicalization occurred as a consequence of her potentially being ultra narcissistic, not necessarily thinking of what's best for her children. So that's something you have to think about in your mind, and you have to go into it thinking like, oh, we might likely cut ties off, and if it doesn't go in that direction because she takes accountability for it, then that's great. It's positive, and it went in a direction that's positive that you didn't expect, but expect the worst in this circumstance is what I'd say.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely fair, and that's really all I was looking for. I just wanted like a completely, neutral third party, because obviously I've talked to all my friends and close family and my fiance about all of this, but obviously they all have a dog in the fight to some extent. So, I do really appreciate the advice, guys. I think it's very helpful.
No worries, King.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with cutting people. No matter how close they are to you, even if it's someone that gave birth to you, you have to remember you're an adult. And sometimes it unironically is the best path forward to just like shed a incredibly toxic, malignant force out of your life. It seems impossible to do, especially the closer the person is to you, the harder it is. But you have your family still, you have your sister, you have your dad, and it seems like they're wonderful people in general. So, it should not be a fear of yours, especially if she violates your boundaries one last time.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Matt, we're going to try and get to one more party here, but we hope we helped, and I hope tomorrow's a little easier for you, bub.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate the time, guys. Just lastly, I just want to say I love this community. I'm so proud to be a part of this community and all the good that comes from it. Hasan, you helped me so much in my personal life. Really, thank you so much for all that you do. And thank you to all the mods for organizing this. And have a great rest of the stream, guys. Really appreciate it.
Hell yeah, brother. Thanks for watching.
Take care.
I'm going to fuck that guy's dad.
Dude.
He sounds like a real king.
He deserves it.
Yeah, he does.
He deserves a good suck.
Yeah, I'm going to throw him a good suck.
Yeah. The best suck.
You want to do only one more person?
Yeah, we can. Well, we're waiting on Stavy baby right now, and I don't know where he is.
Yeah, we'll keep running it.
Oh yeah, we can do a little bit longer. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the next person is Joe, and he goes by he him. Joe, you're on stream.
Right at the top of the hour, as a matter of fact.
Damn, you going to run an ad break while my man is telling us his problem?
Well, people can see everything uninterrupted as long as they subscribe.
Joe, you just got paywalled, man. What's up, baby?
I'm a subscriber. It doesn't matter. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Joe?
So I'll make it quick. Basically, what I'm calling you guys about. Excuse me. I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for like a year now.
Okay.
I'll take this question.
Yeah, it's going to be a little different. Just recently, I started DMing a group of new players. It's my first time DMing all of their first time playing.
Sure.
While I was planning out my world, writing the campaign, just following some sort of generic fantasy stereotypes, I realized that I was writing a world that was kind of problematic, a bit racist, a lot of hierarchical suffering going on. So I wanted to call the Chads and see if you guys can help me create the ultimate woke, non-problematic fantasy world for my campaign.
Don't do that.
I need you to say it how you described it, because you did not say it that way in your submission.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frogan. What did I leave out? I thought that was pretty much everything.
He said he's making it extremely racist, classist, and
hierarchical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why'd you switch it up on us? Are you worried?
Is that not what I said?
Oh.
No, you said the exact opposite. Were you trying to get us to give you like a really woke one so you could do the exact opposite or something?
No, not at all.
Listen, what's up, my Tusk brother? I've been experiencing orc racism in D&D as long as I can remember back to my teens.
He did say that.
Thank you. See, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting question because I think ultimately D&D is play. And I think there is something very freeing about playing good characters, bad characters, problematic characters, especially when you have the barrier of like the racism and classism being set in a fantasy world, right? When the racism is against an orc, it doesn't feel as real as when it is against a real people that have a systemic history of oppression in our world. And that way the fun is like a little bit always colored by like, hey, this is kind of really fucked up. But I do think it's important in the same way that we should allow young people to play as different genders, play with Barbies, play as cops, robbers, whatever. An element of play and expression is important, and it doesn't represent an inherent evil or kind of racist undertone in a person if they are playing a character within a game. So I think you trying to create a perfect world in a game is just, it's impossible because we don't live in a perfect world to begin with. And I think ultimately flawed characters are so much more engaging from a storytelling perspective than our perfect characters. No one gives a fuck about Superman, right? Everybody loves the dude with daddy issues, Batman. So allow your characters to play in a flawed world. Now, if they make decisions that are like deeply problematic and you're like, hey, everybody's uncomfortable. Can you stop killing orcs? Then like that's a separate
I'm not
conversation.
worried about my players.
Then you're fine.
Necessarily, and I agree. There definitely, I want there to be conflict in the campaign for sure. It was the idea more was like, how can I have a fantasy utopia, ideally the post woke fantasy world that then I can introduce the cracks in that society for them to explore. Like you say, it's not really ultimately possible, I guess, to create a perfect utopia, but.
So what are I mean, I'm not the most well read on D&D stuff, so I don't know how well I can I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the like I guess you could, as far as like class differences goes, I guess one thing you can do is like give unnecessary benefits to one of the players, you know what I mean, from the jump. And then also have like weird nerfs on specific races of characters, like and buffs as well, as a matter of fact. So like you can give like orcs, I don't know, you can give orcs like nerfs that you come up with and buffs that you come up with, similar to I guess elves, right? And dwarfs and everyone else. So
that's kind of built into D&D.
Yeah, that's kind of what's already
beyond,
baked in.
I'm saying beyond that.
Oh no, certain characters definitely treat certain races with like
racism.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Like different sects of gnomes hate each other.
Okay, well, my point is
blood feud.
Yeah.
My point is that like you should give additional benefits to certain races without even mentioning it. Like I mean, or rather, like certain nerfs to races, like, and bring it up throughout the story, like randomly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or even as a starting point, just like be like, all right, the dwarfs are gonna have extra gold.
Yeah, dude. Okay, here's what you're
like
gonna do.
Unearned advantages, because that's at the.
So you're saying I should.
No, I'm gonna help
make
you.
the most based possible campaign and just
I'm gonna help
all
you.
of the oppression.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go watch Killers of the Flower Moon, and you're going to do that, but with orcs. You're going to have a tribe of orcs living atop a mithril deposit, and they get impossibly wealthy, and then just have all the other races finally be really nice to the orcs while simultaneously like
killing them?
deeply taking advantage of them and murdering them.
Yeah. Be like,
well, one of my
orcs have
players
to have,
is a half orc.
Yeah, orcs have to have guardianship, like no matter what.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like, sorry, it's state imposed. And then then the guardianship actually means like, you know, they take advantage of the orcs and steal their wealth by basically taking over all of the orc money.
There you go, Joe. Mull that one over.
That sounds great. Yeah, just hard veer in the other way. I like it.
Yeah. All right, Joe. I hope you helped.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
Dog.
Oh, hey, Stabby baby's here. Stab, you wanna come on and give advice for like the last two people I guess we have remaining?
Talk to you about your appearance on Rich Eisen. Maybe my favorite team up ever. Dude.
All right, save it for the pod. All right, who do we got? Who's next?
We got the two people left. We have Joda. Pronouns are she, her.
Okay.
Okay, you're on.
What's up, bro?
It's good. Long time.
I know.
All
We're
right.
gonna wrap this up, guys. I have to pick up my laundry, and we got a podcast, so a couple more, and then we gotta go.
Joda, pronounce she, her?
Yes.
All right. What's going on? What's your problem?
Hello. I've always had an issue with like flirting with people, or even getting to the point of flirting, or even receiving it as well. So like I was just very quickly looking for advice on how to initiate a relationship, or even like to turn a friendship into a relationship sort of thing.
Okay. Give us a little bit more of the boundaries here so we can, understand
So,
exactly what's going on.
So like I'm very friendly, I'm very like open and social, I'm very like communicative and stuff with people. But when it comes to the idea of like I see someone I like, trying to turn that into something akin to a relationship, or even telling the idea of like I think you're hot. I don't have the synapses in my brain to like, I don't know, pose the idea to them.
You do.
You know what I
You
mean?
got him. You got him. You just got to wake him up a little bit. I've been there. I've been there. No, truly. Here's the thing. That shit sucks. The reason it's hard is because getting rejected sucks dick and it feels bad, right? And so you're scared of that and you don't do it. I was that way myself as a youth. I would always be hanging around, you know what I mean, friendly, making everybody laugh. But the second it was like, uh-oh, should I tell somebody I like them? I would chicken out. I'd be a coward. And I wish I had done that sooner, because the faster you get rejected, the faster that doesn't hurt anymore, the sooner then you can just start, sucking off, getting sucked off, whatever you're trying to get in there to. It's like I always say in this, check out Stavi Solves Your Problems, or I'm sorry, Stavi's World, a superior advice program to this fucking bullshit.
I've been on it.
He has been on here.
It's very good.
And the thing I would say is the path to W's is littered with L's. You have to get out there. You have to get your teeth kicked in. You have to feel like shit, but you have to get over it. And then once you're over it, once you don't give a fuck, once you're projecting some of that that confidence, because you're saying you're a very like social person. Once you can get that into when it's time to fuck, once you get that confidence into that, you're good to go. You're golden. But you're going to have to get rejected. You're going to have to get over that.
Yeah.
And the sooner you do that, the better. That's my general advice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much for that, but I don't feel that's the issue. Sorry I might have misexplained it. But like, I don't have an issue with rejection. I've been rejected here, there, and everywhere. It's more that like all my relationships have been initiated by other people, and like it takes a lot of them talking to me and talking me into the idea. And not that I don't find them attractive or anything like that. It's just more like the whole concept just feels ticklish in a sense. Like when someone flirts at me, I just giggle and then run away, sort of thing. But like the idea of me flirting with them, it's just I can't even figure it out.
No. See, I think I'm no disrespect. I know I literally have just talked to you for 15 seconds, but I think I know you better than you know yourself. I think that that's just a deep level of laughing it off or giggling it off, whatever. That's insecurity. You know what I mean? That's like being like, I can't even fathom it, because if you were to fathom it, I think, and I'm only saying this because that was me, right? I didn't even see myself as like, when I was younger, I had like body image issues. I was, kind of some, let's say, internalized fat phobia that I've more than broken out of now, where I didn't think I was worthy of somebody to be attracted to.
I think she's asking for Riz, though. Like, I think she's just asking for Riz advice of like how to be more sexy and sexual.
They're going up to her, though, she's saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm sorry. Am I anywhere close here? Am I off again? It's okay if I am.
Hello?
She left. Your advice was so bad.
She's like,
Fuck
I'm
her.
fucking done.
Whatever. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. At least I never got fucking one of your guests to leave, dude. God damn.
What the fuck was that about?
My man came in and was like, I know you
know
better
what-
than you know
I know
yourself.
what the fuck
and she's
I'm
like,
talking about.
okay.
Let me see. Hello?
Maybe she needs to like get pulled in and out or something. Like maybe
I did that.
Oh, that was you.
Knight, you might have push to talk on. Make sure you didn't accidentally flip that on.
Oh, my bad. If it was an accident and I said fuck you, I take it back.
Jesus Christ. You cooked her way too hard. You broke her fucking internet, dude.
Hold on, let me
Well, I
ping.
hope.
She's already British. It's like a
Yeah, that's
it's a
tough.
double bind.
You're starting with a big issue.
Yeah.
If you're British.
Dude, there were some fucking problems earlier on the show that, oh my god, we had
We
a
hand
throuple.
selected family issues because I know Stavi was a master at family issues.
Yeah, there was family issues. There was
Wow.
also there was a throuple, a
Nice.
triad.
Ooh, I love that. I wish I was here for that.
Yeah, you fucking missies. You were doing another podcast.
I was
you
doing a
piece of
podcast. I was
shit.
taking a power nap.
Oh, okay. No,
Trying to be fresh for fear and I'm a professional, folks.
I'm excited.
Me
Really,
too.
this is exciting.
This is a boys episode.
This is a boys episode. We
Cutie's
might-
not gonna be on, unfortunately.
Wow, Cutie's too good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Cutie.
Cutie's like Coach Madden. She doesn't fly. She takes a bus everywhere, so she couldn't get back in time.
No, literally though.
Just the bros.
Straight up. All right, what's going on?
For real?
So
Yeah,
I pinged
that's so
them, I
funny.
messaged them, and they left the voice channel.
Wait,
I have
did they
not
get
heard
mad?
back.
Oh, they're back.
Oh, they're back. Thank God. Oh my God. I thought you like actually.
Wait, are they back?
No, she's not back. She's not on the channel.
I didn't do shit, motherfucker. Don't blame it on me.
Oh my God.
I was giving
bro.
good fucking advice. That's not on. If she didn't want to hear it, that's on her.
I think it was a Baltimore charm.
Baltimore.
Balmer. Maybe who
I
knows?
think they
mean,
left the server.
Wait,
They unsubscribed from your channel.
No, that's crazy.
I mean,
I don't give a fuck. I'm taking down
Damn,
this
I
empire.
leave for one
I'm
advice
taking-
column. What the
I'm
hell?
taking down Hasan from the inside.
What the fuck?
I
Wait.
lift my shirt up. I just have slurs tattooed on my stomach.
She left the she left the server for real?
He gets banned.
Oh my God.
It's never happened before in the history. This has never
Fuck
happened.
you, Hasan.
I've been doing this for years now, and it's never happened.
oh, okay. Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back.
Okay. All right.
But they're
I wonder
coming
if they
back.
restarted their
Okay.
computer.
Will said he was gonna fuck the last person's dad. This one couldn't have been on you. Yeah. Will said he was
But
gonna
in a
suck.
positive way.
Yeah. Will did say he was gonna give the last advice seeker's dad the greatest suck of his
That's
life.
awesome. Have you given a man head before?
No.
Or a woman with a penis head? Well, then how the fuck is it going to be the greatest one?
He just,
You'd have to train.
you know
first.
why? Because he's
Visualization.
He's got a mouth.
Manifestation.
He's got a mouth that won't quit. That's
Okay,
why.
all right.
Okay, she's back.
All right.
We're good.
Hello.
Hello, sorry about that. The timing of it was expert.
I don't know what that happened, but I'm sorry. You know, for Stavros.
Don't fucking
I
apologize for me. I was in the zone. I was in the
Stuff was
zone.
lovely. It was perfect, honestly.
Thank you.
So correct us if we misunderstood, but it seems like you're asking for Riz advice. Like you're asking how to like flirt with people, right? Is that what you're saying? More so than just like people are propositioning you, but you don't know how to turn like you don't have a good assessment on that? Is that what it is?
Yes, partly that, yes. But also like how to initiate, not so much Riz. I think I got Riz for days, to be honest. It's just once they've initiated, then I can get it back and get it going, get it flowing. But like starting it is just impossible for me, sort of thing.
Approaching.
I do think, yeah, like going up to someone as the idea of a friendship, easy peasy, no problem. But if I'm attracted to someone, then it's like, how do I start this? How do you turn, thing to thing?
Mm-hmm. Do you just want some casual fucking, or are you looking for a long-term relationship? Because I think that approach is different.
Very, very true.
I think a lot of times if you approach people kind of under the guise of wanting something more significant and then just bang them out and leave, that's not a good look. I think you got to be honest. If you're just out there trolling for some sport fucks, just go up and be like,
I think history has vindicated me. I think I'm correct. I think.
Honestly, I think Stavros was cooking. To be fair, like he was
yes,
on
that's
the right.
right.
I was
fucking
I am
Turkish
possibly
hater.
slightly insecure.
It's insecurity, and I
just-
know it. I'm the same.
yeah.
I was the same way.
I'm being insecure because he's a Greek man.
Yeah, because I'm
so-
fucking dominating you on your own stream,
Yeah,
bitch.
I know-
Because
I
I'm
know.
better at advice than
show him
you.
the slur tattoos. Show him the slur tattoos.
That's what happened. I wanted to keep a Greek man down again. partially because it's day 2 on the broadcast. Still no cookies, but that's
my mother hurt her hip, bro.
Yeah.
She had surgery.
Oh wow, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Oh.
exactly.
Oh, my mother hurt
Hassan just
herself.
wants to put Greek women to work, the elderly Greek women to work. He wants a sweatshop of old women, infirmed women, making him treats.
Exactly.
The fucking sultan.
All right. So you, I guess it takes practice. Going back to the matter at hand.
That's all it is.
It's practice.
Because the thing is, you know what it is, right? It's like we all know, and we want there to be a secret way to do it, but there's no shortcuts in that.
Yeah.
It just comes from it being a familiar territory for you, and so you just gotta. And that's why I would say a little trick sometimes I give people as advice is like, look at it as I'm gonna go get rejected 10 times. You don't even expect to fuck. You're just like, I have to do it. I have to go get a no 10 times.
Yeah.
You know, and then you'll be surprised. I bet you one of those 10 times, somebody lets you suck them off.
And if
know what I mean?
if you get rejected 9 times and the one time it's positive, then that's a W. You weren't expecting that.
Exactly.
You weren't expecting that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
exposure therapy.
Also, I think a really good place to start is identifying what you want. You know what I mean? You said you're really good at making friendships. If you're looking for a long-term relationship, well, then you can approach that the same way you would a friendship, really, and let that develop and see if there's mutual kind of feelings beyond your friendship there. But again, if you're just looking to sport fuck, I would just be open and honest about that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Right, fair. But that's more my thing. Like, if I do have a long-term friend and I do start getting feelings and all that kind of stuff, then how do you broach that is what more so the thing.
Are you a habitual long-term friend feeling haver?
Not necessarily, but I do like to have a bit of a foundation before I'm like, oh, I think I like this person. That's,
Again, I'm sorry, you're
I
just sounding
fantasize
like
them.
me in my youth. Cowardice. That's the first way I got pussy, was just making friends with someone for like 18 months. She was in a relationship. It was so safe, and I slowly chipped away. Eventually, we fucked. We dated even, and it was good, but it was like I was being a coward. And so that's, if you have feelings for somebody that you're friends with, and you think that it's going to affect your relationship with them, you just have to be honest, and you have to be like, hey, I want something more. If, I think we really get along great, I'd love something more with you. If not, I totally understand.
You could be like, it's a beans on toast situation, but I'm trying to move it up to, jelly deals, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
wow,
absolutely.
Straight to the English thing, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I
think
knew it was
actually what's
coming
really
from-
good.
I don't even know if that makes sense.
No, it made sense.
I think what I
you
would,
don't get it because you're not English.
You don't get it. You're not British like Hassan.
Yeah.
I would say my final piece of advice would be watch Fat Rascal on Netflix streaming right now. It's been top 10 for 3 days. We're at the 8th spot today. We were at 7 yesterday. Please keep watching. Let's defeat young Sheldon. He's at 7. I'm at 8.
That's crazy that you're getting
losing to
owned
young
by
Sheldon.
young
I beat him the
Sheldon.
first day. I came through when we both premiered. I kicked his teeth, and I was 4. He was 5. But Sheldon fucked my ass the last couple days. I have to admit
he's
that.
bazingying your asshole.
Yeah. I have to admit that.
That's crazy.
Well, I'll gracefully bow out then. Yeah, thank you for the stream. Love you guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah,
Do
well,
we have
thank
one? Frogan, we have one more person, right?
Yeah, one person, and then we're done.
All right,
You got
perfect.
a golden Kappa train. You can't get off right now.
Oh yeah, chat. Hassan has a golden Kappa train right now. If
That
you
means you're chatting
subscribe
get the
or
golden
gift,
Kappa. That
you get the
rare
golden
loot.
Kappa for 24 hours.
Mm.
And you get to avoid ads by subscribing in one of 3 ways.
True.
Those things are true.
That part is definitely true. I didn't even know what the fuck a golden Kappa train does.
Wow, listen to this fucking man, how out of touch he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't even understand
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Bubbles.
Unsubscribe.
Thank you, Bubbles, for the 5.
And go watch Fat Rascal.
Go watch Fat Rascal.
Yeah. use your lack of subscription money to go watch fucking Fat Rascal on Netflix.
Young Sheldon's gonna fuck Stavi's girlfriend unless you go watch Fat Rascal.
That's crazy. Who else is beating your ass right now? Beating your meat?
We can read it. It's a bunch of Netflix originals.
Yeah, the golden Kappa is kind of dope.
I don't know.
You only get it for 24 hours if you
It's
gift,
rare loot.
subscribe, or give biddies.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Final person is Greg.
Greg.
Pronouns?
He, him.
All right. Unless you're Ludwig, you get it for a year. Oh, didn't he buy that?
Hey, how's it
That's
going?
true.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Greg?
It's nice that I wanted to go by Mur, but that's okay. I told this girl, okay, that my name was
Mur.
Greg, and and she laughed at me, which was like a weird situation. I don't know, being named Greg is kind of like
Basic
weird now.
bullshit. It's true.
Yeah.
Is that a bad name?
It's
No.
Just, it's just whatever.
It's just like
It's
a very
not bad, it's
normal.
not
It's a
good.
very normal name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
Greg is a nice name.
It's fine. I
It's a good
wouldn't go
name.
so far as nice. I'd say it's fine.
It's well, I was looking up statistics of it. Nobody's like named their kid Greg since 1920. I was like, nobody's fucking naming their kid Greg.
Greg's a fine name. Don't get in your head.
Greg is not
I'm-
as bad as like.
but I'm
Gary.
very
You could
like,
be
I'm-
you
oh,
you could
God,
be
like-
condescending and be like, it's actually Gregory, and then like
Well,
get
it-
people
well,
to call you that.
Well,
yeah,
it is.
In fact,
it is.
little gay
It is
guys
Greg.
named Gregory. That's awesome. Like being cunty about being just saying Gregory.
Yeah.
But as I don't know, are you straight? I don't want to assume.
And then everybody's like sending these like Gregnant memes to me, and I fucking like I can't escape. Anyways, my full name is Gregory. So if you want to call me Gregory, you can do
Yeah,
that.
just tell people to call you that. That's all of a
What
sudden it's
about
like
Riri?
Gregory. It's like refined. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I could go by Gregory. Okay, call me Gregory. Let's do Gregory.
All right, Gregory.
Okay, Greg.
So I'm gonna keep it short. I know that you guys are in a rush and you went over your time, and I want to thank you again. This has been really cool, like to hear people's stories and like hear your advice and stuff like that. It's been absolutely fantastic. Hearing like all of this is cool. So again, so I'm gonna keep it short. And I was like very hesitant on coming on here and like stuff like that. But again, I think Hasan, you having a dog. I've been sharing in joint custody with my ex-girlfriend of my dog for the past 3 years. And this has been like a weird thing in my life. And God, okay. So last weekend I was going to like be like, okay, this is going to be it. I'm going to have the conversation. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go for breakfast. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to talk. I'm going to go. And I was sitting there having breakfast and we just had the most pointless conversation. I didn't address it. I didn't ask.
Wow.
So you want the dog permanently?
I want the dog permanently. And like, it's like, it's so fucked up because like, even like talking to girls and stuff, like I'm in my 30s, like I'm trying to date and stuff like that. I have like a decent job. Like, I shopped at Zara today. No, like life is good.
Nice,
like
man.
it's decent. But like,
Burr, you have ADHD, don't you?
Is this
I
keeping
do.
it short, you fucking prick? What the fuck's the question?
Oh my God. He's asking how can I bring up the subject that I want full permanent custody
yeah,
of the
like
dog?
I want full. Like, how do I have that conversation? Like,
Greg, I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you.
Break up and then
It's been 3 fucking years, and she's been taking care of the dog for 3 years.
Oh, both of us have been taking care of the dog for 3 years.
I know, but she's also been taking care of the dog for 3 years.
Who bought the dog?
We both bought the dog together during the pandemic.
All right, so listen. I'm gonna
Who's
give you.
got a house? Who's got the better house?
I have a very nice establishment, which
I'm gonna kick it real with you, Gregory. I was in the same situation. A dog named Lady that I loved more than life itself slipped through my fingers, and I will always remember that dog.
Good dog.
It's a great dog. But ultimately, I think sometimes it's easier to let go and start a new chapter. Anything tying you to an ex isn't great.
Yeah.
You kind of got to accept that, you have loved that dog and that dog has a good home and will be taken care of, and that's hard. The other thing you can do is fake the dog's death. If you just can't let go, what you do is you go to the pound and you get a dog that looked like your dog that was
Shoot it in the
recently
back
put
of the
down,
head.
and you pretend that the dog died under your custody and you hold on to it, which is what I wish I would have done. So you can go the adult route and say goodbye to the dog and be an adult about it, or you can fake your dog's death.
Or the third option is just keep joint custody because
That's
honestly,
fucked up. That's weird.
we
When's
both.
the last time
thing
you
is,
fucked this lady?
well, we exchanged the dog and I had sex with her not that long ago.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And
This
then, like,
fucking
yeah, see, you
asshole-
gotta let
this isn't
go.
about the dog.
You gotta let go.
okay,
This isn't
okay,
about the
Gregory,
dog.
you get a dog and some pussy on the side. I don't know what the
But
fuck your problem is.
I don't like this person like that. It's just like I did it because I'm also
Because you're a weak man. We know why the fuck you did it, Greg. We don't fucking respect you. You're waffling all over the place.
Listen, motherfucker.
Decide. You want the dog or do you want pussy?
You're getting beat by young Sheldon. Relax.
Shut the fuck up.
He went for the jugular.
Watch out before I go pet your dog and fuck your ex, motherfucker.
Okay.
Listen,
Before this gets off the rails.
Hypothetically, let's bring it back. Now, just the boys here, okay? Would you share a dog with your ex? Would you do that, chat?
Fuck no.
I think ultimately, real question, you got to ask, is it fair to the dog? Right? It's really tough.
That's a good point.
No, it's tough on a dog to move it from home to home. It gets acclimated to one or the other, and it will probably be happier in a single home, ultimately, which is the sad thing. If you really love the dog, you probably got to say goodbye or admit that you want it full time, which your ex is not going to go for because you think she's going to lose the breakup. Fuck no. So ultimately, if you want the dog to be the most happy, you probably have to say goodbye. Or find a dead dog that looks just like it. And
no, I was at first I was like not on board with that, but now I'm beginning to come to terms with the dog death situation. You were a coward for not doing it.
I should have faked Lady's death.
The dog's death.
Yeah.
I should do something like super psychotic like that.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. Don't do
He's
that.
gonna do it now.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna.
He can barely tell us his fucking question. You think he can get away with that lie? One follow up and he's toast.
I could fake deaths. Okay.
No way. No chance. You don't
again,
got it in you, bro.
I wanted to do this because Hasan, you have a dog and like you show a lot of love to your dog. So like, hypothetically too, like if like we had to share joint custody of a dog and like, I don't know, we probably would be able to do it easily.
You come over once a month, suck Hasan's dick, and take the dog for a walk.
Yeah, no, I would not give up. I would not give up Kaya for anything.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. So like, I also came on here for like a little bit of reassurance because I know I'm just really prepping myself for next year to say goodbye to Loki. And
it's really hard. It's super hard.
Again, like it sucks because like it is kind of a joke, but I'm just really just prepping myself to say goodbye. Yeah. And that's like a big thing where I had to come to terms with it if I want to not be attached to somebody, which is there's still that level of attachment where I have to say goodbye. And like every day, like I prep myself for this when I drop them off, and I'm like, eventually next year when I drop them off for that very last time, I have to prep myself, So
Jesus Christ. Next year, wait. So
you're
2020,
2024. So I'm gonna use this December. I'm gonna like spend my time with them during Christmas and stuff like that. Then I'm gonna just be like, you know what? I got to do what I got to do, and I got to step up in this world and say goodbye. Because like,
I think ultimately that's the hardest thing, right? Is like, you know what you have to do, and dogs are great, but ultimately one of the saddest things about owning a pet is you do have to say goodbye at some point, no matter what. And the nice thing is that, think about it. The positive of this is you get to say goodbye to your dog, your pet, while he's still healthy and happy, and you know that he's gonna have a life after yours.
I don't get. I think do the joint custody. I'm not even.
What the fuck are you talking?
I would never. Dude, I would
That's
not give
fucking
up.
crazy.
I would not give up. I keep
That's
the
not
joint
that-
custody.
But Hasan, he's still fucking his ex. He doesn't want to be fucking his ex. He's
Yeah. I don't
inexplicably tied to his ex.
Yeah, you should stop fucking your ex. But
Yeah,
you
but
should definitely
but
keep
again,
the
like
dog.
all the other girls that I date too are negative because like one time I was dating this girl, complete side
Too
story
much.
anyways.
Who gives a fuck?
No, I'm listening, Gregory. Gregory, I'm listening. Don't listen to Stavros.
Trying to Trojan
He's
horse a bunch of bullshit.
He's still mad about Sheldon.
No, I'm not. I'm just oh God, whatever. I'm not gonna explain it.
Sheldon.
It's just like a negative. I was dating long distance, and I had to explain to her that I am sharing custody with my dog, and she didn't text me back, and that just dropped.
Yeah,
And then
that's
her
it's
husband-
gonna
and then
hurt
her-
you in
and then
future.
her
Yeah, you
husband
shouldn't tell.
messaged me, and it was
Yeah, you shouldn't tell them that you have a joint custody of a dog with your ex-girlfriend until like it's like well established you're in a relationship.
What? But then I go on Tinder, and then like if a girl comes over from Tinder, and they're like, "Oh, where's your dog?" and I'm like, "Oh, my ex-girlfriend has the dog."
Yeah,
And I'm like,
no,
what do I
You
do
say
now?
it's my fucking brother has it. Who gives a fuck?
But I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to sort of.
I'm
a
just
lie, you
saying.
know?
Who cares? You have to you have to move on at some point. You know what the fuck this is, dude.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what the fuck it is. Just
It's
move
just-
on. We have
Wait,
to podcast.
did you just say your ex's husband? Wait, what?
No, the girl that I was dating, she secretly had a husband I didn't know about.
See, the dog saved you again. What are you talking about, dude?
No,
Keep
but
the fucking dog.
I feel like I'm getting put in these toxic situations by the universe because I have this attachment with my ex.
There's no spiritual reason.
Shut the fuck up.
No. There's no like fucking spiritual reason.
None
you
of
wanna
that.
you wanna keep the dog. That's perfectly understandable. I would not let go. But that's me, and there are differing opinions here.
It's hard to fucking let go. It really, really is. And,
Dude, I would look at Lady on Instagram for years after I let go of her.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm as much as I like to address this stuff with like a little bit of humor, like I'll put on a sad song and look at like I have a tattoo of my dog. Like I got
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, I'm done. No. God, you are the whitest person alive, by the way, Greg. Oh my God, of course your name is Greg. But no, look. All I'm saying is like, dude, just don't fuck your ex.
Okay,
and you will eventually find a person that's gonna be fine with the baggage that you have.
No, that's weird.
The baggage being that
that's fucking
have
weird.
joint custody of your ex's dog.
This is crazy.
Or
how American you've become. Turks fucking throw dogs on the street, dude. Turks dogs aren't even allowed inside in Turkey.
Yeah, my grandfather still doesn't understand why I let the dog inside. He's like, this is for protection.
You're
What are you
telling
doing?
me this motherfucker has to and pretending as a kid? Because listen, I like dogs too. Dogs are fucking nice, right? But you're fucking the dog's life up. This motherfucker has to. Every 6 with a septum piercing coming back to his apartment, he has to give her the spiel about the fucking half custody with his fucking ex-girlfriend. Who gives a fuck? It's too complicated. He's fucking annoying. He's overdoing this fucking bullshit. It's too much drama. He knows what the fuck he has to do. Can we go podcast, please? I have to pick up my laundry by 8 o'clock.
Okay, all right. That'll be all. Hopefully that was helpful. You got a variety of different perspectives here.
Good luck, Greg.
Yeah, Stavvy's just jealous nobody would share joint custody of a dog with him. So
yes, they would. Hella bitches would line up to fucking split a Shih Tzu with me, bitch, and you know
young
it.
Sheldon.
I'm not young Sheldon.
Okay, thank you guys so much again. I love to address these things with the thing of humor, but I'm actually pretty upset about it. So thank you guys.
Oh no, you should be. It's a dog. It's your friend.
No, thank you for letting me like express it in a way where I'm able to do it through humor. But like I am prepping myself just to say goodbye, and it's really cool that I'm able to do it kind of on here and in front of such a good group of people.
There's the attitude, Greg.
Oh, that's fucking cute.
Go, hey, third option, just get back together with her. Just marry this terrible bitch.
Fair.
Marry this terrible
At
bitch.
least for the lifespan of the dog. Dogs don't got that many years to live anyway. Fucking just take the L for like 3-4 more years, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I you know what?
And we're rooting for you, Greg, provided you say goodbye right now.
Okay, goodbye.
All right, great.
All right, everybody, thank you. Thank you, Frogan. Thank you for the mod team for putting this together. Thank you guys for watching. That is going to be the end here of the CHADVICE and the end of the broadcast.
Bye, guys.
I will not be
Stream
live
Fat
tomorrow.
Rascal.
Stream Fat
On
Rascal.
Netflix.
I'm not going to be live tomorrow because I'm doing dodgeball. Will is not. Just important for people to remember.
Also, buy a calendar.
Oh,
Stavy.biz.
Oh my God, you're gonna get me fucking banned, bro. What the fuck?
I want to see it.
No, don't show it on stream. What the fuck? That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. They just busted out your nudie calendar. I'm gonna lose my mind. Motherfucker comes in last moment, yells at the chatters that are asking for advice, and then gets me fucking banned. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Love you all.
All the chatters trickling in has how people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. things take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on they at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this